Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Oh man, okay. Shout out to I read y'all comments. Oh, I've read y'all comments. Let's shout y'all out. What's going on, Adric? Time keeps on slipping into the future. Yeah. I know. Z being characteristically Z. Gender Warlord says, I guess it's time to watch these videos. Yay. I hear the sarcasm. I feel you. Right? Gender Warlord also says, after watching as much as I could, this lady is an incel, whether it be self-inflicted or not. She also gives me Bell Hooks vibes. Coincidence that Bell Hooks was also an incel? I think not. Yeah, no, yeah, right. Exactly. Mr. Shook to you says, um, Z, Sabrina is a shining example of weaponizing intellectualism. That's what I see. Did you pretty much catch when she called us homosocial? Right? Essentially calling us, and I'm sorry to all the LGBTQ folks out there, essentially calling us gay as a pejorative. Did anybody catch when she intellectualized calling black men in particular, but men gay as a pejorative, for caring what other men thought about women, right? So in other words, you walk into the barbershop with your lady and you're worried that maybe she ain't a looker like that, so you kind of worried about what other men are going to say about it, other black men are going to say about it. So she called that kind of homosocial, and yeah, that's her way of saying you care about other men's opinion, other black men's opinion. Negro, you gay. Shout out to Riley from the Boondocks. Um, so yeah, exactly. Mr. Shook to you, weaponizing intellectualism, right? Weaponizing intellectualism, exactly. Victor Creed says, and shout out to Vic. Vic says, I watched about 2 minutes of the clips, and I think I'm about to have a aneurysm. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. No, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad, right? Um, So I'm gonna torture y'all a little bit. Z, no, please, for the love of God. So y'all are so lucky. I couldn't get the super long. I think it's like an hour and something long interview. I'm gonna put the links because I think I got one more that I didn't. Oh crap, I did download that last one. That's one where she really going. Okay, we'll play with what we have, and I'll see if I can make a magic trick happen later. Um, but yeah, so I'm gonna bring a guest up in a little bit. I might have another guest up. I might be doing panel a little bit later. We'll see how this plays out. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Um, yeah, so y'all know how this goes. So first and foremost, we're gonna do the customary fair use. And so, like I said, I'm going to play. I don't remember which one is which, so we just gonna have to freestyle a little bit. So yes, um, while we're covering this, is Dr. Sabrina Springs says a bunch of things that y'all have heard Z either allude to or just outright say. Um, she's somewhat, how do I phrase that? I guess Dr. Sabrina Springs, and best way to say it would be, she does see the end of romance. She pegs romance to being an artifact that was formed as men appealing to women. So think knights appealing to women. She speaks about hypergamy, and she pretty much said there is no point in romance anymore. And she admits, so something like what Z would say, but of course she's framing it a bit different, that there's no point in romance. If we want equality, there can't be romance because romance is best built off of a hierarchy. Now that's going to be fascinating to watch women grapple with the end of romance, because romance is built off of a hierarchy, and it's men appealing to women and acknowledging the hierarchy, right? So if you are attempting to dismantle this hierarchy, man woman hierarchy, this is debatable in the black community, but okay, fine. If you are to dismantle that hierarchy, then guess what, romance got to go out the window too. Oh, you got to love it, right? So yeah, yes, everyone, it's bad. Oh, it's bad, right? Oh, it's bad. So yeah, so let me do this, and we're gonna play a little bit of it, right? Yeah, and y'all give Z a second, and here we go. I think I'm gonna play this one first. Let's play this one first, Yeah, and then we'll maybe play the other one. There's one I really want to play because that's when she really goes in. But there's an hour long one, and she really kind of goes in. She's being interviewed. That's one of the ones where she calls us essentially homosocial, calling us gay. But y'all, let's see. We'll go through it, and here we go, y'all.
Mike Wagner Show is powered by Sonic Web Studios.
Hi, this is Mia Mosenzel, also known as Mia No Time for Love. Check out my latest book, Missing, available on Amazon.
The Mike Wagner Show, also brought to you by Illuminetical, the think tank of the future. The Sweet Psalmist by Serena Wagner, available on Amazon. Highline the Book of David, and Heidi Tam Music, with her latest on HeidiTamMusic.com.
It's now time for The Mike Wagner Show, powered by Sonic Web Studios. Visit online at sonicwebstudios.com for all your needs. The Mike Wagner Show can be heard on Spreaker, Spotify, iHeartRadio, YouTube, iTunes, Anchor FM, Radio Public, and themikewagnershow.com. Mike brings you great guests and interesting people from all across the globe. So sit back, relax, and enjoy another great episode of The Mike Wagner Show.
Hey everybody, it's Mike from Mike Wagner Show, powered by Sonic Web Studios, brought to you by official sponsor of The Mike Wagner Show, international warring author Mia Mosenzel Missing. The Mike Wagner Show is brought to you by Illuminetical, the think tank of the future. The Sweet Psalmist by Serena Wagner, based on the life of David, now available on Amazon. Also, Heidi Tam Music. Check out her latest at HeidiTamMusic.com. We're here with a terrific lady who's an award-winning author, professor at the North Hall Chair of Black Studies at UC Santa Barbara. She was a recipient of UC Berkeley Chancellor's past doctoral fellowship and a joint appointment in the School of Public Health Department and Sociology. Also won numerous awards as an author in publication in diverse venues, and must read in such magazines like Essence, Ms. Magazine, and also NPR as well, too. And also has a brand new book blending historical research, personal stories, and critical analysis of popular culture leading to the demise of romantic partners. So lovers, you may want to listen up to this one, emphasizing how racism and anti-feminist ideology has been the driving force as well. The book is called The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance. So it's not you, it's me. Takes on to a whole new level. Live, ladies and gentlemen, Plus Studios in beautiful downtown Ventura, California. The amazing award-winning author and professor in North Hall Chair of Black Studies at USC Santa Barbara. And the book is called The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance. And also we'll find out how it is, ladies and gentlemen, multi-talented Sabrina Strings. Sabrina, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
What's great to have you on board as well, too, is you're an award-winning author and professor and North Hall Chair of Black Studies at UC Santa Barbara. You're a recipient of the UC Berkeley Chancellor past doctoral fellowship with a joint appointment in the School of Public Health Department and Sociology, and also numerous awards as an author in publications in diverse venues. You have must-read in Essence, Ms. Magazine, NPR, and more. And you have a new book that's basically blending historical research, personal stories, and critical analysis of popular culture leading to the demise of romantic partnerships. The book is called The End of Love. And before getting all this, Sabrina, tell us how you first got started.
Well, I was in graduate school and I was regaling my friends with yet another example of a horrible dating experience that I had, because I had been used to passing these off as like comedic relief. And so once one of my friends said to me, "Are you okay?" when I was describing to her a particularly horrific event. And that led me to reflect on the fact that I had sort of been passing off my trauma as a joke, whereas I should instead be trying to think critically about why this was happening to me. So this book began as just me journaling about my experience, and it evolved into something bigger.
That's interesting. Talking about journaling in terms of dating, relationships, and everything like that. Is that a journal, like, past dates and everything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I was just writing down stories. I wanted to be able to chronicle, exactly what was happening to me. And I was still trying to infuse a bit of humor, because that was one of the ways in which I was now able to process this, not just to tell a joke, but to try to get through this in a way that was slightly more lighthearted. But if you read the book, you'll notice that there are definitely some lighthearted and funny sections, but the book is pretty serious. We are witnessing the demise of romance. And I think there are a lot of people who are not prepared for it to go away.
Ladies.
But the book is pretty serious. We are witnessing the demise of romance. And I think there are a lot of people who are not prepared for it to go away.
And so I ask you, too, you chronicle stories and journalism and everything. What is your all-time favorite story?
Well, I suppose one of the things that really blew me away was thinking about the evolution of Black music. Because if we take a look at Black music from the 40s through about the 80s, so much of it was expressing love and joy and the value of community.
Yes. And Motown and going into Boys and Men's, things like that. It's like, oh my goodness, this is like a flashback for me being in radio for a while. So
yes, right. I mean, you can remember the caliber of music then. Around about the late 80s, we started to see a shift. And I want to identify NWA as one of the most important groups inaugurating this change. Now, NWA was raw, they were real, they were talking about things that were going on in their lives, and there's a value to that. But they were also deeply misogynistic. And some of the ways in which they were talking about Black women picked up on racial scientific ideas from the 19th century. And part of the problem is that in the beginning, the audience was largely Black. And people like me, as a young girl listening to this, at that time I would have been in single digit age, I was sort of like, oh, is this about me? I remember talking to elders, female.
Wait a minute, let's pause right there. For her to acknowledge that NWA was raw and real, and what NWA was speaking about in the hood, but say they're deeply misogynistic. So they're raw and real on everything else: police brutality, interactions with white folks, anti-Blackness in America. But when they speak about Black women, that's when they're off base. So they couldn't possibly be speaking about their experiences with black women. And Eazy-E has how many kids again? Ooh, goddamn. Whoop. Uh-oh. So they're raw real on everything but black women and their experiences with black women. Huh? Yeah, so there was a shift in the 80s. You mean when black men started to respond to black women like bell hooks and whatnot? And to the Alice Walkers? So there was not supposed to be a response to the color purple. Uh-oh. So there's a whole film funded and directed, well, funded in large part by white folks. There's a film depicting black men as monsters to black women. And black men are not supposed to respond to that. Oh no, black men are supposed to respond to that by groveling and kissing black women's ass. And begging for forgiveness for being born black, male, and not worshiping. At the altar of black women, of course. Right? I ain't gonna tell y'all there's an R34 GTR behind me. I ain't gonna say it, but there is. All right, for all my car heads. I'm not joking, by the way. You can hear them. All right, y'all. Continuing.
It was coming from black men.
Oh, wow. That was something else coming from NWA. And what was their purpose? Like, were they out to make a statement? Were they trying to shock the world or something? Or was it just outright truth from NWA?
I think a lot of what NWA was doing was saying, no one's paying attention to what's happening to us in the ghetto. And we will not remain silent. We want you to know about the police brutality. We want you to know about the lack of opportunity. We want you to know about the absolute decimation of black spaces, even though we're in the post-civil rights movement. There is such a tremendous value to that, but it was deeply sexist. And unfortunately, the women who they were targeting in their...
So everything else they were speaking about their experiences, and it was, but when it comes to women, it was deeply sexist. It was deeply sexist. These men are describing their experiences with black women. Everything else they're accurate about. You're agreeing with what maybe they were coarse and maybe a bit vulgar, but you're agreeing with their framing on everything. But it was so deeply sexist. Okay, all right. Continuing.
Sexist. And unfortunately, the women who they were targeting in their music were black women. It was women in their communities. And so there was a way in which there was a wash over all black women. And keeping in mind that this is in the aftermath of the Black is Beautiful movement, all black women were now retainted with these racist ideas about our behavior. And my book is one way in which I'm trying to reckon with the complex nature of many black women's relationships to rap music.
Mm-hmm. And also thought about it too. It's like during that time you had Boyz II Men. I think you had what was it, New Edition. I think there was like maybe a couple of Boyz II Men in a sense is trying to save this whole love thing. Do you think they're still trying to keep it alive, or were they overpowered by NWA and all that?
You know, NWA entered the scene and they made a tremendous splash. And so there were plenty of people who were still creating music about love, and even love within the black community, love between black people. But over time, because of the tremendous profits that were available to rap artists, we started to see that music about love starts to go away. And right now, think about what you hear on the radio. How often do you hear songs sung by men?
Why speak about love when women talk to you like you're a walking wall and an overglorified guard dog? Like, women want to be able to punch and jab and insult and demean and mock, and you're not supposed to respond. Why would black men continue to preach and speak and sing about love when women told them, by the way, how much do you make? What's your station in life? What degrees do you hold? Right? Who knows you? Do you have any status? How tall are you? How much can you bench? How much do you make? What's your bank account look like? What your credit score is? But you want those men to just keep on sounding like babyface? I'll pay your rent? Yeah, no. Nope. Can't do it. Continuing.
On the radio. How often do you hear songs sung by men that are about love and relationships? I think this almost never happens anymore.
It's like a lost art. Maybe think of Luther Vandross. I think we need to play more and more Lionel Richie. It's like, I mean, we got to play more and more, but next you know, they'd be turning the dial too. So
Luther was LGBTQ and Lionel's second wife was white. I don't know, man. I don't know if those are examples you want to use. But Because both of those men, when given the choice, one of them decided to mess with other men, and the other one said, yeah, about that first wife, scratch that. Second wife, thank you. I don't know if those are the examples you want to give. Mr. White Man, I don't know if those are the examples you want to give to the black woman. Huh? Continuing.
Yeah, right. I mean, a lot of young people are into this, but partially it's what they've known their entire lives. I mean, they've grown up with this. So what we need to think about is the messaging. People don't know that romance itself started out as a story. You know, there were also poems, there were lyric poems that were sung. And so we should not be surprised that a genre that actually began in verse, began with a song, could also end with a song.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this goes all the way back to, Sir Lancelot, just the very beginning of romance. Sir Lancelot, who knew he would start this whole thing?
Yeah, right. I mean, so in the 12th century, when the people were thinking about, what is love, they were like, it was like this whole interest now into re-articulating what relationships between men and women ought to be like ideally. And there was a Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine, who, by the way, mother of Richard the Lionheart, who I'm sure many in your audience have heard of. She was working with a poet, and they drafted this tale of Lancelot the Knight and the Cart. And what they wanted to show was that if a man was valorous and strong and brave, he could access a woman who was beautiful and pliant and significantly elite. And this became the rubric for a romance. Even during that time period, there was another writer by the name of Andreas Capianus who was trying to detail, okay, well, who's eligible for a romance? He's like, if you're not at least middle class, don't even try it. And if you are a middle class man, you want to make sure that you aim for a woman above your station, right? You should social climb. You should gold dig, in fact, if you're a man looking for a romance.
Let's pause right there. Did or did not Mr. Z say that these folks are essentially not just dream hoarding resources and wealth and money and status and whatnot, but marriage and relationship and children and nuclear family, the top 20%. So what she's saying is at the time, their version of middle class, which would be a knight, right? Those folks and above were the ones that you're the one who gets romance. You're the one who gets marriage and nuclear family. All the rest of you freestyling and doing whatever and trying to make it work and trying to make excuses, right? Uh-oh. Yikes. So she's saying to Z, hey, by the way, this is not decades old. This is centuries old. Right? Continuing.
The gold digging, not the man going after woman gold digging. That is interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. The very first romances were all about men who were knights, or middle class, as we might consider that today, shooting for women who were in the nobility.
That's really interesting. And do you think that pretty much set the boundaries of reality, or do you think the bar was set too high, or do you think it was all fantasy and everything like that? Do you think was that the reality could have been achievable, or was this like, no, the bar set too high? Sorry.
It was a fantasy, but it was a fantasy that many people bought into. There were so many men who wanted to envision themselves as being devoted to a queen. And in fact, it was not uncommon that there would be knights who would actually attempt to offer their service to a queen for the very purpose of having one of these chivalric romances. Because what people don't know is that early romances were not about marriage. They thought marriage was all about duty, and family and honor. No. A romance was about infidelity. It was about excitement. It was illicit.
Really?
Oh yeah. And that remains true.
Rapunzel, do not let down your hair, please. Romeo, go after somebody else. Forget Juliet. Juliet, get somebody else, please. It's not you, it's you, babe.
Absolutely. And if I'm being honest, I think people also don't want to acknowledge this, but there's a way in which when romance was tied to marriage, it killed the romance. Where's the mystique? Where's the excitement? All of the excitement.
So in other words, romance was about sneaky link and side chick, side dude thing. And yeah. Now we're going off of what Dr. Sabrina Springs is saying, right? We're going off of what she's saying. What she's saying is romance originally was not about duty, and it had nothing to do with that, right? Romance wasn't about your wife. Romance was forbidden low-key, right? This is based off of Dr. Sabrina Springs and her reading of history, coming out of Europe, of course. Continuing.
That was against what the church and the family had sanctioned.
That's really interesting. You said that too. And then you talk about, having that idea of Sir Lancelot. Maybe think of the caveman one day, walk around with a club and all that, sees a woman, bonk on the head, drag him. It's just like, you're my woman. There's romance.
Right. I mean, at that time, love stories were pretty short and sweet, or maybe not so sweet, but definitely short. But over time, people started to expect a lot of these sort of ritual elements to a man pursuing a woman. Obviously, people expect men to pursue women overwhelmingly. And it was these ritual elements that we now call courtship that for the most part were generated from these romantic tales.
That's really interesting. You're saying all this stuff. And do you think, events like Valentine's Day, or say like with Sweetest Day, or remembering a certain date and all of that, do you think that puts more pressure on men to pursue women, or is this like, supposed to be more of a motivator?
If we think about Valentine's Day, mostly what we see are advertisements telling men what to buy their partners. We rarely see advertisements telling women to buy men something. So there's a real transactional expectation within Valentine's Day. It's like, okay, men, you buy a woman something so that a woman can put a negligee on and then pleasure you sexually. Said that boldly, it seems kind of troubling.
That certainly does as well, too. And there's more aspects to the book called The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance with Sabrina Springs. More on that. We got some interesting stories and questions. But first, you listen to The Mike Wagner Show at themikewagnershow.com, powered by Sonic Web Studios. Visit online at sonicwebstudios.com for all your needs. Look at a professional website without breaking your budget. Sonic Web Studios is the answer. Sonic Web Studios offers fast, affordable custom web designs that blow the competition away. Call today, 1-800-303-3960. That's 1-800-303-3960. Or email to support@sonicwebstudios.com. Mention The Mike Wagner Show. Get 20% off your first project. Sonic Web Studios. Take your image to the next level. Also, time to give a special shout out to our official sponsor, The Mike Wagner Show, international warring author Mia Molson-Zia. If you love fast-paced mysteries, you'll love Missing by Mia Molson-Zia, available on Amazon in paperback and ebook. Missing is fast-paced and intriguing with an unforgettable twist. Takes place in 4 countries, 2 strangers, 1 target, where truth is illusioned and those you love either first go missing. It's available on Amazon in paperback and ebook. Missing by Mia Molson-Zia has garnered great reviews in Eve 11 Joyce by Howard celebrities, including Johnny Cassidy, Forbes Riley, and many others. So grab your copy today for Girls Missing by Mia Molson-Zia, available on Amazon. Coming up, Missing 2 by Mia Molson-Zia, coming soon to Amazon. Watch out for double the fun and double the pleasure, and also double the trouble as well. Also, The Mike Wagner Show is brought to you by Elliptical, the think tank of the future, bringing scientists and engineers together from all over the world, creating a method that constructs a renewable generator. This unique product operates on a closed loop system, generating more energy than needs to function. This extra electricity can be used to run everything from homes, power grid, phones, and laptops. This power source is entirely renewable, highly scalable, and more importantly, self-regenerate. More information, visit facebook.com/Elliptical. That's ELLUMENIPTICAL today. Also, Mike Wagner Show is brought to you by The Sweet Psalmist by Serena Wagner, based on the life of King David, including 30 exquisite pains and King David's Psalms. The Sweet Psalmist gives a new perspective of David through the Psalms he wrote and his time as a shepherd when he started, his complicated, turbulent relationship with King Saul, story of love, betrayal, repentance, and more. Check out The Sweet Psalmist by Serena Wagner on Amazon, keyword Sweet Psalmist Serena Wagner. Also, Mike Wagner Show is brought to you by High Time Music, featuring the smash hit Baby Come Back. New music coming soon.
This is the torture for Z.
Also, take the Mike Wagner Show.
Can we get back to that book?
MikeWagnerShow.com and 40 podcast platforms, heard in 100 countries. And for great gift ideas, go to Amazon.com. Check out the Mike Wagner Show podcast, t-shirts, pop sockets, throw pillows, tote bags, hoodies, makes great gifts 24/7. Go to Amazon.com. Check out the Mike Wagner Show podcast. And if you want more information, you can email me to the MikeWagnerShow@gmail.com and let me know what you want to order. And for more great gift ideas and books, Amazon.com/Mia Molson-Zia. Check it out today and support the Mike Wagner Show on Anchor FM, PayPal, and the MikeWagnerShow.com. We hear the amazing award-winning author and professor, Northrop Chair of Black Studies at UC Santa Barbara, Sabrina Springs, on the Mike Wagner Show, the book of The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance. And before we get back to it, you also had a previous book too called Fearing the Black Booty, or Black Body, should say, the racial origins of fat phobia. And tell us more about that book.
Well, that book was very different in its origin because it wasn't really my research question at the outset. It was my grandmother's. My grandmother had migrated from the Atlanta, Georgia area to Los Angeles in 1960. So she was part of the tail end of the second wave of the Great Migration when Black people were finally leaving the South. Yeah. And one of the things that struck her immediately was that moving from picking cotton, which she did as a child, and moving from working as a domestic in a white family's home, which she also did as a young adult, she was now working in retail. She was working at Macy's. And for the first time, for the first time, she was working around a bunch of other white women. And she was blown away by the number of them that were on diets. And she was like, what's going on? So by the time I was in high school, she would constantly pull me into conversations. This was the mid-1990s. She'd be like, Sabrina, get in here. Now, look at Victoria, who's a character on Young and the Restless. Victoria is dying to be thin. Why are these white women trying to be thin? Like, she could not wrap her mind around it because this was not a social value in the American South.
Boy, that's a head scratcher.
Right. So, as a 16-year-old, I didn't really care. I was like, I don't know, can I get a cupcake? I was at my grandmother's house. I was there for snacks.
I'm ready for a cupcake after hearing this story.
So, but ultimately, in the years since her passing, I thought more critically about how insightful that was. It's like, we have known for a very long time that dieting and slenderness seem to be deep priorities for white women, but no one tried to figure out, well, what can explain the racial component of this? And so my book was the research into that particular phenomenon.
That's really interesting. You talked about,
This somewhat also speaks to how Black men insulate Black women, if they would be on our program, that is, how Black men insulate Black women from the worst parts of white supremacy, anti-Blackness. Because if your grandma is saying to you, grandma meaning she had a child and that child had you or helped to create you, what your grandma is saying is that she comes from an environment where the women aren't necessarily attempting to be pencil thin, which means that the men don't care too much for pencil thin women. But once, of course, you get out here outside of the Black community and you are no longer insulated by what Black men think of Black women and how Black men defend Black women in their shape, talking about Lancelot, Sir Mix-a-Lot, right? then you're out here. And other men get to judge. And other men get to talk. And other men get to say, yeah, no. This is wrong with you. That is wrong with you. You need a nip tuck here. You need to do this. You need. Hey, black women, I'm just saying. Interesting, Dr. Better yet, Dr. Sabrina Springs didn't actually mention that part. Continuing.
The Renaissance as well, too, that, the larger the woman, the more desirable she was. And there was a inclination that, the whiter the woman, it's like the more healthy she was and the more children she's able to bear. So it just made me think of that for some reason. It's like, why suddenly going from, desire back in the Renaissance, being like, 300 pounds and most desirable to all of a sudden, like going down to like, 150. And now the inclination is you got to love cats and don't desire children.
I mean, so much has changed over the period of time. Yeah.
I can't keep up with it. Sorry, folks.
No, but in each case, there was a role of race science, because what happened was that in the 18th century, after slavery had been going on for a couple of hundred years, that is the transatlantic slave trade, it started to be difficult to identify just using skin color who should be slave and who should be free. And so instead, they were like, you know what, there's a bunch of other qualities that separate us. It's not just skin color. We also think that Black people of African descent, are also quite sensuous. I mean, they love sex and they love food. And that's why we believe that Black people are prone to venereal diseases and they're prone to being corpulent. And so we have long heard about the stereotype of Black people being hypersexual, but there was also the stereotype of Black people being hyperoral, of being unable to control themselves in the face of food. And that contributed to the idea that fatness and Blackness were linked and that both should be considered below the character of white civilization.
And do you think that's kind of passed on? Do you think that's still going on today? Like, the Black race?
They're still depicting Black women in that way. They're still pushing Monique when she was much heavier. Gabby Sidibe, right? We see this Lizzo, right? So this is something we see still, Dr. Sabrina Springs. And she know it. She already know what it is. The celebration of this quote unquote mammy character, right? Continuing.
And do you think that's kind of passed on? Do you think that's still going on today? Like, the Black race being hypersexual, hyper overdrive, love to eat and everything. Do you think that's still continuing, or because what's happening in social media, NWA and all that, do you think that has gone down a bit?
I think social media is making a positive impact. We are starting to see more people coming forward of a variety of different body sizes and saying, I get to live in the body that I have without making changes to please this society, right? If we need to change anything, we need to change the culture. But that doesn't mean that everyone's gotten the message. There's still plenty of fat phobia online, not to mention the fact that you can find a tremendous amount of fat phobia within the medical field itself. And so we have a long way to go. Oh, yes, absolutely. The medical establishment has been saying for a long time that we are experiencing a quote unquote obesity epidemic, even as they acknowledge the fact that the tool that they're using to identify people as quote unquote excessively fat is a deeply flawed tool, that being the body mass index, which was, by the way, created by an astronomer who had no interest in health.
An astronomer, really? A body mass index and astronomer? I don't get it.
Right. Neither do I.
It blows my mind.
It makes no sense.
A body mass index by an astronomer. I don't get it.
Because he never intended it to be the body mass index. He labeled it the Quetelet index. It was a ratio of weight to height, and he was not doing it for any type of health reasons. He wanted to identify what was the quote unquote average man in the country of his origin, which was Belgium. And he did that. And it was medical researchers in the 1970s in the United States, a particular individual by the name of Ansel Keys, who said, oh, let's recover this tool and let's use it to determine who's too fat. And it's like, that's not why it was created, and that's not what it should be used for now. But he lobbied for more than a decade, and ultimately he was a powerful enough doctor to get the tool to be used internationally.
Oh my gosh, that just blows me away. I mean, Carl Sagan, I don't know if you should really question that one. It's like astronomers involved with this, like, I cannot fit this, to be honest with you. Maybe we should write a song about that. It's like astronomer love. You think it's like, do you think, looking to the stars for love, do you think that could take on a different meaning nowadays? And I mentioned about astronomers.
I mean, potentially, right? I mean, because people will source any type of old nonsense that will benefit their cause. And that's precisely what happened within the medical field between, let's say, the late 19th century and the mid 1970s.
And of course, I was thinking about as well, too. Of course, you had your the romance you talked about depicted with Sir Lancelot, then it later colonized into the slavery trade as well, too. And of course, incorporating America and everything else. And at one point, do you think it's gotten to where it's like, romance, courtship, partnership, marriage, and getting down to what's called situationships? What point do you think it's come down to it?
Oh, yeah. Well, for people who don't know, a situationship is a commitment-free and absolutely confusing sexual entanglement you may be having with a person. So that perhaps you're having sex, perhaps you are seeing one another semi-regularly, but you don't know if you're in a relationship at all. That's a situationship, and those are on the rise. I was talking to my students about them, and as you might imagine, college.
Of course, situationships are on the rise, Dr. Sabrina Springs, because people like you want to end nuclear marriage. You don't care for it, right? And of course, there's situationships now. What did we think was going to happen? Huh? Men and women are still going to couple up somehow, some way, even if it's for 5 minutes. If we're not doing the partner game with y'all, we're just not. Situationships, air quotes, situationships is about as far as we're going to go. We're not doing partnership. We're not. So if men are not going to get marriage and men are not going to get wives, and men refuse to do partner because partner is pick and choose parts of patriarchy and feminism, right? Then you get situationship. That's what you get. Huh? Continuing.
And one of the things that they said I thought was deeply poignant was that, what's a problem with situationships is that there's no reciprocity and there's no responsibility. So unlike a traditional relationship in which each partner is supposed to know their role and they're supposed to be telling one another about their feelings, in a situationship, typically people are hiding their feelings because they don't want to get hurt, because they don't know.
And so you're saying in a traditional relationship, everybody knows their role. Yes, that's something y'all are trying to get rid of, Dr. Sabrina Springs. You forgot? So if everybody gonna be freestyling, then y'all gotta eat what that means. If America doesn't produce husbands anymore, it still does. And if America doesn't produce wives anymore, you better believe it doesn't. Then y'all get what y'all get. In situationships, here we go. Yeah, it's hurting the women and it's hurting their feelings and they don't know where they stand. Yeah, rightfully so. Continuing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
One another about their feelings. In a situationship, typically people are hiding their feelings because they don't want to get hurt, because they don't know what's going on. This is where we are with romance.
Mm-hmm. And do you think the situationship is going to be the new norm for romance, or is that going to, or is it going to be like a fad or anything like that? Just like with threesomes, foursomes, the free love movement back in the 60s and 70s. Do you think that's going to continue, or is that going to become a fad like we had in the 60s, 70s, free love?
I think situationships will continue, but I don't think that they'll continue in perpetuity. What I would love to see is for people to take seriously the fact that it doesn't make sense that we are going through right now another gender and sexual revolution. Think about the proliferation of gender identities that we have right now. We don't just have men and women, we have cisgender men and women, we have transgender, we have non-binary, gender non-conforming, we have a bunch of new sexualities, right? Pansexual, demisexual, sapiosexual, all of these new ways of identifying. This won't fit neatly into the romantic ideal in which there is one man courting one woman. It doesn't work. So what we're going to see are more polyamorous relationships going forward.
And of course, talk about the asexual.
No, we're going to see polygamy. They already showed, there's been data for there's so much data in history for thousands of years that any situation where it's multiple men, the second a man gets on, he leaves that situation. Men don't do 3-4 men on one woman unless you get a train ran on her. So it ain't gonna be quote unquote polyamory. It's not gonna be a bunch of different mixed this and that and polycule and yawn. It's gonna be elite men if we grant what you're saying, Dr. Sabrina Springs. I would argue, as a nobody, community college dropout. Look at me actually trying to disagree with a PhD. I would argue that you're gonna see polygamy. Elite men, well-off men, right? The guys with gift of gab, the guys with great sex, the guys with money and status are going to be the guys. And you can argue that's happening now anyway, are going to be the guys with 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 women. I guess in this environment, they'll know about each other. But all the other polys, yeah, nope. Definitely not going to number in anything close to polygamy, I would argue. Continuing.
To be honest with you.
I think anything is possible, right? I think the idea is simply to embrace our diversity as human beings and to be accepting. As long as we're dealing with 2 consenting adults, we should not be very concerned about what people are doing sexually.
That's interesting. And of course, do you think how much is going to affect the traditional marriage? Do you think the marriages are going to pretty much go away permanently, no kids or anything like that? Or is that still going to continue, but kind of like a little shaky?
Well, I'll tell you what we're seeing. We're seeing that marriage has been declining since at least the 1980s. And so, I mean, because partially the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s, people were embracing all new forms of connecting, and getting it on. And why not? Right? I mean, why should we be beholden to old bourgeois Christian ideals if they no longer suit who we are? So I think we're going to see more of that going forward. More new configurations, polyamory, consensual non-monogamy. These kinds of things are on the rise.
Boy, I've got a lot to learn on that one. So
Consensual non-monogamy. Oh boy.
From Playboy as well too, bringing the whole Playboy thing, which has really turned everything on its head as an alternative to romance.
Oh gosh, yeah. That was one of the more devastating things for me to uncover in my research, quite honestly, because I thought, well, since I do a lot of research on women's magazines to see what women's attitudes were historically, what if I looked at men's magazines to see how men thought about marriage, especially in the aftermath of the sexual revolution or even during it? And Playboy was devastating to the extent that it was very clearly, unflinchingly saying to men, do not have a romance with a woman if she is a feminist or if she is a career woman.
And the problem with that type of language is, what's wrong with that advice? What's wrong with it? She's a feminist, boy, you better run. And the problem is, that means Playboy had it right decades ago. Anybody want, I have a chat, damn near 100 people. What's the problem with what Playboy was saying? And the problem is, if she's a career woman, in other words, let's make sure we frame this correctly. If she puts her career in front of you, and if she's a feminist, the problem with this advice is, let's check that divorce rate again. The problem with that divorce, was not that divorce, but we know what the problem with divorce is. The problem with that advice is, thank you, last one, right? And last one says, the manosphere before the manosphere, right? Somebody tells E, what's the problem? Exactly, crickets. The problem, Dr. Sabrina Strings, you're a feminist. You're on here saying it's the end of romance, and I'm gonna play the other video where you essentially low-key kind of celebrate it. So once again, the problem with telling heterosexual straight men to stay away from feminists and career women, the problem with that advice is, okay, yeah, like Inspired Truth says, crickets, right? Wow. Continuing.
Saying to men, do not have a romance with a woman if she is a feminist or if she is a career woman.
Really? Don't have a relationship with a feminist or career woman?
Yes. They thought feminists were these harpies, shrill and annoying. They thought career women were competing with men for men's jobs, right? So only men are supposed to have these.
So in other words, you had a problem with them stating facts. Wait, they thought we were competing against them. And you're not. They thought they were shrill. And y'all are not. Wait, is it Z? Are we on? And we're not on Earth 616. Shout out to Trell. We're not on Earth 616 right now. We in the multiverse. We're in a different Earth. What Earth is this one? And the problem with this advice is, they're speaking facts. Wow. She's saying it like that's a problem. Like they're telling our secrets. How dare they? Continuing.
Have fun, right? And don't settle down with a woman unless she is, well, a Guinevere type. Is she quiet? Is she docile? Is she good looking? Okay, as long as you can get yourself a traditional good girl, then you can settle down.
Guinevere.
Do y'all hear what this lady is saying? Shout out to Dr. Sabrina Strings. She's saying it like this is a problem. They're telling the men to go for nice, docile, quiet women that are beautiful. The problem is, wait a minute. What's the problem? Oh, wow. if we're going off of what Dr. Sabrina Strings is saying right now, the problem with this advice is what? Oh, I'm leaving up Trell's comment right here that says sounds like good advice. Exactly. Thank you. And Telescope says she wins the water is wet award. Right? What's the problem here? Continuing.
Okay, as long as you can get yourself a traditional good girl, then you can settle down.
Guinevere, I haven't heard that term
Exactly.
in years. I'm starting to learn this all over again. Thank you, Robin Hood.
Yes, Guinevere was actually the woman that Lancelot was in love with.
Was that? Okay,
she was married to King Arthur.
Somebody else, sorry.
I'm sure that it's probably the same Guinevere within that universe as well.
Mm-hmm. And do you think fairy tales also, affecting in terms of play of romance and everything else like that?
Yeah, it's hard to describe to people how romance was simply a story. It was a fiction that people wanted so desperately to make into reality that it did become reality. We should not in any way turn our nose up at these sort of like fairy tales or other kind of fictional stories and things that we find in pop culture as unreal. They are our reality if we want them to be. And with romance, people wanted it to be.
Mm-hmm. And of course, to get back to some of the stories you shared in your book, The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance, and you shared one story, your favorite one, maybe just a couple more stories, and what can people learn from them?
Well, let's see. I'll share another story. I was on my way to, I was a prospective undergraduate at UC Berkeley. Actually, I was so excited to get in because I've been a nerd my whole life. And by the time I was 7 years old, I already knew I wanted to go to Berkeley. So when I got in,
oh boy, y'all gonna love this one.
It was like the fulfillment of my life's ambition. And I went to the prospective weekend. And while I was there, it was the Black Admit weekend. So all of the young Black students who were admitted were there trying to make connections. So we had the senior undergraduates and the senior high school students, and they were trying to orchestrate things for us to do. So one thing that they did was they put us in a fishbowl type situation. The girls were in the middle and the boys were on the outside. And we were asked, what has happened to love in the Black community? Imagine being asked that at 17 years old. It's like, we didn't know, right? We were a bunch of girls. We don't know. We're kind of timid and shy, we're all nerds. And so then,
once again, playing innocent in front of the white man, you better believe Black women will always do it. They will always, always, always play innocent in front of the white man. Always. It's those monsters over there, pointing at Black men. They will always, always. We were timid and shy, and y'all will see why Z is responding so viscerally in a minute. Wait until she says this other part. Here you go.
They say, I want to know why a girl gets mad when you want to pass her to the homie. These are 17-year-old boys valorizing group sex in the middle of a Black Admit weekend, a recruitment weekend.
And we serious? Oh my goodness.
I want you to appreciate, I think Dr. Sabrina Strings is in her 50s or whatnot. She's recounting to you a story from when she was 17. I told y'all, bro, they're educated, they're well spoken, they're well put together, they know what they're talking about. And the second you bring up Black men, relationships, sex, children, money. When I was 12, when I was 17, when I was 15, when I was 14, God damn, 50 some odd years old. PhD. I'm a PhD. PhD. And she can't help herself. Huh? Oh, continuing.
Yeah, myself and the other Black girls present, we were blown away. Like, I remember trying to get, raising my hand and trying to get the attention of one of the seniors, like, hello, what's going on here? But unfortunately, the response of the seniors were, no, it's real. It's their experience. Let them talk. Of course, it's not their experience. They're 17 years old. So it was just another reminder that when people feel like they want to be sexist, and when it's Black women that they're being sexist against, even other Black women will often chime in to say, no, allow this to happen.
Oh my goodness. You wonder, where were the parents at that time?
Yeah, exactly. So actually, as it turns out, the conclusion of the story is that I went home and my parents were like so excited to hear about my experience, and I didn't want to tell them that. I just told them I didn't want to go to Berkeley now. And I was certain that I was not going to go. My parents know that I can be very strong-willed. And they rallied their forces for weeks to try to change my mind, because my parents did not go to college. My mother had me when she was 17 years old. And so they are smart people who did not go to college. They understood the currency of a school like Berkeley. And ultimately, they were able to convince me that I could go there and get a great education and not have to worry about those kids.
Mm-hmm. And you also went to UC Santa Barbara. And what was the factor in that one over UC Berkeley?
So I did my degree at UC Berkeley for my undergrad. I did my PhD at UC San Diego.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And UC San Diego is an entirely different animal. I don't want to rag on it too hard, but it had a reputation, especially when I was there, for being one of the least comfortable places for BIPOC students. I think it has evolved dramatically. And I don't want to toot my horn too much, but I was definitely one of the students who were activists on campus trying to help the university change. But yeah, the feeling at the different UC campuses can vary pretty widely.
You talk about change as well too. You want to advocate change, and how can you get people change the perspective of romance and how to get back to romance? How can we help change it?
Well, this is the thing. I am not advocating that we go back to romance. Romance has very strict gender roles, and we've been talking about men need to be tough and rescuing women. Women need to be ready to be rescued and being docile and doing what a man says. I don't think that there are too many men who believe that they should be taking most of their paycheck home to their wives. And I don't think there's too many women who believe that they cannot have careers in order to please a man. We have moved beyond these gendered stereotypes. It's time that we simply let romance go and embrace
Not
a
really.
more holistic and more egalitarian way of loving.
And that
We do not believe when y'all say egalitarian because it's pick and choose patriarchy and feminism. Nope. Huh? They keep on saying egalitarian, and what they mean is you fund it, she run it. And you have none of the power for funding it, either disproportionately or all of it. Huh? We're not doing the egalitarian stuff.
This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend.
Huh? Sorry, Dr. Sabrina Strings. We don't trust y'all and we don't believe y'all. Fundamentally, the men, particularly black men, do not trust you and we don't believe you. And we've had experiences that show that the women want patriarchy by feminist specifications. And that's what y'all call egalitarian. Absolutely not. Nope. Huh? Continue.
Go and embrace a more holistic and more egalitarian way of loving.
And that is
nope.
Well, that is you meet people where they are and you're honest and you seek consent, because romantic courtship was always hierarchical. Men were driving it. Women were doing what they were told, right? I don't think that there are too many men
and the problem is
carrying that burden, or women who expect to be quiet and pliant all the time.
That is rather interesting. And of course, more in the book, the end.
Hey, black women, y'all heard that, right? It's the end of romance because, well, equality and egalitarian. I'm glad we're here. That's a PhD telling y'all what Z and other black men all across the black manosphere have been saying. Now, she's coming from a different angle. She's coming from a feminist angle, but she's saying, hey, we want equality. Y'all got to accept that romance is dead because romance is based off a hierarchy. As I said, huh? This is a PhD saying the same thing that Z has said. She's just saying it slightly differently, and she's coming from a feminist angle. Y'all can't have romance no more. Uh-oh. Now and what Dr. Sabrina Springs just answered is why black women became so much ruder, why they're shrewd, and why other women are shrewd too. Why we keep on talking all this money. We've taken the money talk and blown it far out of proportion. The status money talk, because the romance is done. By the way, to the interviewer, you answered your question about R&B music and whatnot. Romance is done. Ain't no more R&B music. No more Boys to Men. For what? No more New Edition. Huh? For what? Huh? Romance is dead, so there's no more R&B music. We already know that they're selling less wedding dresses, wedding gowns, lingerie, all the stuff. Huh? I'm glad that she's saying it. If you want egalitarian, you got to give up romance. Shout out to all the women. What happened to when men used to open doors and they used to pull your chair out and they used to let you on the elevator first and then this is a whole PhD, everyone. The PhD said, yeah, you could give that up. If you want equality, you got to give that up. Huh? Oh, I love it. That's why Mr. Z says, let them talk. I said it was a dance. It was a dance and the women stopped dancing. The women stopped dancing and then they wonder why the men don't come to the club no more. Why aren't the men dancing? Why aren't they coming to the club to dance? Y'all stop dancing. Man-woman relationships are a dance. The women said they don't want to dance no more, so the men stopped coming to the club. If romance is over and it's going to be elite men doing this polygamous talk, huh? If it's going to be elite men at the top doing the polygamy thing, then your average man said, F it then. If I'll get it where I fit in, shout out to Medium Man, I'll sneak in right where I can, and to hell with everything else. And you can't shame them. Thank you, Dr. Sabrina Springs, for saying it. Romance is dead. Love is dead. So men said, all right then. And I love seeing women. Nope. Yes, you heard what the doctor said. She said romance is dead. Love is dead. So y'all going to have to eat all of this. Have fun with your rose toys. That's why Mr. Z says it. Have fun with your rose toys. Have fun get smashed out by your white coworkers, Latino coworkers, maybe even a brother here and there. Have fun in your same-sex loving situationships with other women that you think we don't know about. Huh? If romance is dead and love is dead, and we gotta come out with something new, the men said, I got something for you, something new. Passport bros. Huh? The men said, I got something for you, something new. SYSBM, I'll find a non-black woman that's willing to dance. What Dr. Sabrina Springs also answered, whether she realized it or not, is why these young men aren't going to HBCUs and why it's 19% of black men. Why at Howard it's 19% black men. Because the women at Howard ain't going to dance. And the men said, for the men that do go to college and university, they said, I'll go to a PWI. Because maybe I could get a white girl or Latina, or maybe if the white guys will let go of them, an Asian check woman that'll dance. Huh? That's hysterical, Better You. I'm going to highlight it. And Better You says, munch it on that coven cooch. Oh, man. Huh? I'm glad the PhD said it. Now, do y'all see why Mr. Z was torturing y'all with this? You have the PhD saying love and romance is dead. Now, dear women, figure it out now. Ooh, goddamn. Oh, now y'all gonna have to figure it out. Y'all not gonna like this. We already know men we're gonna have some casualties. We already know. But if love and romance is dead, then there's no conversation now. It's just competition now. It's straight elbows to the face now. Ain't no more gentlemen, nothing. There's no more nice nothing. Huh? It's gloves off. Prison rules. Y'all, Mr. Z didn't say it. Well, Mr. Z did kind of say it. But Mr. Z didn't just say this. The PhD said this. Dr. Sabrina Strings, if you want to send your hate mail. Huh? Huh? And Black Rule says, she did so much lying, distortions, and omission of facts and history. It was nearly intolerable to listen to. Hey, Black Rule, I'm gonna bring Better You up for a little bit, but I'm gonna bring up a panel in a little bit. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But yeah, no, I think you're right. But once again, the PhD said there's no more romance, and the romance is dead, and she said it's built off of hierarchy anyway. And I'm just gonna go with what she said. So if romance is dead, it was built off a hierarchy anyway, and romance has to be sacrificed for the betterment of women, and I guess in this case specifically black women concerning, well, all men. But if romance is dead, and it was built off a hierarchy, and we're working on trying to make a more equitable society and country, et cetera, then Mr. Z said, I bet. Huh? And Rodney says, should I read this trash? Brother, you can read it for us. You and Better You. You and Better You can be on torture patrol. Better You says it's waterboarding. Gitmo. Guantanamo Bay. You and Better You can torture yourselves with it. Oh, man. Right? And continuing, and I'm going to bring Better You up in a minute.
With Sabrina Strings. We'll get more on that in just 1 minute. You're listening to The Mike Wagner Show at themikewagnershow.com, powered by Sonic Web Studios, brought to you by official sponsor of The Mike Wagner Show, international warring author Mia Molson's The Missing, also brought to you by Eliminable, the think tank of the future, the Sweet Psalmist by Serena Wagner, based on the life of David, now on Amazon, and Heidi Tam Music. Check out our latest at HeidiTamMusic.com. We'll be back with the multi-talented Sabrina Strings of The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance after this time out.
The Mike Wagner Show is powered by Sonic Web Studios. If you're looking to start or upgrade your online presence, visit www.sonicweb.
Let me read this one first. Let me read this before we finish with that. And Mr. Shook to you says, those old white dudes in the first video basically told her to get the F out of here with that BS. I didn't appreciate that. As much as I disagree with Dr. Sabrina Springs, PhD, so we got to show her a bit of respect with that. I actually do have a problem with the way, because it was mad disrespectful, and let me be very clear, very racist, that they ran off the PhD black lady the way they did. She did have something to say, and they saw the way she was going to frame it with love, including race. And I don't know how much I disagree with I disagree with the racial element of how she's going to frame it concerning black men. But you could tell she was going to give white folks that work a bit, and you could see he's smart enough to smell it, and so he loud talked her and ran her off. That also speaks to, dear black women, what happens when you don't have the covering of black men. This UK dude loud talked her and just punted her, essentially. Right? It was mad disrespectful. Why have the lady on your show if you're going to chastise her and then have her off within 2-3 minutes? Right? Mock her and then kick her off. And she has something to say, particularly in the European context. And we already know black people in America, in the history of America. She's not going to say necessarily that black people don't experience love, but she was going to say that the way we've constructed romance in the performance of manhood, womanhood, does a disservice to black folks. Huh? And I don't know how much I necessarily disagree with her on that. This is black women, y'all take it too far. Instead of y'all defending black men, right? Y'all go onto these white folks' platforms and they entertain y'all. The liberals entertain y'all. Like, yeah, you go, girl. And they still get married on y'all ass. There's number one. But number two, when you're dealing with certain conservative folks, even if they're in the UK, they're just mocking you either behind your back or to your face, as they did Dr. Sabrina Strings, sorry. Right? Yeah, they might. And for those of you, the link is in the description box for that. Huh? And y'all gives you a second. And we're back. My apologies, y'all, my background. So yeah. So shout out to Dr. Sabrina Strings, but yeah, she got ran off very disrespectfully, very dismissive. You know, Jesse Lee Peterson at least joked with her and mocked her and made fun of her, but he didn't run her off. He wasn't necessarily disrespectful. But once again, when you dealing with these white folks, old white men on top of that, from the UK. They're not trying to hear what no black women in America got to say, PhD or not. It was mad disrespectful. But y'all keep on messing with these white folks. They entertain you if you go and say something negative about black men. Oh, they entertain you all day for that. And no matter how you frame it, Dr. Sabrina Strings, you sneak this in white men. I mean, excuse me. Well, yeah, they're gonna run you off if you sneak this in white men. But you sneak this in black men. Oh yeah, they'll keep you on and they'll clap it up, and just like this person that just interviewed you here. But the second you start telling white folks, by the way, y'all screwed over black men and they can't perform manhood, so screw everything. And here's the very important part. We're going to rip all the romance now down, not just for black people. Huh? See, dear black women, if you don't get it yet, y'all do get it, but I'm still going to say it anyway. Captain Obvious over here. They're okay. As a matter of fact, they're desirous of you destroying the black community with your temper tantrum. The second you start getting that into polite white society, they start to snipping your toes off and then cutting your feet off. Huh? They're perfectly okay with you with all the derogatory and sneak dissing black men and insulting black men. But once you start thinking you're going to bring that over to polite white society. See, the poorest amongst them, yeah, they could get that work too. But the second you start creeping past, or you start sneaking into working class and creeping past into polite white society, middle class, oh yeah, not no more. Absolutely not. Keep your devastation and your contagion over there in the black community, destroying black men. Yeah, we'll sanction that. We'll even give you a PhD to talk crazy about black men and to intellectualize your misandry. Right? We'll even occasionally let you jab at white folks writ large. But the second you start trying to scale that quote unquote egalitarianism over here, the second you start taking that radical feminist talk over here, oh, absolutely not. And you saw it with the old white UK dude. He was extremely disrespectful. Black women, I'm just saying. You think he's rare? Huh? He brought her on to mock her and then kick her off. Wow. Which I thought Bill O'Reilly was the only one? You forgot Bill O'Reilly got cousins them in the UK? I'm not talking about his literal cousin, I'm just saying, you know, white folks. Anyway, continuing.
303-3960 or visit us online at www.sonicwebstudios.com to get started today. Mention the Mike Wagner Show and get 20% off your project. Sonic Web Studios. Take your image to the next level.
Hi, I'm Burl Barer, legendary American author, and I'm here to tell you about Missing, the new mystery suspense novel by me and Misandry. It's really a good book. Very surprising. Never a metaphor I didn't like, especially in this book. Here you have a main character whose life has been filled with despair. His wife died in 9/11. His young daughter died of a rare disease. He's not a happy camper. What does he do for a living? He's a physical fitness trainer. When somebody hardly knows, somebody he's never met, he always encountered them on an internet chat line, goes missing, this is his journey. He's going to go rescue them. This is his search for redemption, his search for his own personal promised land. He couldn't do anything about the death of his wife, the death of his child, but maybe he could rescue this woman he's never met. That is, if she exists. Missing by me and Misandry, international in scope, vastly entertaining, full of surprises. I suggest you get it in either paperback or an electronic edition for your Kindle. Missing by me and Misandry.
Baby, come back. Heidi Tan has a new release, the remake of Player's Baby Come Back.
Spending all my nights, all my money going out of the town.
Wait a minute, sir. You're not going to get this super chat. Well, not super chat. Well, you're not going to get this demonetized. That's what I was trying to say. Because, yeah, the music thing and whatever, we will, goddamn, hopefully I didn't play too much of it. Okay, I guess we'll play the other joint. Y'all gives you a second. Let me do this real quick. Y'all gives you a second. Okay, yo. We're back. Here we go. We got better you up here, you guys. So better you. If you want me to pause any part, let me know.
Oh, you good? You good? I'm catching up a little bit.
Okay.
Late Night Health continues. I'm Mark Allen, along with the insane Daryl Wayne. We're going to talk about love, sexism, racism, and the death of romance. Our guest is Sabrina Strings, Dr. Sabrina Strings. She's a professor and North Hall Chair of Black Studies at UCSB, which when I was going to college, UCSB was a party school.
It was a party school then. Actually, I think it's not so much of a party school now, much to the sadness of our students.
Okay, that's good. What do you mean the death of romance?
Well, I think that your audience will be aware young people aren't forming relationships the way they used to. In this country for approximately 100 years, which is how long Americans have been dating to find long-term committed partnerships, we've never seen this low level of young people entering long-term relationships. And that in and of itself is evidence that we're seeing the end of something. And I think it's the end of romance.
You mentioned a word, partnership. That's a new word in regarding relationships.
We're not doing it, Dr. Sabrina Strings.
I don't know if it's a new word. I think it's probably been incorporated into mainstream conversations, especially spaces where you're going to have conversations with straight folks from queer communities. Because historically, queer people would talk about their spouse or their partner before the right to get married in particular. But now these terms are used more broadly.
Within the Black community, is it even more prevalent that young people are not getting into long-term relationships?
It is. Especially for young Black women and girls. For a very long time in this country, we've been
because of women like Dr. Sabrina Strings.
Marriage. Well, what people don't know is that after the end of slavery, which was the very first time in which Black women in America could get married, Black women's marital rates exceeded those of white women. And it wasn't until, around about the 1960s where we're seeing the sexual revolution and free love and also the right to form committed interracial partnerships that we start to see Black women's marital rates declining.
Are all relationships in young people declining? Did Black, queer, white, purple, green, everybody?
That's it. It's happening across all different types of communities. I used to be a sociologist at another University of California location.
That's what happens when we're atomized.
My older colleagues, he was a white man, he was a boomer, and he was experiencing this distress. And he was saying, you know what, I have 2 children in their 20s, and neither one of them even have partners. Like neither one of them are in relationships. This is so.
We're not doing partners, please, Dr. Sabrina Strings. God damn. Partner. I'm about to choke on my own saliva. Go ahead. We'll continuing.
Evolution for him, because obviously in his generation, you would have met someone usually as a teenager, or certainly by the age of your early 20s, and you would expect that this relationship would blossom into something that would lead to commitment and marriage. But that's happening less and less often amongst young folks.
And what about within the, and I'm going to use a window, if you will, a gay window within the gay community, and that would include everything, transgender, everybody. Is it also true there as well?
One of the interesting things about romance is that for a very long time, and this is part of the reason why we're also seeing it in decline, romance has very clear gender roles. And so when we a specific type of love story in which a man is supposed to be brave and valiant and courageous and willing to rescue a woman, and a woman is supposed to be docile and pliant and sweet and compliant, and then...
Better you have anything to say about that?
So I do think with what her overall premise with the end of romance, I do think there is something to it, and it is by and large spurred on by these changing social dynamics that we have. I just heavily disagree with her premise and framing and ultimately the end goal, because it sounds like she's really kind of advocating for a greater level of atomization of the Black family, which would only hurt Black people, but it would hurt them more overall.
Because we're further to the ground, right? And I think this is where JD Vance comes in. I think this is where Vivek comes in, even though he's not white. I think they look at Black people, particularly Black women, as I keep on saying this. They look at them as the face of negative liberty, and they want no parts. And as KMS said in the comments, keep that Negro-ish over there. That's how they see it, right? Keep that Negro-ish over there. And when you start telling them you're threatening their nuclear families, and even how they perform romance. It's the end of romance and all this other stuff. White folks are like, no, it's the end of romance for y'all Negroes, not us. Huh? So, I don't know. Go ahead, man.
And she does some very interesting framing as well on a lot of these things. If you pay attention, in this several parts of this video and others, she tries to frame herself as a advocate and ally of black men, while basically doing us like Ricky. Like she be shooting like a mug.
Mm-hmm.
So pay close attention to that. Like if you didn't catch it the first time, like she got a whole clip for us.
Oh, definitely. And for those of you, I tried to get the audio and clip it, but I couldn't do it in time for when she essentially calls us gay as a pejorative, right? And calls men gay as a pejorative for caring what other men think about the women that they're with, right? And so yes, even the intellectuals are calling you gay and saying, why y'all want to be over there with other men? They don't appreciate camaraderie and friendship amongst men. This is funny coming from women, black women in particular, who love their goddamn covens, right? But if too many black men are huddled up, this sounds like slave laws to me. Too many of y'all Negroes over there in the corner. What y'all doing over there? Anyway, right, so she calls it homosocial, low-key jabbing at men, black men in particular, saying, ew, doing the Riley, ew, that's gay. So, yeah, right. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. If anything, I will find a way to play that so y'all can see Mr. Z's not making it up. But yeah, go ahead, baby.
And if I can, just a quick second. With that term, like she repurposes that term because that is a real term, and all that really means is one sociality. So basically, a fraternity, any place where there's interaction designed primarily for one sex. And she's decrying those spaces, and it's interesting because those are the very same spaces that women like her advocate for as safe spaces for women and LGBTQ and so on and so forth. So, in essence, with the language structure that she uses, a lot of it, I kind of take that as I want you to be in danger. I want you to know no peace.
Exactly. She also called men homoerotic. Yeah, she called the men homoerotic. She also said homosocial. She said a couple of things that speak to y'all care too much about other men's opinion. Men care too much about other men's opinion. Ew, nigga, that's gay. Essentially is what she said. She sounded like Riley off of the Boondocks, but intellectual. And this is what I said to FD once. Maybe it's because the way men tend to speak, even highly educated men, when women are jabbing at men, when intellectuals and academics are jabbing at men, is it that y'all don't hear it or y'all just ignore it? Or is it that you feel like it's justified? And I would lean to that. You feel it's justified, so you ignore it. Because there's no way she's saying her version of, ew, that's gay. And she's on a panel of white folks and they don't say nothing. But of course, you let the black women jab at men, particularly black men. Right? But yeah, go ahead, Better. You were saying something?
And not only that, but it always evolves down into vulgarity. Like she goes into trying to make arguments that a lot of black men are fuckboys. I don't think it's this video. I think it's another one. But basically, it was weaponizing the fact that some men do actually open up and are emotionally intelligent and can communicate certain things and may be able to explain how and why they may be able to show up in one way or not another. And she took that and she weaponized it to basically say, not only are you gay, you a fuckboy.
Say that. And let me read this from Black Guru. Black Guru says, she said black men valuing the opinions of other black men as being a form of homoeroticism. Yep. I'm t- I'm bringing this to our brothers who have never stepped foot on a college campus, who don't appreciate. If y'all want to know or have an idea of why your young men aren't attending college and university, particularly the HBCUs, it's because they have professors like Dr. Sabrina Strings. Y'all want to know how I found out about this? Kim Foster, please stand up. I'm going to review that also. Kim Foster was speaking maybe a few weeks ago at this point, and she brought up Dr. Sabrina Strings. Now, we already know Dr. Sabrina Strings. BGS reviewed her conversation with Jesse Lee Peterson last year sometime, right? Early, mid last year sometime. So we already know about Dr. Sabrina Strings. So I went, searched for the interviews, listened to her, and all the jabbing y'all hear, the one interview I could not get the whole thing because it's like an hour plus long. I'm gonna find a way to get it. Or I have it, but I couldn't condense it enough for y'all to hear. I'll figure out a way. She was doing so much jabbing there, and exactly as Black Uru said, the homoeroticism talk, because you care about what other Black men say. As Better You said, she was calling you all type of F-boys intellectually, all of it, right? All of the jabs, all of the insults. And as y'all saw with the first interview I played, and so far with this second one, the white folks are just letting it slide. Of course, they know she's mainly talking about Black men, so of course, right?
I'm sorry to keep things held up, but I want to get this one
Go
thing in. Imagine her as your professor. Imagine the type of, if you were a student and needed help, imagine the dynamics if you went to her. Imagine how she might treat you. And when you take that type of hostility, imagine if you were first generation going to college, because that's still very much a thing for a lot of young Black folks. Imagine if you've never been in a college space before, you were excited because you finally got a Black professor, that somebody that kind of looks like you think gets you, and they hitting you with this type of shit coming out their mouth. Imagine that.
Exactly. It like I said, if you want to know why so many young men in general, Black men specifically, aren't attending your colleges and universities, particularly your HBCUs, concerning Black men, these are their female and professors. These are their women professors. These are also the students, the female students. What do you expect a Black man to do with a Dr. Sabrina Strings as a professor, let alone a school full of varying degrees of Dr. Sabrina Strings as both student and professor, right? And excuse my background. Let me play this a little bit of Better You because of my background.
Yeah, you good.
And compliance, and then also of high status and considered attractive. Now, with these gender roles structuring romance, we can see how it would be very difficult for a person who is gay or trans or non-binary to even find a role within this. And so in queer communities, finding love, finding partnerships has always been a much more, I want to say, fugitive act. It's usually existed outside the expectations of romance.
Is it also true that the way we find romance, the way we find a partner today, is totally different than 30, 40 years ago? I mean, people are dating they're dating their iPhones. They're not dating people.
Yes, exactly. And sometimes I think about these dating sites almost like pimps themselves. And it's like, okay, you pay us a bunch of money and we'll find somebody.
Listen close.
This is a curious form of sex trafficking, if you want to look at it that way. But that's absolutely a big part of the problem. I mean, if you go on one of these apps, what you're going to see is a series of faces. And usually people are making determinations about the kind of partner they want based almost exclusively on appearance. You look at a face, if you like it, you swipe to the left. If you don't, you swipe to the right, and you just keep going, looking at a variety of different people until you find one who piques your interest. Not only is it superficial, but it's also often a space where people can be absolute rakes, lying entirely about their biography in order to attract the kind of person that they want. So there's all of these opportunities for abuse that the much older system that many people don't want to talk about or go back to, of arranged relationships, of calling courtship, all of these things which preceded dating, they had many more controls to prevent these kinds of abuses.
Can you imagine if you're...
You mean when the men were in charge and the men were choosing who their who their sons and their daughters were going to end up with? You mean those days? Okay, continuing.
all of these things which preceded dating, they had many more controls to prevent these kinds of abuses.
Can you imagine if your father had said to you, Sabrina, here's a picture. I made arrangements for you.
I absolutely cannot envision that. My dad is a tough guy. My dad is an absolutely hilarious person, but being much like my dad, I'm sure he would never expect me in any way to accommodate this kind of request.
But I have a friend whose father did that. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, terrible. She ended up running away from home. She was 15 years old.
And
Here in California, by the way.
Oh, these are things that are so impossible to imagine, right? It's like, wait a minute, you're going to try to arrange my future, my long-term partner. But in reality,
yes,
these were the kinds of.
Clearly, you doing it for yourself. Well, Dr. Sabrina Strings, are you married? Do you have any children? Did you have any children in wedlock? So not doing it that way has netted you writing a book beating up on men, particularly black men. Yeah. Okay, continuing.
The birth of marriage itself thousands of years ago. And so, of course, today we look at that and we think this is not what we want. We're independent, right? But even thinking of ourselves as independent individuals is part of the Western evolution of identity. So, yeah, I understand your friend wanting to run away, but that would not have
hasn't worked really well
for very much of the history of the Western world.
Wow. I mentioned the iPhone. When my wife and I go out to dinner, we'll look at couples, especially young couples, sitting at another table, and they're both seem to be texting. The first thing I always want to know, right? The first thing, they're not engaging, and I always want to know if they're talking to the texting the person sitting across the table from them.
Probably not.
Probably not. Or they're saying, "Hey, want to hook up later? This is a bum date."
That is absolutely possible. There would be little incentive for them to text the person right across from them unless they were talking about the waitstaff. And it's one of the strangest things. It's that people have an addiction to their phones now. And so, we've talked about a variety of different types of addictions in the U.S. society. As a collectivity, we have addressed alcoholism, smoking, drag racing. There have been so many different types of addictions that Americans have addressed. We haven't really addressed phone addiction. And perhaps that's because it might apply to just about every single one of us. I consider myself to be an old lady. I'm middle-aged, and I don't want to be on social media. But I keep being forced to be on social media because this is the way in which we're supposed to build our businesses. And so increasingly, even people like me who would love to go back to the analog era find ourselves being attached to our phones.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take some time out. When we come back, we'll talk about sexism and racism and romance. I think that'll be
it's going to get really good. Not
thing. The end of love, racism, sexism, and the death of romance. Our guest is Sabrina Strings, Dr.
You want to say anything better, you?
I'm good right now.
And let me read this comment from Black Girl. Black Girl says, this woman has degrees from Cal Berkeley, one of the most prestigious public universities in the country. And that's the caliber of intellectualism she has. Black Guru. Y'all hear her. Y'all hear where she went with it. Y'all saw her on Jesse Lee Peterson. Y'all hear her on these interviews. Sneak this in. You hear her the way she reacts. I don't think this lady's dumb or slow. I keep on saying I mean it when I say when it comes to matters of love, sex, romance, gender roles, childbearing, all of that, all of the intellectualism and the education, it just goes out the window, particularly concerning black men, like black women concerning black men. Women writ large, they just lose it. Because you're supposed to be a walking wallet and overglorified guard dog. And they just don't have the ovaries to say it outside of the most like hood-ass Latina or black woman or whatever. All the other women are just trying to figure out a way for you to do that without them saying it. Finagle a way for you to be that without them having to say it. And if you're not going to be that, then they throw temper tantrums and say, to hell with it, scorch earth everything. Ain't that right, Dr. Sabrina Strings? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yep. And Black Guru says, she said near the end of one of your videos that she was queer, although she did not detail what that means for her. So me and Better You just had this conversation too. Whether it's the quote unquote political term for queer or the actual I eat vagina queer, right? And go into that, Better You, because you did a way better job at detailing that than I did. Go ahead.
I basically said that I felt like queer for her kind of was a little bit of a mixture of both, but just kind of because she's obviously at least been seeking some type of attention from a man. Just listening to some of these interviews and everything at some points in her past. However, I picked up on it in the first video you sent me, and I remember when we talked. Like I had just heard it. I was like, "Yep." I felt like she was gay. Like she had done gave up and had gone to women and was doing the carpet munch brunch. So that I was I was like, man, I put $10 on it. And then she finally came out and said it. I was like, I knew that shit. I could smell it all on her.
And so let me say to folks, okay, the political queer, and this is what Bell Hooks used to play with a bunch too, which is like, I'm queer because I believe in a different form of situation with men. I don't want to do the heterosexual thing. I may not want to live in the same home with you. And so they call it queer because one of the definitions of queer is weird. And so the political queer is I may be quote unquote heterosexual and I may want, I'm saying for the women, I may want a man, right? But I don't want the traditional type of setup with a man. And so that's what means I have quote unquote queered my relationships. Now they play really interestingly with that terminology because they can say that and be talking about all the other stuff, right? So they could be talking LGBTQIA, right? So that's why going specifically to what Black Widow was saying, like, what does she mean by queer? Because she could be saying the political queer. She could be talking about a mixture of both, which y'all know Mr. Z likes to say, y'all doing the brunch and munch and you're quote unquote queer reluctantly because by force because you haven't met and been able to keep what you're looking for. Or she could mean queer like this is where I am now. I'm over here with the women. I'm over here munching on women. I'm getting munched on by other women. So when they say queer, if you just take it at face value, you don't really know what type of quote unquote queer they're talking about. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I get the. It's just me. I get the sense of some type of bisexuality with her.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's just a vibe. It's just from the way that she talks and the giddy glee that she gets from punching at men. Honestly, that part she reminds me a lot of Diglett. Because anytime she makes a part when she's gonna jab at us, it's like she gets absolutely giddy. And I'm like, damn.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. How is she supposed to speak on this? And Elle says she admitted she's had dating devastations. Yeah, right? Like that's what I'm saying, right? She did kind of speak to this, if I'm not mistaken. And Mr. Shikti says asexual, a term used to describe someone who does not experience sexual attraction towards individuals of any gender. And like there's this, we have gotten so far with this kind of back and forth between men and women writ large in the West, but particularly Black men and women, which I think is like World War III post World War III dystopia, right? It's a dystopian future. That you're watching these folks play with some of these words and terms. And even it speaks to, and I was saying this to Better You the other day, which it also speaks to the quote unquote grief that Tracy Ellis Ross was speaking about when she was speaking to former First Lady Michelle Obama. It's this grief. And actually Kim Foster has spoken to this also. Even though she's not grieving right now, she has a man and whatnot, and she seems pretty happy with that situation. It's this grief of not having achieved this thing that you wanted. Now here it goes. This is where Kim Foster and A. Tracy Ellis Ross would come into the door and say what we have been socialized to want. This is when they start discounting biology. This is when they start discounting that men and women have been playing some type of dance for eons, since the beginning, right? It's been some form of dance since the beginning. And what you are telling women, particularly bottom 80% women, is to get comfortable with the idea that they may never get married. They may never have children. They may never have a family, or they may never have a man and a child in the home with them simultaneously. They might have the child, they might have the man for a second or two, but they'll never have a child, a man in a home with them simultaneously. And you are telling fully, give or take 80 to 75% of women that might be a possibility for them, particularly in the Black community, right? And I just think that is treasonous beyond anything, whether it's around the way, your Walmart worker Black woman, all the way to your academics as a Dr. Sabrina Strings, to your Ivy League attending and graduating Black women such as a Kim Foster, to your Black women in luxury, level up, colorist queen talking Chrissy's. When she was like, well, let Mr. Z play it for y'all, because Mr. Z got to do it because I said it, and here you go.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women: if you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care.
Right. So whether it's whichever side it comes from, I think it's treason to say this to Black women in America with America's history. Who needs Margaret Sanger? Who needs eugenics? Who needs the Eugenics Society when you have Black women like these folks who are preparing other Black women for a lifetime, not a year or two, not 5 years, but a lifetime of getting where you fit in, sex with a man, maybe a child, maybe not. Maybe you're gonna have to do single mother by choice, but once again, we already know the masses of Black women cannot afford it. They can't afford the 10, 20, 30 plus thousand. Before Ebony had her child, remember when she was on the Breakfast Club, she said she sunk $50,000 at that point. We don't know how much it went up to. She said she sunk $50,000 into this, right? So for you to be condemning the masses of Black women to that's treason, particularly concerning America's history with eugenics and Black folks, and the term imbecilic, and who's going to be sterilized and why. So yeah, there go Mr. Z's rant. Better, you got anything to say? I'm sorry about that.
I'm not. It gets really interesting because a lot of times these types of individuals, they pull up just shy, like they had a little pinky toe on Auschwitz, and it's like you're really close to advocating for some of the most despicable things. It gets really perplexing because it's like, I know you know that most black women and Black men end up together. So how is it beneficial to wreck and undermine and further atomize the Black family? How is it beneficial to further fuel conflict? Like I'll be frank, there are certain parts of our argument that I do feel warrant a discussion and could even possibly be positive, like the whole end of romance and what does that mean for relationships going forward. I think that's worth the conversation. And especially when you're talking about some of the expectations and performative masculinity that a lot of these women are seeking. That's not where she's going with it. She's saying basically F everybody.
Yeah.
And
well, she's saying to scrap the whole project, right? So yeah, she does allude to ladies, romance is ending. So she speaks to it a little bit, but she doesn't go where it needs to go, because then you would have to start being critical of women, and she just ain't gonna do it. So yeah.
she even went down the road in one clip where she was alluding to that, okay, yes, there's a difference between romance and love. And I don't think love is ending, but I think romance is ending. And it's like they were pressing her, but it's like she would not flesh that out.
I wonder if she also thinks love is ending and she just said what she needed to say at that moment. Because how do you show and perform love, particularly in this particular world that she's describing, Leon? And I'm glad that Leon, I'm gonna bring you up in 1 second. I'm gonna play this real quick because I see what you're saying in the comments, and I want you to be able to flesh that out because Leon is telling us we got it all wrong. Leon said we got it. Let me highlight your comment first, Leon. Where did I just saw the damn comment? Yeah, there you go. And Leon says, "Bro, all y'all are wrong." So I'm gonna play this a little bit, Leon, and then I'm gonna bring you up. And I'm gonna bring up Black Rule. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play just a little bit more of this. And see what we gotta say.
The guest is Sabrina Strings, Dr. Sabrina Strings, right now, especially in the Black community. All right, I'm Mark Allen, along with the insane Daryl Wayne. Be sure to join us at latenighthealth.com. More coming up. Don't go away. Late Night Health is proud of our partnership with the EBC, the Evolutionary Business Council. Check them out at ebcouncil.com.
You're listening to Late Night Health with Mark Allen. The show continues in a moment.
Recently, I met Jacqueline from Bright here in Los Angeles. She gave me a hearing exam and then showed me how to hear again with the new Signia Pure Series hearing aids. And she can give you your life back too. I hear birds chirping, birds cooing, and even my wife. They easily connect to my smartphone. The Signia hearing aids are amazing. And with the charge and go, I don't have to fiddle with batteries and hear all day long. Not hearing is frustrating for you.
Giggity
and
fiddle
your
with
family.
batteries.
I know you don't have a problem, but trust me. Call
That's
Bright
all
here
I
now
heard.
for a
That's
free
all I
hearing
need
exam.
to hear.
A $125 value, yours free, just for making an appointment now. There are offices throughout the Los Angeles area. Call Bright here now at 323-424-7100. That's 323-424-7100 for a free hearing exam. There's no obligation.
Sorry to torture y'all with the ad. I can't get it out. So we just go play this and we'll bring up Black Rule Leon. We got a couple of people in the back.
Part of the growing target of baby boomers we're serving. Hi, I'm Daryl Wayne, producer of Late Night Health, inviting you to join the Late Night Health family. If you have any business targeting the growing boomer market, Late Night Health is the ideal advertising vehicle for you. From vitamins to insurance, alternative health to Western-style medicine, Late Night Health caters to the growing population of those over 40 years old. This vibrant demographic has expendable income to fight aging, purchase travel, take care of aging parents, or just have fun. Find out about the advertising opportunities with Late Night Health. Call us at 805-391-0308. That's 805-391-0308, or email us at info@latenighthealth.com. That's info@latenighthealth.com. Join Late Night Health as we empower people to take charge of their own health care. Call now at 805-391-0308. That's 805-391-0308.
Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Words are a critical aspect of success. How you get your point across is a crucial part of what makes anything sell. So do it right and hire a writer. Whether it's articles, blog posts, technical writing, website content, product descriptions, or ghostwriting anything, from a novel to a nonfiction book about your navel, contact Servet Hassan. If you want it to sell, write it right. Email Servet at servet@servethassan.com.
It's time to tackle a tough topic, one that affects us all. We're talking about sexism.
Sorry, everyone, couldn't get the radio stuff out.
The Elephant in the Room series is back and ready to tackle some complicated communications issues again. This spring, we're focusing on critical communication strategies in the face of sexism. Join us as we hear from professionals in the natural products industry who have valuable career lessons to share and real-world experience to discuss from all sides of the elephant. It's time to have an honest and open conversation about the impact of sexism in the workplace and how we can make it better for everyone. Identifying the Elephant in the Room series starts March 16th. Register today at inicibox.vfairs.com.
Late Night Health continues.
That's INICIBOX.VFAIRS.com. And join the conversation to be part of
That's not Z, that's the radio.
A picture of
there we go.
Of her book and a link to her website. I'm assuming you have a website, even though you don't like social media.
I do have a website, yes.
Okay,
that much I can tolerate.
You got it. The title of the book, The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance. How does racism work with the death of romance? And I'm going to ask the same question with sexism too.
Okay, so when we look into the history of romance, what we will see is that there were very clear ideas about the type of woman who was eligible for a romance. As I alluded to previously, a woman should be quiet and polite, a kind of stand behind your man type of lady who is also supposed to be attractive and of high status. Now, in the Western world, those individuals who are going to be deemed high status and most attractive are going to be white women. And so when Black women became even eligible for romances, that being when slavery was over, they had to find themselves in competition for those individuals who were considered more desirable. And in fact, even after slavery, there were Black men who were writing about the fact that now they had the opportunity to choose women who were fine. In fact, in the early decades of the 20th century, some white women used to be called by Black men silky, which was a term that was used to evoke luxury and the finer things. They would even say, some Black men would even say, there's two things I've never seen: an ugly white woman and a pretty bulldog.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, but at the same time, in the 20s, if a white woman...
How many mixed kids do we have from white men and Black women coming out of the 1920s and 30s and late teen and right off the goddamn plantation in the 1870s and 80s and 90s and the 1900s and 1910s and 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s and before 1967? Wait a minute. Wasn't Loving versus Virginia, weren't they a thing before the case? I mean, wasn't that the reason for the case? I'm just saying, Dr. Sabrina Strings, sorry. Anyway, continuing.
Man, the Black man could be hung.
That's also true. So what we saw was that there were a lot of illicit affairs that were going on between Black people and white people, and especially Black men and white women, because the risks for them were so high. But you can then perhaps understand the tremendous excitement that a number of Black men experienced beginning in 1967, when now interracial relationships were legalized. And so as a result,
imagine mentioning that the interracial relationships were legalized, but not mention the characters that caused it to be legalized, being a Black woman and a white man. Imagine doing that. You see this lying by omission thing? This is what we're talking. This is why it's a disingenuous conversation. Huh? How many children do we have coming off of the plantation right up until 1967 that were the products of a white man and a Black woman? Huh? Wow. And I'm gonna bring you guys up. I'm sorry to keep y'all waiting so long, but yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. Yeah. Oh man. Continuing.
Legalized. And so as a result of that, and there were even Black men who were professors who were writing about it. I'm thinking about the professor Robert Staples from UCSF, who was explaining that now Black men have the opportunity to pursue white women. What a novelty, right? Partially it was novelty, but then also there was the desirability that was encoded in the beauty structure in which white women are considered to be the epitome of attractiveness.
What about the other way around? Can white women find Black men attractive and pursue them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's one way in which, this whole idea of Black men being mandingos, which is obviously a racial stereotype that is not true, but does exist in the minds of a lot of people who are unaware of the fact that this is a stereotype. And I'm reminded of the story that was communicated through Franz Fanon in his book, Black Skin, White Mask, of a white woman who was just desperate to find a Black man because she wanted to have that mandingo experience. And so she finds a Black man, they have sex, and she's like, this wasn't any different from having sex with a white man. So,
think this again.
There is this way in which all of these ideas that are racialized are living in our minds and causing us to act on stereotypes, only to ultimately realize that there was no there.
What about within the and I'm going to use that.
If anybody want me to pause, let me know.
Community again.
Can you pause right there?
Is it any different in there?
Go ahead.
I find it very interesting that she tries that, because there's data that shows that Black men's endowment. There's there to it, but not only that, from a romantic standpoint, a lot of women who have been with Black men, just opposed to especially men that come from more patriarchally dominated cultures, they say that Black men are phenomenal lovers because a lot of those cultures have no regard for if that woman is satiated or not. It's kind of like a back scratcher for those guys, whereas for us, a lot of Black men, it is a source of pride. So I find that really, really disingenuous, because it's like, yo, to say
Once
it's
again,
because I had
she
to
can't
Well,
help it.
if I can add, she doesn't really, because I listened to all of the videos that you presented. She doesn't really provide any social science really behind anything. The only thing she refers to are these conveniently placed anecdotes. She don't like, for example, what you cited. Better yeah. I mean, there are statistics about penis size and statistics about the black men being presumed to be or believed to be more accommodating as mates and husbands. I mean, this kind of information is out there, but she doesn't really cite any social science at all. And for this woman to be a doctor or to have a doctorate in some social sciences, it really speaks to the lack of quality of intellectual training at a school. She's a graduate of Berkeley. Berkeley's one of the finest public universities in the country. And so for her to have a doctorate degree or whatever from Berkeley and to represent this woeful lack of scholarship, well, it says a lot, and maybe I'll talk more about it later.
No, I think
Exactly.
that's spot on, Uru. The big thing, my whole thing is, in terms of this, when did great claims cease the requirement of great evidence? Because she reminds me a lot of Hooks. Because it's like, yo, I feel like it, therefore that
I
I'm
thought it.
citing me. Yeah, I'm citing my feelings.
Well, I mean, of course she sounds like Hooks because she's a child of Hooks. She is,
Yes.
that generation after Hooks. So of course she sounds like Hooks.
Yeah.
And you can do that in a post. So I got a new term I'm working with that I started researching, meta modernism. But if you believe in postmodernism, and meta modernism is 1 foot in and 1 foot out, right? 1 foot in what used to be and 1 foot into this new fangled, whatever the hell, nebulous, ambiguous, whatever the hell. And so that's when I say patriarchy by feminist specifications. That would be meta modernism, right? But if you buy into postmodern, then you can make great claims without great evidence. Go into what you were saying, better you. That's when you can engage in that, right? Because remember,
I can
you're a
see-
feelings-based thing. Go ahead.
I can see queer women doing that though. If they're the people writing the papers, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, the way that people try to like define the queerness is slightly off. So in my point of view of listening to the women, they use it. Okay. So we remember y'all brought up Britain last week, and I said, no, those women weren't Anglo-Saxon. So they were performing within that casting class. They were performing different duties than those women. And what she did was just generalize all white women. But she's taken it from the era where we were just recently talking about the British feminists. So clearly there's some racial intergroup separation between performance that those women didn't get, that the Anglo women got in Britain. So when you take black women, and she says we got out of segregation and slavery, y'all were getting married, we were a community performing all our duties. And when she brought up in like a luxury item, like a European luxury item, what you see now is that the women buy the European luxury items. When you talk about homoeroticism, women can't leave the house without other women worrying about how they look or the man that they're with. That's homoeroticism. So they're okay with their performance of homoeroticism, but not men performing it. And what she's engaging in is saying the same thing that the British women say. I don't like my caste since I'm black, and since I can move up class-wise with my caste remains the same. There's a glass window over me where I engage with guys, but they won't entertain a true relationship with me because I'm black and I'm of this. You know what I'm saying? And then queerness comes in with black women. It's like they're looking at higher class white women and that always had access to whatever they wanted to perform. Either their parents had the money or they just had access to funding and everything, so they could perform a job because they liked to. But women, black women, are performing the job to survive. Then you're telling us that we have to embody these feminine archetypes that are deemed worthy of marriage.
She
But
low-key did say
we were never given that from the start. We started off working, and so we're always going between the feminine and the masculine traits back and forth and mixing them up. And that's the problem. It's never a problem when it's communal people, right? But it's a problem when you build a country and you have a caste and class system. You're telling a large percentage of the women that you're casting it out as the lowest. So you have to perform more duties, and they always bring it back to when women were fat. Let's be clear; those people were peasants and they were starving, looking at someone that had food. Stop mixing the fact that fat women were attractive. No, it was saying that they had fucking money. They came from a wealthy family. Like they got to stop using that shit. It's a cop out.
But they have to. So they have to use it because it builds on their argument that once upon a time we looked at heavy-set women as a status symbol because, as you were saying, but that's the part they don't add, by the way. So clearly, I'm just thinking the obvious here, Captain Obvious over here. That was a status symbol to say I have, that I'm well endowed as a woman, shapely as a woman because I can eat, and I eat calories because I'm one of the few people that actually has access to meat and to dairy and to everything else that would put weight on me. All the rest of y'all is stick figures because y'all don't have a regular diet and definitely not regularly eating the things that would put weight on you. Think of your veggie soups and whatnot. That's what you're regulated to. Right?
I mean, if you look at Britain, England, and all the princesses and queens, it was a status to have black tea from drinking too much fucking sugar. You know what I'm saying? Like this is where y'all taking y'all shit from. Like like I said, if you're casted low and you're working to maintain a certain status, you never. It's literally saying that you never had the ability to perform this idea of femininity. This, you know what I'm saying? So they identify themselves as queer because they're saying you never gave us the tools. Y'all have this caste and class system and blah blah blah, and so we're pushing queerness. The majority of them aren't gay.
Low key, are they saying women not? You're saying they're calling themselves women not is what you're saying. They're just not using that term.
Yes, to the identity of the traditional, always something Victorian woman. You know what I'm saying? When they created this concept, but people forget. Like I say, the concept was for Anglo-Saxon women, not Irish, not Celtic, not Turkish, not Azerbaijanian, whatever. It was made to have blonde hair, blue eye women at the top that were Anglo-Saxon, followed by brunettes and the highest caste of women. Then everybody else goes down from there. Then you find black people at the bottom. It's the same caste and class system that you can look on any fucking paper.
Let me let Better You go real quick. Go ahead, Better You.
No. I was just saying. So you feel for her.
And Canvas, if you want to say anything, go ahead after Better You. Go ahead.
You feel it is the political queerness now, the political definition of queer, I guess.
Yeah, it's always been political though. It's a political position that you're saying.
It's
go ahead, Black Rule, and then we'll have
It is also romantical or supplementary to romance in that because I can't get the man, whether it's a white man or black man that I want, I'm creating this alternative or supplementary romantic or loving structure in absence of a man or absence of some sort of more traditional. See, a lot of this is really them trying to create something in place of the loss of love, or in particular the loss of romantic love. And in this, she herself said that, you know, she very often starts from sort of an autobiographical. She said that. To me, that's that should inform you about everything she does. That she basically is starting with herself a very solipsistic position, and she's essentially writing or creating around that her being the you know orbit, or everything being the orbit and she being, I guess, the sun of existence. So it's all very autobiographical, including the queerness and the reasoning for that, and looking for some sort of historical reference to support her autobiographical journey.
Yes. So with oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
I was just gonna do something really quick to try to push back on one of her points. Just a quick question to all the guys. I'm not sure how many we got on here, but
my apologies. I gotta leave this up for a little bit until we finish. I'm gonna leave this up for a little bit until we finish the speech. So I'm sorry if y'all can't see who's speaking right now. I think it's 4 of us, 5 of us, 5 of us.
Got it. Perfect. So in one of her arguments, she talks about the homosocialization of men, and that men get their beauty standards from other guys. Curious, does what another man like have any influence on what you like in your woman?
No.
Yeah, but you have to remember she's in competition with other women and they're at the bottom. So the only thing that they can say is that you're acting homoerotic and you're placing these women above us as a way to defend against this hierarchy of beauty. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no,
so like she said,
she's using it as a controlling mechanism to leverage her own position. That's all it is. She's not saying you're gay. What she's saying is, how dare you compare me to someone else using another male lens? That's all it is. She's making a very well written ugly girl argument. End of.
I think you're reaching saying well written, but okay, brother.
I mean,
Wait, real quick, yeah, best, real quick. Better you. What did I call it yesterday?
What are you talking about?
What did KMS just say? What did I call her argument yesterday?
I can't remember, bro.
Did I not call it an ugly girl argument too?
You did.
Go ahead, KMS, because I said the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's biblical, man. The word is the mouth of 2 or more witnesses. Yeah, that's all she's doing. I mean, she's using the polysyllabic words to come across it. But yeah, it's just an ugly woman argument. These chicks know that most men aren't gay, but she's saying that because she's looking to find leverage. I mean, to be honest with you, everything she's saying is stupid. Everything she's saying can be summed up in the 5 laws of stupidity, law 2 and law 3.
A person's status or station does not dictate whether or not they're stupid or not. And then law 3 is that regardless, a stupid person will do things to not benefit others to the point to where they might not gain from it, or they might also be detrimental to themselves.
So this
can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I cut out. Yeah, for a little bit. My bad.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
You're still good, KMS. No, you're still good. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Her whole argument, like she's reading this book saying, okay, well, love is dead. Romance is dead. Well, most women, that's all they really have to sell. I mean, that's what men were buying. I mean, it's even an axiom. Men are in love and women are in business. Well, if these women aren't selling love no more, and they're not promoting romance no more, what can these women provide men that men can't either A, do for themselves, or B, flat out buy? What she's doing is literally stupid. She's writing herself into a worse position. Or at least that's how I see it from my perspective.
I would agree wholeheartedly. And where I was going was that a lot of her arguments just projection in terms of how she argues about man and socialization from that standpoint. I don't know of any men who
particularly influenced by another in terms of preference, but I have heard women kind of either pipe down or join in the chorus when a woman says, "Oh, I'm intrigued by a particular type of guy," and it's like they all follow the leader. So this mass groupthink, which is what I was trying to get at, was like I don't find where a lot of guys are hesitant to disagree, even when you're in certain social situations or whatnot. I don't see it like that, brother, and it's not that deep.
I'm going to offer a nuanced opinion. I think after several generations of mama raised boys, I think unfortunately, and an unfortunate consequence is that there is a growing influence of Black males in particular developing a sort of hive mind with respect to what women they are attracted to. And you see it happen in a rather extreme form amongst young Black celebrities and sports
entertainers, yep,
where
yep.
they're all fucking the same women. And I think that is a form of hyper feminism or pussification. I think that's a consequence of that. I don't think men are naturally, prone to only want the same women. I think that's a consequence of them ironically being raised in 3 generations of baby mom.
And let me read this real quick from KMS. I'm gonna read your comment right now so that you could go right into it. And KMS's question: if love is dead, what can these chicks sell to a man that can't or do that he can't buy or do for himself? These hoes better love us for their sake. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Go ahead.
This is the funny part, guys. I think this is the part that you're missing. She's saying that romance is dead because she cannot exceed her position with the guy that's romantic to her. Like, romance is available to her, but she's saying, "Fuck that! I want to be equal to these fucking white women," and that's why I'm saying I'm fucking queer. That's the part.
Yeah.
That's the part.
Yeah.
They're saying yeah, it's dead. We want status.
So
Romanticism
in other words,
doesn't give you status. Romanticism was made for working class guys to wish women off their feet because they didn't have the wealth that the other guys had. So when you think about when you watch a movie or you take a woman out to a beautiful fucking restaurant, you're not performing the wordplay of romanticism. It's the ambiance of the fucking room. It's the light and it's the food and it's the chairs, it's the forks. You're not actually like telling her she's beautiful and saying romantic shit and giving her roses. It's actually the environment that dictates that romanticism. And that's what the fuck they want. They don't want that other side of romance. They want the status that secures them that room. Yes.
In other words, let me say this. So it's Rick Ross' song "Money Make Me Come," and in the beginning of that song, it's a woman that says, "Excuse my language, everyone. Fuck a nigga. Money make me come."
Yes, that's the form of romanticism that they want. That the higher class and caste of having
so
access.
it's the cap. Once again, it's feminism informed by capitalism or a neoliberal version of capitalism. So it's what I've been saying. Thank you. There we go.
Yeah.
I think you guys are presenting a false dichotomy. And this is how you know it's a false dichotomy. So you have a football player who signs a $15 million contract and his girlfriend, his beautiful girlfriend, cheats with the trainer. Well, why does that happen? And I'm talking specifically about the Kansas City Chief football player and his Olympic athlete girlfriend. He's got all the money. He's got all the status. He's catching touchdowns in the Super Bowl, but yet she's cheating on him with the trainer. So, it's not just the stat. They want the entertainment. They want the romance. They want the risk and all the dynamism of romance as well. And that's how a trainer is able to cuck a dude who's on the Super Bowl team.
Yes, and that's why I said they're two separate things. When you actually look
Wait,
at it,
let
it's
me
separate
real
things.
quick, Leon. Let me say this real quick. So in other words, it's Yennefer off of The Witcher, and every time they asked her what did she want, everyone who ever watched The Witcher on Netflix, what did she say? Everything. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why in my mind when I listen, I separate the two forms of romanticism, because it's like I can watch a movie and you see just the common girl walking to the room of like the eating area or whatever part of the castle, and it has that romantic feeling without the person physically performing it. Then you have the person that's performing it, but she doesn't gain no status from it. Like she's not in the room. And that's what I'm saying. Black women are saying, yeah.
You broke up, Leon. I don't know if maybe his background. AL, what's going on? You want to say anything?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah,
What's
I
up with
was
you?
just here. I was just here to give you gentlemen a daily reminder: never argue with ribs. We're the head. We're first. Always have been. Always will be. To argue with a rib, that's an oxymoron. But I digress.
But what about when the rib got a PhD and she defecating on your name in front of the white folks?
A rib is still a rib. I don't care how highly educated you think you are. You're not. Because guess what? To be as highly educated as they are, question, riddle me this, gentlemen. Why are they so much in debt and begging somebody else to pay their bills and needing somebody? That's why I don't argue with ribs.
Begging ass bronze. Look, let's chill out because Mr. Z about to go back to school in a bit. I'm about to be in student loan debt. Hey, I'm gonna be tapping your pockets for this money. Black Room, I'm gonna be tapping your pockets for this money. I need this school paid, all right? I just want y'all to know. I'm gonna be out there with the picket signs trying to get y'all to pay for the schooling. I just want y'all to know. Mr. Z need this student loan paid off, okay? I'm about to go through it. But no, so I would be reluctant to agree with you until I hear them speak once again. Whenever they start talking about man stuff in relationships and intimacy and children, yeah, what you say really shows. All that logic, that supposed logic, go out the window. So I can't disagree with you on that. I can't disagree with you on that. It'd be looking bad. Hey, that's funny. Y'all want to read the screen? And Blue Sock says, rib with the PhD. That's a McRib.
Yeah, that was funny as hell. Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, shout out to Blue Sox. That's hysterical. And let's play a little bit more of this. Y'all gives you a second. Here we go.
Community again. Is it any different in there as to white and black relationships?
Yes and no. In queer communities, there's definitely a much greater acceptance of BIPOC people. But we do find that in, for example, gay male relationships, gay men across race, so this will even include many men of color, including black men, will often express a preference for white men. And so in any type of dating scenario in which white men are an option, they are often preferred. Amongst lesbians, we don't see the same type of racial preference. And for some other groups that are newer, these terms are sort of really just cropping up since about 2013, we don't really have enough data to make those kinds of assessments.
How do you research something like
that? Can you pause real quick, Z?
She's one of bruh. Did she not lie through her goddamn teeth? Y'all know this is Z's forte right here. Bruh, she's
lying her ass off. Lying her ass off.
Throwing bullshit up against the wall and hoping it sticks.
Throwing
like bullshit. Yep. That's how she
man,
do it.
We had a whole black mayor here in Chicago married to a white woman.
See what I'm saying?
It was the ugliest lesbian in the world.
Look at all your lesbian.
Wanda Sykes, anyone?
They all have
Raven Simone.
All of them. Yeah, they all have
the brat. The brat.
Look, at the end, not only I want you to understand what she referenced. She references the dating divide. If she didn't say it yet, she's gonna say it in a little bit. She referenced. Let Z pat himself on the back. I'm the one who brought the dating divide to the goddamn Black Manosphere. So you better believe when she made reference to it, I'm like, wait a minute, lady, you lying through your teeth. You lying through your teeth, and you only get away with it. Well, maybe the white man wouldn't have challenged her anyway, because the white man don't know, and maybe he does. Once again, she's lying through her teeth on this one. Jeez. Hey, go ahead.
Aren't the most race loyal people, be it gay and straight, black men and white men?
Yes. Black men in particular, yes, but white men too. Yes. Everybody else is jockeying. White men don't have to jockey. Clearly, they have to talk, so they're not jockeying for nothing. Black men who supposedly
when you look at marriage, and it's only one vector, it's not all vectors. When you look at marriage, white men are the most race loyal, followed by black men, by the statistics. Well, white men are in the 90 percentile in terms of marriage to white women. Black men are around the 86 or 87 percentile.
Yeah, everybody else trying to get chose.
Wait, Camus. Everybody else trying to get chose by white folks.
Ding, 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 ding.
Very important. Yeah. Very important part to say. Yeah, everybody else trying to. I said this, Black women, when did I say this? Like 4 years ago or something? Black men are the only ones really trying to do love out here. Everybody else over here jockeying for a position.
Yeah. Yeah, black men trying to do love. Everybody else trying to do the come up to the white man, and white man just trying to maintain and build his status.
Exactly.
Wait, Mr. Z, I gotta go back to what you just said and how brilliant it was. What you said. You said everybody else out here trying to do business, but black men are trying to do love. Okay, so black women refuse to sell love wholesale to the only person willing to share it with her. How is that not stupid?
I ain't say we don't got things to work on. I always say black men got things to work on. Oh man, look, I don't actually want us to move like them though. I want us to be smart, but I don't want us to be them. I don't want black men to be Latinos or Asians or South Asian, East Asians or South Asians or Southeast Asians. I don't want us to move like them. I want us to be smart about how we move, but I do not want black men's success to be chocolate dip versions of white men. First of all, I don't know if we would even have access to that. But secondly, if we did, I don't know what we would lose in attempts of being that. Right? And it's frightening because we always, I make reference to Asian men by saying in America in particular, East Asian men, South Asian men also, are doing pretty well financially as a group. And what do they have to show for it when you consider their humanity in America? They're sideline characters. People barely treat them like they're American. And these are people that are doing well financially, that they're all over tech, they're all over Wall Street, quiet as kept, right?
Well,
and what do they like? Go ahead.
They're being treated like they supposed to get treated. Because the truth of the matter is they didn't build this country. This country was built by white men and black men. So they don't deserve any higher status than being secondary and tertiary figures. They don't deserve that. They didn't fight the wars. They didn't get blown to bits in Normandy and all these places. They just didn't do that. So no, they don't. They did not earn the right to be.
So we gonna just act like they didn't help construct the railroads neither. Okay. All right.
Funny AL. I see what AL doing. I see what AL doing.
He's going to disregard
it. They played a secondary role. They played a secondary role, but they did
stop being disingenuous.
They did not sacrifice.
It's not disingenuous.
They did not sacrifice. They did not sacrifice like black men sacrifice. They just didn't.
Man,
Back when you look
the
at
hell that they
Wait,
went through
wait at a time,
to
everyone.
get
Wait,
that
wait, wait, wait,
railroad built,
wait, wait, wait,
man,
wait, wait,
cut
wait,
the
wait.
shit.
AL finished, which was we saying. Then we got KMS because I think he's speaking. I don't know if Leo's trying to say something too. So go ahead, AL, and then
The
KMS.
literal hell they were going through to get this railroad built from one stretch of the country to the other is the same equivalent of what the Negroes was dealing with the slavery. And the only thing was they weren't in bondage. But if you think that, hold on. He was asking me to finish the statement, but what you keep trying to do, sir, is
Let AL
interject.
finish with that.
Interject.
Let AL
Shut your
finish with
mouth,
that.
man. Let me finish first. Quit trying to interject like you know everything, because you really don't. Yes, I am, sir. I freaking am, sir. Damn straight. I've been laying dead. Don't make me jump on your ass again. I've been laying dead, bro. Shut your face. He asked me to finish the statement. So what you want to do is interject like you got all the logic in the world. Miss me with your dumb ass. Dude, shut your old ass up. Really, shut your old ass up for 2 minutes.
Come on.
Let him finish. Just let him finish what he's saying, Black Guru. Black Guru, just let him finish what he's saying, because I can just get this.
All right, everybody. I done muted everybody. I don't like, bro. Could we look? We gonna go in order. AL, bring it down just a taste. We're gonna let AL finish. Everybody's gonna have a chance to respond, right? I done muted everybody. No offense to anybody, to the elders in the room. We're gonna let AL finish. Everybody's gonna get a chance to respond, right? So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Now y'all done got Z chatting live like a mug, right? So AL, go ahead and unmute. You're good to go. And then we just gonna go through whoever want to respond afterward. AL will have to be quiet and y'all respond. Go ahead, AL, unmute.
Thank you, sir. As I was saying before, I was rudely interjected on, like somebody knew way more
you ain't
about
have
a
to say all that.
situation.
Why you gotta add the
Oh
extra?
no,
Go
I'm going to because they bought the extra. So sorry, and they've been on the extra. I'm the one who's been trying to cool it out. But guess what? If he wants to create this World War III, God damn it, we can do it. It doesn't bother me, not none, whatever. But like I was trying to say, all right, look, what they went through is the equivalent of us. The only difference is they weren't in bondage. But if you don't think those white Anglo-Saxon Caucasians wouldn't treat these goddamn Asians like trash, hey man, the Indians were treated like trash. Yeah, the Chinese was treated like trash. The Negro was treated like trash. The Indian was treated like trash. But guess what we doing? Because they got us all bamboozled and warped in the mind. We think this is a competition of who was treated the worst. So I'm gonna just negate them and I'm gonna put us on. No, we was all treated like trash. But for him to let that statement out there, oh no, they don't count because of this, that, and the third. I just sit back and I listen to it. I'm like, well, that's a no on my crowd. I mean, no, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna play the who was treated worse Olympics. No, and that's what you did by excluding them. And saying, okay, what happened in the tree? Okay, let's go a little bit further. What about the internment camps? Huh? What about the internment camps? So they weren't treated as bad as we were treated because of this, that, and the third. No, I just can't agree with that. But I'll digress and I'll let him with his long-winded diatribe speech go ahead.
Let me read a couple of super chats and then whoever was trying to respond. Let's do this. And Vince says, I know you meant to say Rogers, or at least I think you meant to say Rogers. Rogers rule of order tax. And thank you for the super chat, Vince. Thank you for the super chat. And Els Active says, El said he's in the UK. He had to pull over it. El says, I had to pull over for some fresh air earlier when she says slave owners had free access to black women's bodies, but less often talked about that black men had free access to black women's bodies. The intellectual lies, bro. It's mind-blowing, like literal mind-blowing meme right now, right? This is how they speak. I'm bringing this to y'all to say when they say this in front of black people too, to be fair. But when they're in these interviews, these kind of obscure interviews, and they're talking and they're going on book tours and lectures, you see this. As a matter of fact, I don't know if y'all remember, what movie was it that came out? It was the Harriet movie. When the Harriet movie came out, who was it that was speaking about it? Was it Bell Hooks? Was she still alive? It might not have been, but it was one of these women that was on stage speaking about it, and a couple of brothers stood up and low key kind of heckled him, and was saying, "Yo, this is like a not a accurate representation. Why is the black guy pretty much the main antagonist of the movie? We didn't have black slave catchers in that way. They wasn't chasing after, like, this is just bastardizing black history." And he was like shushed and shamed by the audience, but mainly by that black woman that was on stage. And I'm bringing that up as an example to say you have this rewriting of history, not just by white racist folks, particularly in Texas, but even here in Florida. But you have black women rewriting history and making black men the central villains of slavery and Jim Crow, low key, high key. And that is, I said this, and better, I'm going to say what I said to you a little bit earlier. My goal is not to rewrite history and make black women the villains of black men's story. But you don't see that same type of understanding, grace, and kindness coming from black women. Their anger and rage at not being white women and their anger and rage at black men in specific does have a number of them, a lot of them, rewriting history and making black men the central villains of black women's story. And then low-key, high-key, demanding in a weird way, white society back them up on that. And that's to me, that's treasonous on, y'all notice Mr. Z been saying that word more and more, right? That's treasonous on a whole nother level. I don't know how to put that in words, how treasonous that is. Right? And so I understand you have to pull over to the side, else active, right? For you, I guess y'all drive on the other side, or better yet, maybe we drive on the other side. So yeah, it's just funny thinking about it. But yeah, I get it because yeah, that Mr. Z had to breathe in and breathe out also in Wusa, right? So, and rub his ears. So we'll pause right there, and y'all go ahead. Whoever was going to respond to Ale, go ahead. Nobody want to unmute? Alrighty then, I guess we'll read
okay,
this.
Yeah. I was in the back. What
were we talking about before? Well, go ahead, brother.
So what you see when you're talking about railroads, black men were working railroads from the start. You see this in Mississippi videos, Alabama videos when they were building the railroads. Asians did play a major part, and other groups did, and these people were going to war killing each other before they started unionizing. And during the period of them unionizing, that's when black guys kind of got kicked out. But they continued like building the railroads in Mississippi and the South. So Asians played a part in America.
Let's tell the whole story about that was they imprisoned black men and then forced them to work on the railroads as prisoners.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And I'm talking about hammer with big nails, 10 guys working together building railroads. Like 10 guys built 300 miles with hammer and fucking nail and a fucking donkey or horse to pull the sick. And they have it on video. You know, and I like what I said with the Japanese, it's respect to them because they were great engineers. And just like America did them, they put them in the internment camps during the war. And they took all their land. And what they did was they gave them reparations for it. So when people have this idea that it's close to the same, it's not, because every race that has a nation country, they seem to get treated better. And, you know, just like I said, they got reparations for what was taken from them. So it's never an equal situation when it comes to Black Americans and any other group. And I'm not trying to be a victim. I'm just pointing out the fact.
Seen the movie Sinners? Have you all seen the movie Sinners?
Yes, I haven't seen it yet. It's the same Christian end of our days movie.
I'm not going to spoil the movie. I won't. But I'll just say this. You know, I have no motivation to degrade any other group of people. As a major group of people, Asian people earn the most money and have the highest net wealth. You know,
that's a fact.
As a
Indians
group.
in particular.
So they're not in any way. How are they being punished or degraded or disabled in any way in this country? You know, that wasn't the argument I was making. The argument I was making is there's a particular history of this country, and it has mostly featured from its beginning, you know, 1619, through the present, it has mostly featured black men and white men.
Yes.
And that influences the culture in the society and the status of men in this country, for better or worse. That's just the fact. Every woman is less prominently featured in that history. That's just a fact.
Let me do this real quick. Real quick. Thank you for the super sticker, Gregory Scotland. And go ahead. Was that better you trying to speak, or was that KMS?
The last part that I wanted to clear up. Women are always going to select the liberal over the authoritarian Asian. I don't care what I don't care if the Asian makes $50,000 more. That liberal dick is superior to authoritarian bullshit any day of the week. We see what the Asian women look like and how they operate when they first get to this country. They put their heads down and they shut the fuck up when it comes to their husbands and the grandparents. I got Asian friends, North Korea, Japan. They all say the same stuff. They all see the same issue by the second or third generation with their women.
Wait, North Korea or South Korea? You might be mistaken your
Korea,
Koreans.
South Korea.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I know you don't got no friends from North Korea.
Well, no, even Lee said he has family in North. It's just, that's why he's saying he hopes that they assimilate back together because they have family structure again. But yeah, they say the same thing. Like by the third generation, why would anybody select authoritarian behavior over liberal choice and everything, which white guys give you and black guys give you? It doesn't matter if they make $50,000 more.
Okay, so let's go. Better you, was that you trying to speak earlier?
No,
or was that KMS? Go ahead, KMS, and then
I think I was what I was wanting to say was that no, I do understand. No, we don't want to play the victim Olympics here, but however, I can't go without saying that I do not remember in my world. I've took world history in a while. I do not remember ships showing up on the coast of Shanghai and Tokyo, and them taking Asian men, shackling them, taking them across the seas, and forcing them to work. I also do not recall them having breeding camps to create more Asian people to help build this country. I also do remember that they did when they did do internment camps for these Asian folks, they did recompensate them with reparations. Any Asian people that have issues with the railroads need to bring that up with Union Pacific. Also, it's a situation of where they're treated like foreigners because in the history of America, they are foreign. America treats everyone the same in that regard. You're new here. You got to pay with blood. White folks even did that with white folks. They used to call them Black Irish. The Italians were called without papers. The big immigrant transformation that happened in the early 1900s, those white people were not considered white, not at first. White people was just Anglo-Saxons, the people who came here first. And the other people and the other two other races that are recognized here were the blacks who came in as slaves and the Indians who got massacred. Everyone else was considered foreign, and you had to prove your mettle to get into this country that was in blood. The Asians, particularly the Indian Asians as of right now, are seen as most foreign because they're the most recent. So it wasn't a situation of where it wasn't a situation of it was a comparison situation. I do understand why, hey, they're not seen really as main characters in what America is or the idea of America is because they are recent. They are considered foreign.
You're stressing the recent, KMS. I want to stress the blood part. Y'all ain't in the military like that. Y'all ain't getting murked enough.
They're same thing. They're same thing. They're same. Recent being blood because if you look, hey man, you look at America, we bang out of war roughly every 10 years, 10 to 15 years. So the longer you in here, the more blood you're gonna spill because the more America's fuck shit you're gonna be tied up into. So if you show up here 1970s, 1980s, I'm not really trying to hear shit from you if I showed up here in the 1600s shackled. And the only person who ain't gonna try to hear shit from me is people who were here thousands of years prior to I was, and they got ran over. So yeah, no, there is a there about that. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hear shit from anyone who hasn't been here from the beginning about what America is or should be. No, America need to be that for me first, because I was one of the original people here.
I think when you listen to real quick, when you listen to East Asians and South Asians talk, they speak about what they got going on in New York and Cali, and whatnot, and the businesses and they harp on the railroads and the internment camps. Understandable. And maybe you'll hear certain South Asians speak about, their involvement in Wall Street more and more. Maybe a couple of East Asians, their CEOs in the tech industries, and all that sounds good, but it sounds comfortable to me. All that sound, y'all not get. Look, if you ain't getting ripped apart by some goddamn machine gun fire, dying in a goddamn helicopter, going down in Vietnam, right? I don't want to hear none of that. We making money for America in the stock market, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about no CEO talk. Go ahead.
Or no, even from a financial standpoint, how many roller coaster rides in the stock market have you fucking took?
Say that.
Even
exactly.
I would say. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No,
I just want
go
to
ahead,
say
better
one
you. And then
line.
I know Leon was trying to say something real quick. Let
Y'all have
better
to
you get that.
remember. Okay.
Yeah, let
Y'all have to
better you get that
remember.
out, and then you got it, Leon. Because better you gonna be short. I know you gonna keep. Go ahead, better
No,
you.
mine is
Leon
short.
got it.
Mine is short. Yeah.
So I would say, in addition to that, that recentness, there's also, how to put it. I don't think there's necessarily the same level of respect there, due to all the Supreme Court cases and most of the lineage of the few that were here before the Asians were kicked out, fighting to be white. Like there's been
Yes, there's number
2 to
cases.
3
Yep.
Supreme Court cases where the South Asians have been literally fighting to be considered white. And I don't think white folks particularly have a whole lot of respect for it. I think they're seen in a particular light because of it.
I mean,
They're Caucasian, but not white, by the way.
And Coulter said the only one who should be getting any civil rights are black people. They're the only ones
Yes.
who earned it.
Yes. So when
You heard
the
what
part.
Ann Coulter said to Vivek. She said she wouldn't
Yes.
vote for him because he's an Indian for president because he's an Indian guy. That's what people really think, man. They
But that a white
think
wife.
y'all some, as KMS was saying, y'all some new motherfuckers up and through here. Y'all very new up and through here. A whole lot of stuff happened here before y'all got it.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clear up one point because the history books love to leave it out. Every conversation loves to leave it out. The Japanese got reparations not because they got locked up in the camps, because all their land got stolen. That's the part that people love to leave out, because they had farming land, they had all type of land that white Europeans took from them. They didn't get reparations for being locked up.
Okay, now let me ask you this question, Leon. All those black towns that were destroyed, all those properties that were destroyed, all those people that were killed, the hospitals, the schools, the businesses, all those black towns, where did the reparation happen for any of those black folks?
Black Room, let's look at today. Let's look at
Don't talk to me about no damn internment camp.
Yeah, Black Guru. Let's look for today and let's start from now.
Well, even recently, there was a survivor of Tulsa, and they denied her claim for reparations.
Yes, I remember that. Facts.
So
Yep.
They always move the goalposts on reparations. It's all bullshit. They don't want to do
because they're still lying to you about it. Okay, when the stock market crashes and you have black guys that don't use white banks and don't play in the white stock market, they take their bank, they kill all the people, they burn all the businesses, they go in all the black guys' homes that whites cash their checks. And just like Boris said, these fools don't like cashing their checks until they need their money, meaning they still have the money. Well, they didn't go in there for no race issue between a white woman and a black guy. They went in there because the market crashed and the white people became poor. And since black people worked on 10 cents of the dollar, they weren't poor compared to white people. I'm making a comparison. Stock market crash, white people are poor. Black guys don't put their money in their banks. Conclusion. They killed them for that reason. They had businesses and agriculture flatlined, and black guys still could profit off their wages and their standard of living. That's why they did it.
Let me read this. Inspired Truth says a la carte. I'm a little lost on what we were talking about before. What I was saying for the super chat. And thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth. Thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then we'll speak about it. Whoever.
There's
Go
a
ahead.
lot of a la carte analysis of history that this woman demonstrates in
That's a
her
fact.
presentation of her book. A lot of
That's a good way to remix it. There you go.
Milk of amnesia going on in this woman's analysis of history, particularly of black people.
Hey, see, we repurposed it. Inspired Truth. We repurposed it, and there you go.
And there's a great book called The Dating Divide. This is done by a group of sociologists, in which they reveal patterns of dating selection on the apps over the past decade, and they mirror very much what we would have seen in decades past. So people, in many ways, are still choosing partners based in part on racial identity.
And at the same time, I mean, we all have our likes and our dislikes. And so you see a woman or a man, transgender, I'm trying to be inclusive here, and you find them attractive or you don't find them attractive. Isn't that the first thing that both men and women look at? I mean, you mentioned
Listen
that
closely, everyone.
with the dating apps when we talked about the iPhone.
Well, this is one of the difficulties, because we think of attractiveness as something that just lives within us. Like, we don't understand why we want the things that we want. But in reality, when these intrepid sociologists that I've mentioned start compiling what it is that people are looking for, overwhelmingly, men are looking for features associated with whiteness. And so there's no reason to assume, for example, that Asian men, Latin men, and black men should naturally prefer women with these qualities. Instead, it appears that they have learned that these are qualities that they're supposed to want, and that these are high status qualities, and that pursuing a woman of this particular identity might come with social benefits.
What kind of benefits?
Well, I can give you an example. I have a friend, also a sociologist, doing a lot of sociology talk today, not sure why. And she is an Irish woman, but there are those Irish people who are considered like Black Irish, like their identity is white, but their features don't always read as white. Let's put it that way. So she had a partner who was a black man, and she said, you know what? We were stopped by the police so many times. And I felt like, she's saying, I felt like it was because of the fact that I am white that they A, stopped us, and then B, let us go. And so if you're, for example, a black man being stopped by the police, most of the time, if you're by yourself, there's no real reason for them to let you go. But having a white female partner might then, at least in this woman's experience, give the black man an opportunity to have a little bit more safety.
What about in Europe? Is it any different there? I know that in France.
What the fuck?
I told you
that is a crock of bullshit. That is a crock of bullshit.
Who want to go first? Let Black Guru go first. Real quick. We got a Black Guru, and then we got AL. We're going to do elders, and then you got it, Leon. Go ahead.
And what part of American history was it safer to be with a white woman than to be? Again, this woman is a graduate of the University of Berkeley, and she's saying and publishing this bullshit. You guys can go ahead.
Go ahead, AL. Real quick, Zulu. Wait. Go ahead, AL. Then we got Leon. Then we got you, Zulu. I promise you. Go ahead, AL. You was gonna say something.
I actually agree with Black Guru, because I mean that little paragraph of a sentence she just put out. I mean that's a total crock of bullshit. Period, man. I mean, like, oh my God, we need a white woman to keep us safe. Get the fuck out of here. They were our biggest persecutors. Man, a white man would not have the ability to do all the evil shit he was doing if it wasn't that white bitch in his ear, lying and crying to him. But I digress.
I would keep on saying women recognize social caste and class.
Yeah.
The first person she said was Europe and the Irish and the other women. And this is what I keep on saying. Like I hear what they're saying because I'm separating it. And the first person she said was some Irish academic that's been in academia and sociology forever, probably hasn't lived life in like 12 years. And so she reads stats, data, books, right? She gets pulled over, and the first thing she says, they're going to kill this black guy for pulling past the stop sign. And they give him a warning, and she says, it must be because I'm white. Like, not every nigga's gonna get killed by a cop. Good lord.
Let me say this. Let me read a couple of these, and then you got it, Zulu. And Gil Gabby says, "What men?" And Jeffrey says, "Total BS. Men can't screw social benefits." And Indigo says, "Man, please, that ish puts a bigger target on our backs." Say that. And what else we got? Gil Gabby says, "Mythomaniac." Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead. You got it.
Man, that lady right there, bro, it has to be the architect of lies around the planet, bro. I ain't never seen nobody lie that hard, bro. Like I mean, we talking about movie in shot. What is that? Tommy Rama
Inception type joint.
from Dragon Ball Z level lies, bro. Like she making these things up at light speed. I'm not. See, the thing between me and Z will say that he tries not to call them what I call them. I just call them white supremacists, bro. Like seriously, I call them familiars, like we say on the Roger Report. We call them people familiars, right? Because I don't know if you ever watched the Blade movie, right? You had the vampires, then you had the familiars that did all the dirty work for the vampires, bro. I call these women by their proper name. I call them white supremacists, but in code, familiars, bro. The way she ducked that truth, bro, was like Muhammad Ali versus George Frazier, bro. She literally weaved that goddamn truth so hard, man.
She Neo in the Matrix with the truth right now,
bro. Man, bro, I'm telling you, she weaving these bullets right now so hard.
I'm saying that she's telling the truth, but she's framing it in a feminist way. But she's telling the truth.
Telling the truth, bro. Like
she is.
Not on the preference thing. No. Not on the online preference thing. That one we know because I literally have the interviews with the authors. Yeah, so that one she lied about the dating divide. She straight up lying, but that part right there, no, she flameless. It's so blatant, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like she literally said that like if you date a white woman, you're dating a woman for social clout, for social standing. No, a king can any regular man can marry a queen. He does not get the social standing of a king. That just does not happen. So even she knows that. And
Dr. Jennifer Lundquist said that on the interview. Dr. Jennifer Lundquist said that. Yeah.
So she knows it, bro. And the white dude who's listening to that, he knows this. So at some point, we have a unison necessarily of both people lying to each other just to stroke each other's ego. And me personally, bless y'all heart, because I couldn't listen to this all day. If I had listened to this, somebody neck getting snapped, bro.
I'm saying when it comes to caste and class, it's true. When I say class and caste and how they frame it, that's true. But the stuff that she adds on, if she separated men out of the conversation, she would tell the fucking truth.
But here's the thing, Leon, because so you're speaking to kind of what happened with her on that interview with the UK white dudes, right? So they wouldn't let her even get to that. But once again, she has space here, and here she's lying through her teeth, right? So I appreciate what you're saying with the caste and class and performing manhood and womanhood and the racial element. But right here, where she has the space to bring that up, she's jabbing at men of color generally. And as I play this longer, you're gonna see her go even further with the jabbing. That's the feminist element of it that you're speaking to. And it's not just gonna be jabbing; she's just gonna straight up be lying. So
she's basically saying they can be romantic, but they don't have the money to give me this status. So
have we got
that's what she's saying.
Where she blamed toxic masculinity on NWA? Have we gotten to that part yet?
No, I played that earlier. You missed that, Black. I played that way earlier. I played that earlier. That was the first interview. I played that earlier. You missed that.
I mean, what an absolute crock of shit, man.
Oh man,
I'm here for all of it.
Go. Let me leave some space for inspired choose. Go ahead.
All right, so I think that this is like kind of like an idealized avatar here, the end of love. That's a perfect title there. Like, think about this for a minute. Like, think about everything that we've been observing thus far. It's been basically kind of a denial of the fact that relationships are transactional. So you see on their side of the fence, I want what I want. I won't settle. Oh, all this, that, and the third. And then, okay, what are you going to give this idealized man then? He should want what I think he should want. I'm going to give him that. Well, that's not really a relationship. That's an
Well, it's fine,
expectation.
truth. I gotta correct you. I got to correct you. Florida gotta correct Louisiana. Wait a minute, you said one wrong word. You're in the right place, but it's just one word. You said he should want what I think he should want. Not the word think. What I feel he should want. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. My fellow
True enough.
Southerner. Go
True
ahead.
indeed. So basically it's like this, like people get together. The whole reason why humans interact the way that they interact is that I have something, you have something. You have peanut butter, I have jelly. Let's get together and make this peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then we can split it. But what you have intellectualized and demonstrated here is, okay, well, no, I want the whole sandwich, and you're not a real man if you don't give me that whole sandwich. And it's just a whole bunch of different words and shaming and things like that to say, okay, what you get, because you're going to ask, okay, well, what do I get out of this then? Well, you get to watch me eat this delicious sandwich, don't you know?
I'll slap the goddamn sandwich out your hand, bro. If we ain't sharing, you ain't eating.
Bro, this is Uchiha level genjutsu. This is Tsukiyomi.
This is
I
infant
don't know when we
Tsukiyomi.
got caught, but we got caught.
Hey,
You
for
in
those
the
of you,
genjutsu, but it's the reason why I had that avatar. But a lot of folk out here in some genjutsus, man.
hey, for those of you that never watched Naruto, it's essentially a hypnosis technique that a certain the Uchihas, which is a tribe, part of the hidden leaf, and they can hypnotize you with their eyes. If you look into their eyes, they can hypnotize you. And one of the ultimate one is infinite Tsukuyomi, which is like they project their eye strength onto the moon, and essentially what Better You was saying, this is like next level hypnosis, like anime level hypnosis of a population, which she's trying to pull right here, which is hysterical. That's a great
But
reference.
if you look at what she is, an indictment. See, one of the big problems, we were talking about black men not attending universities as much as black women. One of the costs of that has been an overall lowering of the post high school level intellectualism. Because you have such fewer black men attending universities in comparison to black women, you don't have the highest quality of people getting PhD in the soft sciences or the hard science. So you end up with these people being, 70 or 80% of your college, your black professor class, right? And they're perpetuating this, and white people allow an intellectual and a rhetorical grace to black women that no other group of people are afforded. So she can really say anything to these white people, and they're just going to laugh it up. And that's what you see there. That's why there's no interrogation. Now, she ran into problems when she skipped the pond over to
and went over
England.
to the UK.
Because they got a whole different kind of view of that sort of thing over there. But in America, they give sway and way to black women to do this kind of stuff. And the ultimate example of that we nearly saw happened last November, in the first weekend of last November, where you allow a grace to quote black, end quote, because obviously there's some variation.
I totally agree. I totally disagree with you, and this is why I say that. Right now, I think it was a week or 2 weeks ago. Right, we had Dr. Thunder come on this same platform. Right, and he said that when he talked to one of those black women, he said there's a lack of black men in these spaces, and that woman tried to get him fired. They worked in unison, right?
I don't know.
I thought it was a white woman. I thought it was a white woman.
Let me finish. Right, the reality, it was a black woman. They tried to do this, right? But the reality is this much. See what I'm saying, right? When your pawns is doing what they're supposed to do, of course you're gonna let them speak. right? If I got somebody working for me on my behalf, necessarily, if my shields are doing what they doing, or my spies are doing what they're supposed to do, I will reward my spies with the utmost. The first art of war necessarily, with surviving spies necessarily, even say in the art of war, treat them with the highest level of honor and respect, right? So why would they not treat their number one spy with the most honor and respect? That's all I'm gonna say it like that.
I like your chess analogy. I would like to take it just one step further as far as the pawn thing. Well, the pawn thing, it made it all across the board, and then the pawn thought it was a queen because it made her across the board, and then the person playing the chess was like, "All right, time to sacrifice the queen." And that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what it is.
Just like that. And Zulu, who's up here right now, says, "All y'all wrong."
No, that was you were wrong on that Chinese thing. I was like, but they ain't putting enough blood out here for that necessarily. But that's just my personal opinion. But you know,
right. And thank you for the right. He just pulled back on too. And thank you for the super chat, Zulu. Thank you for the super chat. Let me play a little bit of this.
I heard my name. That's all I'm saying.
No, he was just saying no shots. He was saying no shots. We talking about the Chinese thing again. He just mentioned it for half a second. Here we go. Put the gun down. Put the gun down, Ayo. Put the gun. Put it back in the holster. Put it back in the holster.
If you just want a good scrap, well, I'll drive to Texas.
Right. Go ahead. There we go, y'all.
Different there. I know that in France, black performers, Louis Armstrong and others of that in the 1920s were much more accepted than they were here in the United States at that time.
It's really hard to talk about Europe because there's just so many different things that are happening. But France in particular is a place that I know a little bit of something about. I lived in France for a while, and I can say that on the one hand, it is different, especially for Black Americans. So when I was living in France, I remember a friend telling me that I was an honorary white person, which a provisional white person is the way that they described it. Because it's like, I'm Black, I identify as Black, and I'm proud of that. But being American gives me the privileges that are usually associated with whiteness in France. And it's true. Whereas if you are, for example, a Black immigrant to France from sub-Saharan Africa, you may not receive the same treatment that I would receive.
And what about a Black man from America living in France?
Black men are largely feted, from what I've seen, American Black men in a variety of different countries. I've been hearing that Black men are all the rage in Germany for whatever reason. They've got a whole black male family.
Whatever.
Hate? No, boy, that hate is real, boy. That hate is real. You heard right? Hey, y'all know I gotta play it. I gotta play it for y'all. I gotta play it. Oh, that hate is real, ain't it right? Oh, that hate. They're finished for some reason in Germany, boy. That hate. Oh, she mad. Here we go.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than Black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas Black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a Black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think Black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a Black woman in Germany.
Tell me when I can
hate, boy, that hate is real. Boy, that hate is real as hell.
It was on 9,000. It was on 9,000. She was butthurt about that. She had to let that come out her vocal cords.
And notice, she brought Germany up out of nowhere because they were talking about Black folks in Europe that went to Europe, and we already know the 20s and the 30s. We already know about the artists, the 30s, the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, that they were doing their thing in Europe. So we know about that, number one. Number two, then they got out to France. Where did Germany come from?
Hey, man.
She had to bring that up to defecate on us. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead.
So
we said again, I missed it.
I'm just confused. So the white man pegged her right, necessarily, and the white woman pegged you right, and then all of a sudden now she upset.
Hey, because I want to be very clear. I've said this before. In America and in the West, people are dibbling and dabbling all over the place. People getting it in with everybody, every type of thing. It's all type of weirdness going on. Between race, between quote unquote different genders, different people is getting it in all different type of ways. People of color, Black folks, Black women start getting their feelings hurt now that when it's time to get married. That's when Black women start getting their feelings hurt. Because in high school and in college, white boy might pipe in whatever he pipe in, random stush ass, more upper class white dudes that might have a little chocolate thing where they want to get they peeing wet. They might dibble and dabble with a black woman here or there. Black women start getting their feelings hurt. Once we start dipping into that mid and late 20s, and it's time to for real adult, that's when and mom and dad start being like, hey, okay, done with the experimenting. When the Latino mom and dad is like, hey, leave little Negrita over there. Real disrespectful with it. That's when black women start getting their feelings hurt, and that's when Dr. Sabrina String starts sounding like this. Right? She was already probably on the anti-black misandry stuff already. We already know. But after White Boy Mike and the white co-workers and the white academic men and so we already know she's academic. So the white guys in her space start being like, see about that marriage thing. See, I thought you just was gonna be my dirty little chocolate secret, but yeah, about the marriage thing. See, yeah, I'm a white liberal, but see the marriage thing. See, don't get California twisted. California's blue, but not really.
Not really.
Right? So don't get it twisted. Them white boys be piping on. They be piping all type of black women, and a lot of them still got a white wife.
Yeah.
Don't get into it. There's a lot of white guys that used to pipe. I told y'all, like I said it the other day. The guy I watched some of his stuff. Jack Morgan RLP, you know, he talking politics and doomer stuff and all that other stuff. I'll be watching from him. He said he dated 3 black women. Dude is with a white woman right now. He said dated. We already know what that means. I'm just saying. And being down here in South Florida, maybe one of them was ADOS. I guarantee at least one of them was Haitian. If he said 3 black women, he's in West Palm. One of them was Haitian, at least. Maybe a Caribbean, another Caribbean like a Jamaican. One of them was probably ADOS, but there
2
you go.
ADOS, 1 Haitian. That's gonna be the ratio.
There you go.
I think the part that black women are having trouble. My mom's over the house, but the part that they're having trouble with is if they go to South America, the guys make 8,000. If they go to Europe, depending on what side they're going, it's egalitarian dating. 50-50 and 50-50 of bills and all that kind of stuff, especially in the UK. If they go to Germany, they're dealing with Anglos that don't want to mix in versus like the off-whites that live there that engage in relationships with black guys because black guys are more egalitarian. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place because they believe in these concepts and they don't want to pay.
So are you saying, Leon, that black women are taking black men for granted, and the white, like I said before, the white girls will be like, I'll do it. The Latinas will be like, I'll do it. The Asian women, some of them will be like, I'll do it. And black women like, yeah, I don't see what's so good about him anyway. Okay, yeah. Okay, keep on.
Well, it's the concept. Like I said, if you go to the UK, they do 50-50 dating, 50-50 bills. They believe in that stuff. That's why I love Discord so much. You get in those weird groups of Europeans that no, I'm not this, I'm this, I'm this. We believe in this. You like, really? Wow. You know, that's why it doesn't work out for them. And they already have studies on this.
Have you seen when black women go to Germany? What happens? Have you seen like the black girl who lives in Germany? TikTok. Have you seen that one yet?
No, go into that, Zulu. Go into that.
I stay away from TikTok, bro.
Oh man, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Basically, some black chick.
You're the worst. He said it's so beautiful. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Basically, she go out there and sell it to Germany. She's been living out to Germany for like the last 5-10 years, right? And she go out there thinking, oh my gosh, these German men gonna take care of me. They was like, what? What, girl? You wanted to pay your own food, bro. She's like, I gotta pay my own food, and you can see for the.
I think I seen one of her videos. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
when she said she the one that took
somebody
real quick. Yeah, Zulu, if you don't mind putting the link, we'll try to make something happen. But okay, if I'm not mistaken, she's the one who says, hey, I just want you to know, these German men out here, they do 50-50. That first date, he paying the whole bill. Nah, I don't fly over here. I think I know who Zulu talking about. I think I only seen one video from her, though.
Any accent noises, bro?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
Yeah, bro, that's her, bro. I think we talking about the same one, bro.
While you doing that, Zulu, let me play a little bit more of this, and we'll come back. Oh, man, here we go, y'all.
Whatever reason, they've got a whole black male fetish going on.
We are out of time. I really appreciate your being here.
She said fetish.
Thank you very much, Sabrina.
Thank you for having me. It's just been fun.
It has been fun. The name of the book, The End of Love, Racism, Sexism, and the Death of Romance, Beacon Press. published this year, 2024, right? And congratulations to that. I'm Mark Allen. Daryl, thank you very much for keeping us on track.
My pleasure.
And thank you for tuning in. Have a great week, everybody. Most importantly, have a healthy week. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.
I'm so mad I can't play for y'all when she essentially called us gay. I'm so mad I can't play that for y'all. Go ahead.
I hate he cut her off. She was getting ready to elaborate on the fetishization of black men
she
in
was.
Germany, and he cut her off. Cause you could hear in her voice that she was pissed about black men being fetishized in Germany.
Exactly.
She was getting ready to get into that subject, and he cut her off. Damn it.
And look at I'm telling you, look, it's when BGS plays that I got nowhere else to go. It's funny, but I don't think many of us really accept this. And black women their ego won't let them admit it out publicly. It's only every once in a while you'll see one of them. It really ended it and then would end. Okay, we're back. But they really don't have nowhere to go. When black men go, that's it. That's one less. Remember, there's 2 million more black women in America than black men. It really is a numbers game. Black women don't got no choice. That's why I'm not joking when I say they get smashed out by the younger brothers, by the extremely older brothers. They get smashed out by their white and Latino co-workers. They munching on each other. This is all ways to make up for them not getting on a black man's program. Right? So I really, they don't got nowhere else to go.
Consequences and repercussions. Consequences and repercussions. Period. Point blank. They go have to live with it.
That last dude was like Piccolo. He snatched us out the way. That bitch was loaded up.
Yeah, she was. You could tell because the thing is, and I keep saying it. Black women, you either get down on black men's program, or you be out there. And I'm joking, but I'm not joking when I talk about the rose toy, or munching on each other, or being the pass around for your non-black coworkers. I'm joking, but once again, I'm not joking because really that's what they're regulated to and relegated to. Go ahead.
Like this. I was on live yesterday on TikTok, you know what I'm saying, and I be out here in these streets. I go to places that I shouldn't be, but they starting to understand. Like I'm talking to one girl, I think it was me, like 4 other dudes, and like all the dudes over there was like, "Hey, if you just get jumped, girl, it's just you out there. Yo, my protection ain't for free." And these women without there was crying, "No, you should be protected." And they had this one woman came up there, she was Muslim, right? Now she said, I don't know nothing about this black culture thing about a black woman acting up. Now she live in Philly. Understand this. She live in Philly. She said, I don't know nothing about this strong, independent black woman culture, and she live in Philly, bro. And then she said, black men should always protect women regardless of the situation. I said, that ain't gonna never happen. And she's
part of the Moorish house.
She literally turned on the screen, looked me in my eye, and said, "What are you talking about? Black women are perfect." Man, this woman, the level of denial I saw, I was just like, you know what? All right, then, girl. All right, bro. That plane ticket to Uganda ain't nothing but $800, bro.
That sounds like a good ticket price to me.
All right, bro. I'm going next month, bro.
I got y'all, Zulu. I'm about to bring it up in a minute. I'm trying to get everything situated over here.
That's just her profile. I don't know if that's necessarily the video. But it's one of the videos. But it's just many of them.
But homegirl looked like the same one that was speaking about. Was it South Korea or Japan? She was speaking about another country, and she was like, "I look like Shrek to these people out here." I think that's the same lady.
Well, she do look like Shrek out there in her country. What country she at though? So
I want to say that's the same lady. She was like, "If you're looking for a man, don't come over here because I look like Shrek to these folks over here." I think that let me
that dark skinned chick who went to Tokyo, and she was like, "These black men, these women treat us great over here," and she was all mad. I think some other that's a different woman. I think. No,
not that one. BGS played her before. I know who you're talking about. But she was like, "Calm down. They ain't really checking for you like that." I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, it once again, it was South Korea. Thank you, Gilgami. Yeah, yeah, her. That looks just like her. But we'll play it anyway. Let's see. She might not even be talking about that. You said that's her channel. Do you have the video that you're talking about though? Where she say it?
I can go get it. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll give you the direct video. Give me 1 second.
Okay, all right. But yeah, so y'all heard that. I'm so mad that I can't play the part where she called us gay. She called. Hey, it's the way she said it. It's the homo eroticism and homosocial. And me and Benny, you had a conversation about it. I'm like, bro, you heard her call us gay, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, she said, y'all niggas. Essentially, I'm sounding really hood now. Y'all niggas care about what other niggas talk about or think of. Y'all care about what other men say about the looks of the women you're with, and that's gay. Y'all niggas gay. Like, that's essentially what he said. And she sounded like Riley, I promise you. Go ahead.
I was just saying, isn't that always the go-to though? I mean, that's the constant theme there. It's like, oh, you don't agree with us. Oh, you have you get together and actually agree on something. Y'all niggas gay.
Yeah, right? Always. and you know why I laugh and why I wanted to play for y'all. It is so funny to me because it's a academic saying it in the way that she can say it, right? She's not saying it in literally y'all niggas gay. No, what she's saying is, you know, you see these men who consider or who are overly invested in what other men have to say, and they're rating each other's look. They're rating the looks of the women that they're with or associated with, and that's somewhat homoerotic or homo social and whatever. And how she's framing it, and she's literally saying in different words, "Oh, that's just gay. Y'all niggas gay, right?"
Yeah, but putting it like
Yeah, it's
that
hysterical.
pissed me off about that
Exactly.
interview
Exactly.
was those white people, especially the white dude. It's like, she talking about your little fuck ass too, nigga. You
Yeah.
goddamn twin. Like,
Yeah, no, she is. Yeah, she is.
And it was like, y'all don't get what she really getting at, and y'all talking like it's so insightful and everything, and it's like, she's basically eroding social connection.
And she says that, like, that's why I'm glad she says the end of romance and what that's gonna mean, and the part where she says romance was built off of hierarchy, and essentially, I'm paraphrasing here. What she's saying is, if we're gonna erode patriarchy, then romance is gonna go away. And so this goes to when women start asking the questions, what happened to the days when men would open doors and they would pay for dates and they would walk up to you and ask you how you're doing? And you know, y'all know the Biggie line, right? Like, ask you how you're doing and whatnot and what you like and all of that is gone. You want to know why? Because Dr. Sabrina Strings told you romance is dead. And if romance is dead, which I don't know how much I buy, but I kind of get where she's going with it. If romance is dead, then all of that is dead. It's gone. It's finished. It's finito. And that's not something I necessarily celebrate. At least for me and my lady, right? Romance is not dead. But in the larger scheme of things, I understand what she's saying. And I'm saying this to women writ large in America and in the West, but particularly Black women. This is something that you pushed to happen. And now you really got to get it how you live. And if you can entice men with some type of implied romance, because romance evolved to be a dance that women played also, not so much as men clearly, but women played also. Going to what you were asking earlier, Better You, if romance is dead, then what the, it wasn't just, it was KMS. If romance is dead, then what the hell do Black women specifically, but women in America writ large, what the hell do they have to offer men other than being a financial burden?
Just, all they are, I mean,
quality prices.
Bills, headaches with tits attached.
First of all, I got to pull y'all back a little bit now. Y'all being a little too rough. These are my customers. These folks will be buying the new Clit Hammer 6900 that's coming out this summer now. $29.99.
Hey,
wait a minute, where's the video? Go ahead, keep going, keep going. Go ahead, Leon. You got it. Go ahead.
I think the part that people are missing is when you watch anything erode in the
I
society,
just
it
want to
starts from
direct
the bottom.
everybody's eyes to the screen and remember Clint Hammer 6900. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you're talking about eroding something and they claim it's patriarchy, you have to remember it starts from the bottom. So you can erode the cultures at the bottom and it rises up. So it's like when we were trying to scream at white people that your system is trash and now it's bled into white society.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not eroding the patriarchy; they're eroding the working class, middle class
But
to
that
have these
so I
frenzied
said that earlier.
relationships.
I said that earlier. The top 20, really, it's really the top 5, but the top 20 will still get married. A couple of them get divorced. We know how this thing go, right? The the performance of these things, it's going to be locked off in that top 20, top 10, top 5%. They're going to be able to play that game. Everyone else, shoulders shrugs. We don't know. It. You're not going to dissipate this completely. And if I'm understanding you correctly, Leon, that's what you're saying. Is like it's not going to go away completely. It's just who's going to be able to play this game and perform these roles.
Yeah, it's just saying like that's why I separate the romantic thing because it's basically saying this isn't enough. We want the other thing, and if we can't get it, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like our form of feminine Marxism and destroy communities from the inside, from the lowest, and hope that it rises up through the ranks. So, but I think what they're facing is black women have the biggest percentage of upwardly mobile growth, right? But they're casted as black women, so it's still a glass ceiling for them. And then, but then they look at black guys, even without the economic gains or extreme levels of education that they expect, you still rise more likely in other groups
We're
and
still ahead of them.
assimilate.
Yeah.
And some, but in their eyes, education wise, in certain spots, we're not. You know, because
Let me
that's
let
how
me
they
let me
want.
say
That's how they want to
let
do
me
it.
streamline what you're saying a bit, Leon, and tell me if I'm wrong. Leon is pretty much saying that black women are seeing us like we're skipping the line. That's why the lady that was in Germany said what she said, and that's why Dr. Sabrina String said what she said, which is how in the hell are we working, quote unquote, we're working so hard, and going to what Leon's saying, we rose up so much, we're hitting that glass ceiling, which is caste, right? But yet black men who haven't, and yes, you're right, we still earn more than them, you're right about that, but black men who haven't scaled up as far and as fast as we have, why are they still able to maneuver and cavort with all of y'all? Y'all won't allow us in those smoke filled rooms. Non-black folks aren't marrying us, but yet black men who haven't done what we've done. Once again, we're speaking from the mind of black women. Um, are y'all are y'all are bigging them up in a way that is not, quote unquote, not fair. It's not fair, right? And once again, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I get what Leon is saying. Leon, am I right about how I'm reading what you're saying?
Yeah. It's like they're operating with flat whiteness
But
when they engage with everything. It's just
Well,
black men
let
in
me
a
be
room. There's an
perfectly
issue.
Before
honest.
anybody else goes, they are saying it's not fair.
That is not fair. So I don't give a shit. I mean, it comes down to, it really just comes down to this. We're buyers.
KMS, real quick, you're channeling your inner lion today with the I don't give a shit. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, KMS. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I mean, because what it comes down to is this: we're buyers and they're sellers, and they don't want to buy. They keep talking about they got this boss bitch energy, but when it comes to opening up their pocketbook, all of a sudden they don't want to do it.
Broke, bro.
Yeah, but because these chicks go to South America, all these stuff and and it's all good till it's time to break bread, time to pay bills, and all of a sudden like, I don't want to. Wow, these men, I can't be
KMS, I don't know what language you speaking right now, but sir,
That is not fair. That is not fair.
I'm saying.
Here's the whole thing is, and I hate I hate to quote Fresh and Fit, but to this analogy, they do have a point. For most men to get on the proverbial 100-foot yacht, you have to buy your way in or value your way in. For a woman, you just got to be cute and you got to be chosen. Their problem is that they have a two-part problem. One, they don't want to buy their way onto the yacht, and two, they're really not getting chose. So they kind of just fucked off. They fucked off in the game.
I don't think y'all really understand this shit. Like the average like this. When I'm not. Well, I don't consider myself impressive, right? You see what I'm saying, right? But when I go to Uganda, literally the women say, "Oh, you can't have these many good qualities about yourself." And they literally told one woman said, "If you was necessarily raised here, you would probably be king." I really want you to understand that. That's it. The lady unnecessarily. I think she tried to like Buganda. She said, if you were raised here with the quality that you have, you would be queen. You would be king.
Yeah, but no, that could be the case just due to the economic disparities of between being a U.S. citizen and being Uganda. But even if you weren't, you do understand that there's going to be some provision and protection you're going to be giving to any woman that you choose, whether it be for as long as the rest of your life or as simple as a night. That's the problem that these women are facing. They literally cannot compete, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. There will never be a lack of women needing protection and provision. Choose the ones who are going to get on your program. It's really that simple.
It is that simple.
We reduced this argument so far down to it that I really just have two main points. One, protection and provision. If they're not applying it, they're asking for it. So then they are subjected to the market. And there's other women out there who will be more agreeable for my protection and provision. And the other thing is that they're stupid. And we can just go through the 5 laws of stupidity for that, but I don't want to belabor that point any further.
KMS, but this is I'm glad you mentioned the market. If you going back to what you said earlier, if you're not playing on men's emotionality, if you're not attempting to get shows, if there is no romance in the game, then you are hard and fast rules out there to the market, and market forces dictate market forces are hard and fast, and it hurt. So if you're not trying to fit into that gray area of feelings and emotions, and you just want to be left out there to the market forces,
I am literally taken back by the absolute gall and audacity of Black women in this one regard. Everyone else is going to at least attempt to sell love. They refuse to sell love. Like, hey, we ain't selling love no more, nigga. Okay, well, fine. So what it is they put themselves they're in a rifle shooting competition. And not only did they drop their rifle, they're stomping on it, throwing sand on it, and then they're going to pick up a knife and say, you know what, I can probably hit, this mark 100 meters from here with this knife. I just throw it real hard. And then of course it doesn't make it. So then they blame the judges. And everyone else is saying, well, look, bitch, everyone else is using their rifle. Why aren't you using a rifle? Because niggas ain't shit. Exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's that, but also like the female flex. I mean, I think you pretty much explained it. Like, it's like a female flex to do the absolute least and get the best possible outcome.
Yes.
Okay. No. I understand that. I could also flex on all you dudes by saying, hey, you know what, man, I made $300 million. And y'all be like, oh, word? How? Won the lottery. You're gonna be like, you're gonna be like, oh, congratulations. One caveat, nigga, you were just the luckiest motherfucker I know.
Yeah,
and that's it. So they're basing their whole entire life on dumb luck. How stupid are these bros?
You know what it is? It's the Eve effect. It's the what was it, Sierra prayer? It's what's the one-offs, the super one-offs, the Gabby Sidibays, right? What other super lottery ticket one-offs? Like, it's these super lottery ticket one-offs, because remember, we speak about plausibility over here. They speak about possibility over there. And because you got a Gabby Sidibe, and because you have an Eve, and because you have a Sierra, it's possible. And they will work their life into the ground off with a possibility. Go ahead.
I think Black Uru has said it best. They have been liberated in the madness. And I'll use the gun analogy one more time. We as men, we have an arsenal. Hey, if this gun don't work today, I can use this handgun, I can use a machine gun. Hell, I can even get a tank if I got enough money. because I got an arsenal at my disposal to get this one thing. Women, unfortunately, only have one rifle, and that bitch better shoot true. If I was a woman, knowing that I could only bring one rifle to this war, I'm going to be oiling that motherfucker. I'm going to be dismantling it. I'm going to be checking it. I'm going to be checking its sights. I'm going to make sure it fires straight and fires true. So when my target is there, I can hit it. These bitches just refuse to do that. I'm gonna let my rifle get rusty. I ain't gonna work on my marksmanship. I'm gonna forget my rifle sometimes. Or worse yet, I'm gonna line my rifle up on a target that I shouldn't line it up on, hit it, i.e., pregnancy, and then want to get back into the competition.
I'm gonna shoot my rifle with other rifles.
I'm gonna shoot my rifle with other rifles. Or worse yet, I'm gonna turn the gun on myself.
Yeah.
I have a question, but do queens actually believe they're going to actually go into battle?
That's a really good question. Because if you're refusing to compete, then you yeah.
Okay, no. It's when you go into battle. They believe a queen always believes at the end of the day, it's not going to be me.
Okay. No. I'm glad you used that queen analogy. Okay, that's fine. We'll use the king-queen standard. Okay. Most queens got patrolled. Okay, so you're sitting there, someone got to choose you. So someone has to find value in you. In all your queenness-ship, you ain't getting chose. You the queen of nothing.
You the queen of the, I mean, like BGS says, she is the queen of the ashes, though. So
queen of the ashes. Yeah.
So
no. I'm not even gonna give her that credit because ashes make the assumption that something was there.
That's true.
Ashes make the assumption that something was there and that you fucked up to burn down. No, most of these chicks are the queens of nothing.
So the queen of the void, then, if they're the queen of nothing, then I mean they're the queen of the void.
Yeah.
God damn. Y'all heard it here first. The queen of the void. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Because Ash. I can make the assumption
indicates that there's something was there.
Indicates there was something there that you fucked up.
Yeah, that's true.
Hell, even Kevin Samuels said it best. Like, hey man, even a divorced woman can say at one point she was married. These chicks ain't even that.
Yeah, that's true.
Built nothing. They are nothing. The queens of the void. That's what they are.
Bro, them plane tickets. I wish them plane tickets would get cheaper. Let them things. Let that plane ticket
you know when it would be over. Here's when it would be over, Zulu. If there was some type of hyperdrive or hyperlink thing that teleport you to Japan or to wherever in Africa, in a matter of like 60 seconds, a minute, maybe even 5 minutes, it would be donezo.
It would be over.
Donezo.
Man, I every weekend I will be in Ghana, bro. I'll be in Tanzania, bro. I'm serious.
Well, I mean, the inevitable is just getting delayed because GTA comes out next year in May. So
I don't know. GTA gonna come when the humans can probably land on the moon, bro. I mean,
they
keep on pushing back for real.
They do it on purpose. Like, my thing is this: she's in sociology. She got a PhD. She's been around all those women. Her friends are sociologists and biology and all that kind of stuff. Y'all tried to alter what men were for the last 50 years, and y'all did it. Now your issue is that they're gay.
Let me read this real quick. Leon. Because Gil Gabby, I just read this to realize how funny it was. Gil Gabby says, "We bedwinched and betrayed, but white men don't want us. These niggas got lynched and frisked, and yet all these other women want them. Why? It's not fair. I got you."
That's not fair! That is not fair!
Dude, that's really how they sound about it. That really is.
We were raised for other women. Like.
Wait, Leon, say that slow. Say that. I heard you, but I need you to say it slow for everyone.
Y'all socialize us to be tough, aggressive, and kind, and understanding to women, and y'all raised us for other women. So if you let too many through education to where they can get outside the community, there's going to be a woman to find them attractive that's not black. You know what I'm saying? If you desegregate schools, my son is screaming it for some reason. if you desegregate schools and black boys are achieving, there's going to be a cast of white girls that might find interest in that. And if their parents are liberal, they want that little mixed baby. You know what I'm saying? So they can look at, we have black babies in our family. You know what I'm saying?
Leon, I told you when I go to Uganda, they tell me I have the qualities of a king, bro.
Yes.
I think I'm lying when I say that.
We have a work ethic. We have a serious work ethic here. I mean,
Yeah, we've
when you
been
kind of
socialized.
going, yeah.
We've been socialized on European standards. And it doesn't matter how hard we work, right? It doesn't matter what we do, it's still not good enough. But when you go somewhere else and you compare, it doesn't matter if it's South America, Asia, or Europe, freaking Africa. We're egalitarian. Like what brother in Africa do you think sits down and sees dishes in the sink and wipe them off? You know what I'm saying? Like how many of them? Think about when a chick sees you take a dish and wipe the thing off. Like does something that simple go through your mind when y'all start comparing?
Yeah, over here we have the framing of what we are, and then other places we have the actuality of what we are.
Yes. And that's what I mean by watching that dish, or like even throwing a shirt in the washer.
You gotta paint it all the way, Leon. We will wash the dishes, go handle our business, giggity, right? And then go sit on the couch and watch some goddamn TV or play some video games and act like nothing happened. That blows other non-black women's minds. It goes. I said it before. They're taking it for granted, and as you said, you're raising your sons for other women. Do you know what it is to wash dishes or sweep, put the garbage out, mow the lawn, take a shower, go handle your business, get up, and then spend until 3 o'clock in the morning playing Call of Duty for you guys, but playing Forza for me against friends, right? And then go to bed, go to sleep, and wake her up, knock knock, and handle your business again before one of y'all go to work? It happens. That blows non-black women's minds. But black women take it for granted. So yeah.
That was Tuesday for me, bro. That was Tuesday.
See, I'm saying, y'all see, line ain't here, right? What you think that is? Got him a Latina now, boy. Ladies, y'all losing. Y'all losing. I spoke to.
At this moment, bro, I got 3 little things out there in Uganda, bro. One of her friends, I was down there. One of her friends said, "Hey, I like you. I want to show you with my friend, bro." Cause she like, legitimately she was like, "Hey, I even know you, like you kind of deserve to him." And I was saying like, so like, hey, bro, like when you really leave this place and you kind of like see the world, like they were like, why you don't want to come back? Like I ain't coming back. Man, I already got my place already set up officially. I'm gonna start streaming from there probably next month, bro.
Let me read this in. Mr. DJ says, even making the bed, exactly, making the bed afterwards. Big Mo says, I'm doing the dishes right now. Big Mo, is this before or after said activities? I'm just saying, right? So like that goes to what we're look, Dr. Sabrina Strings, whether it's whoever you can see this, and I'm glad she mentioned Germany, because that's why I played the clip from the other lady speaking about Germany, and you see the way they respond, and they better yet react to the idea that black men, and you heard her emphasize the word fetish, right? Okay, but that's not an insult to black men though. Like, okay, let me get this right. A white German lady just wants to get smashed out by me, and then I can get on my way afterward, no strings attached. Like unless he wants to be in a relationship with her, how is that? Do you understand? Black men are like, sign me up. She don't got no itchy scratchy. She ain't trying to have kids, and she just want to have some fun, and I can go about my way. How is that? Look, man.
How is this?
And the problem is exactly.
That's a win-win for me, man.
Like, can that devolve into being something dehumanizing? Yeah, but as of right now, like I don't. The problem is, right?
Yeah, men and women, different things on different
They don't,
standards.
and they don't and I think that's, thank you, Inspiration. That's one of their glaring blind spots is they see it as something wrong with us that we don't feel and think about these things. Emphasis on the word feel about these things the way they do.
For them, though.
They
No,
think that,
for
yeah,
them, though.
yes.
Like we don't feel that way for them in the sense that, oh my gosh, you're a black man and you're being cherished over here by these other groups of women. Don't you feel bad? No. No. My like I don't see how in what way I'm a black man would even feel bad. Because when they go over
they
and say,
want
oh,
they
he's
want
being
you to
cherished,
feel
it's like,
bad, not because of how you're being treated. They want you to feel bad because they're not being treated the same way.
Yes.
That's
So
why they
the
want you to
fuck
feel
what?
No,
Hey,
I'm just explaining. I'm not trying to
yeah.
justify, brother, what you're
Right.
saying. I'm just explaining what's going on.
It's okay. Let's paint out this picture, particularly for the video that I played. Let me play it again, and then we'll we'll paint the picture after I play. Let me play it one more time.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Wait, nobody. Wait. I'm gonna play. Here's a treat for y'all. I'm gonna play, but y'all already know what the treat is. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat to put this into context. Here y'all go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Okay. Let me just jump in.
Go ahead, Kim. Let's go ahead.
And give these women a much needed game that they're fucking up on. If black women want to be seen in a better light by other men outside of black men, the best, quickest, and most definitive way they could do that is by being better women to black men.
Facts.
No, now, and let me add some context to that, for in case somebody's like, "Oh, what the fuck are you talking about?" All right, listen. When Asian women got this reputation, and I've lived in Asia. It's bullshit, but it's a marketing tool. Is that they're seen as being docile and agreeable? Well, the proverbial first non-Asian man saw an Asian woman with an Asian man being what? Docile and agreeable. Transfer that over to a Latin woman. Transfer over to a white woman. Men that are not black are seeing black women be what with their very own men: hostile, masculine, aggressive, disagreeable.
And
So they're like,
backstabbing.
so they're like this, man. If you were treating your own men, your fathers, your brothers, your cousins, your uncles, if you're treating them with this much disdain, and these are men that I would think you would love just by proxy. How can I trust how you treat me once the mask comes off, once you get comfortable and let your hair down? So that's how stupid they are from a strategic tactical situation, because anyone who's dated other women, it's not a situation on where she's acting like that towards you because you're black. She's acting like that because that's how she acts. An Asian woman is more or less going to be acting like that for an Asian woman, white woman for a white man, Latin woman, and so on and so forth. But these women think that, oh, I'm just going to turn this on for another man, and these other men are like, bitch, I don't believe you. You don't do that for your own man.
Like if you betray your own man who will die for you, I wouldn't even piss on you to save your life. I already like, come on, bro.
So here's the whole thing, and this has, I mean, and here's the whole thing. Black women like to lead with the whole aspect of that they're black, and to some aspect, I do agree with that. But you got so much other shit that you ain't doing or competing on at any level. You're always just falling back on the whole thing of you're black. It's sort of like me. If I say I was uneducated, fat, lazy, bald, and all that, I can't get no bitches because I'm black. I'm like, okay, let's let that be the last reason, not the first reason where you got all this other fucked up shit going on. But that's how women are going with it. They're always going with the all because
you're leaving out the most important criteria, even more so than the men. Look at the children.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
What men who value their future progeny would invest them in what they see of Black American women? What self-respecting men would do that?
I apologize, Zulu. I was doing field goal kicks while you scoring touchdowns. I apologize. You were right.
I mean, what
look at the kids. Look at the offspring.
Would look at them and say, "My God, I'm going to invest my future, all I might produce, and invest it in a woman who's going to produce. She's going to produce those children. She's going to produce those heirs. She's going to be what I leave my estate to, who I put in my will, who I leave my home to." What men outside of Black men will do that?
No one is stupid enough.
Here's another thing to consider. Like, even if they do the whole white worship thing and really do treat them better, there's still the consideration of, okay, well, then now you're around other white people. And then when I'm gone, what are you doing with now not Brad, but with cousin Larry? You know, it gets into the same kind of sphere as some of the celebrities. Like when you have like a certain person that gets into that orbit, like, okay, now can I trust this chick now that she's in this space now?
Have you ever heard the King of Queens lady? Have y'all heard about her? Have y'all seen her videos?
Yes.
About her?
Yes.
Exactly, bro. They are not the same. Like even the white man knows he was saying right, bro. The way she turned on that white man, that's to say, why pay?
Yep. That's the fear. That's the fear. That's their fear.
World, bro. These white people, if you can't play this, if you can't have that skill here now necessarily with your own group of men, you're not going to have it miraculously necessarily when you come over here. Like when they say,
here's the
what is it? I'm gonna be feminine for him. No. That's like
no, that's not true. We know that. That's not true.
Yeah.
Zulu, here's the thing.
Feminine switch onto my masculine. That's not happening, bro.
To Zulu, to inspire truth, to KMS, this is what we're dealing with. They fundamentally think the system is BS, and there's an argument to be made for that. They fundamentally think it's BS, so they don't want to invest at all. Pause. But they don't want to accept that, okay, fine, then you don't get nothing. If you think the system is BS, fundamentally, which I actually am sympathetic to, and I agree to a certain extent, then if you're not going to participate, that's the other part, then you get nothing. But then they're angry that they get nothing if you don't, okay. If you're not going to engage in combat, if you're not going to compete for the men at the top, if you're not going to compete for the men in the middle, then you are regulated to the men at the bottom and nothing, which is other women, your toys, doing your platonic friendship thing, and right, like that's what you're relegated to. Like they're throwing a temper tantrum. Understand? You know what? I can even somewhat be sympathetic to the temper tantrum. What drives me insane is the complaining. Don't complain. Go ahead.
Can I get it?
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So the biggest problem
You got it after that, KMS. You got it. Go ahead, Betty.
I think we're kind of missing the biggest thing. The biggest dilemma that a lot of these ladies are facing is that they have concubinized themselves. And some have started to realize it and they're trying to push back on it, but it's so ingrained and so prevalent that why I put it like this. Pretty Woman. Not a real story.
The movie. Yeah.
yeah. Not a real story at all. Who's gonna marry the hooker?
We got to slow down real quick. For those of you, the young folks who never watched the movie Pretty Woman, Julia Roberts, she starts off, it's early. This is her first or second night. She's street walking, and then she meets what's his name? His real name. In real life. What's his name in real life?
Richard Gere.
Yeah, Richard Gere. And Richard Gere is some super millionaire. And he pretty much takes her and borderline, he originally starts putting her in a relationship situation. He doesn't even try to pipe initially, right? And so there's this whole thing where he buys her nice things, he sends her out to get fitted dresses and all this other stuff, and he creates the ambiance and makes her a girlfriend from jump. And like that, so when Better You was saying this is not a Pretty Woman situation, that's not going to happen. Understand that this movie was like a hit for mainly white women, but for women writ large in America, like this type of situation, it's the fairy tale. It was the fairy tale princess story of its time, which I'm so down bad that I'm reduced to street walking, but just in time. This super wealthy white guy, tall, good-looking white guy, saves me from myself in street walking and then puts me into the girlfriend situation and doesn't even force himself on me, creates the ambiance to entice me to want to do it anyway.
I say one thing. I say this one thing, right? It doesn't matter what society you go to, all women will serve in these two capacities. You would either serve in the capacity of wife or you would serve in the capacity of a concubine, right? It don't matter what society you go to, bro. So black women have already chosen their place. They've chosen concubine and said now they want to reflip necessarily and say, I'm not a concubine, I'm a concubine wife. That don't happen, bro.
Say that. Say that.
Well, but
say that.
To them, if they're not with a white man, if they're not a white wife, then they are by default concubine.
A concubine.
Yeah, that's how they view being with you. They view being with you, being married to you, as being a concubine. She's not a real wife unless she's with a white dude.
They would
that's a tough pill to swallow.
Right, they said they put them like whores over that country. The only problem is in America. I hate to say this, bro. Black men and men in America, they trying to turn whores into housewives, and we got to stop doing that shit, bro. To me, I see this shit on a routine basis, bro. No.
Let's wait a minute, Zulu, because what Black Uru just said, Dr. Sabrina Strings kind of said that when she's bringing up romance, when she's bringing up the history of romance, particularly in the European context. She is saying, and then when she brings up the history of how romance started. But she's being very clear about how romance in a Western sense came about, right? In the dance that men would perform for women, considering romance. When she's saying that, she is also, and the fact that black women were excluded from that, and the only time black women seem to have ever wanted to participate in that truly is directly after slavery ended. She is saying, not being with the white man, particularly the elite white man, you aren't a wife. And going back to what I was saying earlier about how you're seeing more and more folks play around with the partner word, but they're not being honest about what they mean by partner. They're using it interchangeably, particularly the elites and the highly educated. They're using the word partner interchangeably with wife or husband. What they're really saying when they say partner is, I'm not going to be a wife. You're not going to be able to perform husband. I'm not going to be able to perform wife. I don't subscribe to wifely roles. So you will be a partner to me. Right?
No, but I still want the benefits of wife though.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Yeah.
not happening, bro. Like I said, I got 3 little joints out there in Uganda, boy. I ain't playing this game, bro.
Hey, you heard the way I said it. I said patriarchy by feminist specifications. That's what I meant.
I call it different. I call it matriarchal with patriarchal benefits.
Right.
Basically, partner is a LGBTQI term. Okay.
Yes.
In other words, basically, there is no gender roles with
Yep.
same-sex partners, right? Okay.
Mhm.
And so your intersectional feminists have adopted a homosexual term.
But they're not saying. You see what you just did? You see what you just did right there, BGS?
Uh-huh.
They're playing with it because they're using it and implying wife somewhat. They're
No,
not saying completely what you're saying.
no. They know what they're saying. The thing is,
Uh-huh.
they're leaving it open for interpretation.
Yes, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Exactly.
In other words, when they say partner, that means there are no gender roles. Okay. Your traditional
That's
gender
what they
roles are not
mean.
there.
No. But there's something you said right there, BGS. That's what they mean. I know that. You know that. But that space right there that you said, leaving it up for interpretation, that's what I'm saying right there. That's where people start to. It's almost like when a politician says something, but they ain't saying nothing, and they let you get from it what you want to get from it.
They have to
That's what I'm
leave it
saying.
up for interpretation because they ain't jumping in front of fists and bullets
gender
like that.
roles. I think it's more than just gender roles.
And what is it more than?
Oh wow.
It's the status of being a husband itself is a particular status. It's a particular status. And they don't want you to be referred to. They don't want to be referred to as a husband and wife because there's a particular status to being a husband and there's a particular status to being a wife. There's a particular perception of the behavior and the actions of a husband and a particular perception of behavior and actions of a wife. And so they're very specific about avoiding using that language because women in general are very, very, very moved by language and words. And they know if I say you're my husband, they know intuitively I'm supposed to treat you a certain kind of way because you're my husband. Because and when especially when if they have a religious background, they definitely know what it means when they say you're my husband. So that's why they're very specific about that language.
The thing is, I learned this in the freaking late '80s, early '90s. They said what it was before they actually changed the language. They said exactly what it was. Get rid of gender roles. Period. There are no more gender roles when two people come together. Okay, because they're not training women to be wives and men to be husbands. There are no more gender roles. Okay, you figure it out. You adapt as you go on the fly. Those are partners. They're two different things. They said it back they said it back in the '90s before it really got implemented. That's why I know exactly what it is. That's why I push against it. Are we partners or husband and wife? Can't be both. Partners those actually 1980s homosexual language because they actually wanted to have homosexual people actually have so-called what is it, marriage rights, okay, without the marriage. So they have they call it a domestic partnership, okay, where you actually come together without marriage, without gender roles, and kind of exchange whatever other things like being able to go to the hospital, being on each other's insurance shit, stuff like that. Okay, this is very specific language. Okay, so they adopted this case of homosexual pairings where there are no gender roles and actually planted it onto modern day feminists and females. Okay, that's where the language comes from.
BGS. Even then, I don't even think that because I got people that I know a couple people who are gay. I'm gonna say that much, right? Even amongst them, there is definitely a top and there is still a bottom.
Okay, but thing is, which one is which? When they come together, they have to figure that out, right?
Oh yeah, they do figure that out. Yeah, usually.
So in other words, is the bottom trained to be a bottom and the top trained to be a top?
Nah, they choose.
So
that.
BGS, the fundamental problem is that men want wives and women want partners. So it's going to be.
So why do you marry a woman that says she wants a partner?
That's why I had to go to Colombia.
Exactly.
That's why I went to Colombia to
I mean,
find me
I
a
mean,
wife
I
that
mean,
wants to be a wife.
when you go down to Colombia, do you use that language, partners?
No,
They call
no.
it, esposa, right? Esposa, right?
Esposa,
Yeah,
esposa.
yeah. Esposa,
Absolutely.
absolutely. Okay, those are gender roles, right? And I can tell you, Latin, they started 2 years old training that girl to be a wife. They don't play that, okay? They don't play this non-gender role shit, okay? Same thing with a little boy. He's out there shining shoes and banging on wood and stuff like that. He's trained to be a husband, okay? From 3 years old, okay? You're trained for roles. Those husband and wife are roles, okay? Or gender roles. They want to eliminate what? Gender roles. So you can't call somebody husband, somebody wife. What if that woman wants to be CEO? You stay home and take care of the kids, okay? You eliminated the gender role. That was the plan. That's why partner comes. That's why I always push against it. I don't like that partner shit. Well, I love my partner. So you married? So you gay or what? That's what we should tell them. Are you gay? Because that's the only people that have partners that are married supposedly are gay people.
Even what they try to use it like BJ. This is how they trying to transform it. Now when I'm on TikTok, I be in places I probably shouldn't be, right?
Mm-hmm.
They try to say it's like, oh, like it's a business partner, right? So my counter to that is I was like, so your business partner, your partner has to come in with like at least half the money, right? They have to take in half the responsibilities and actually do that, right? You're not even trying to do that, so you can't even say you're a partner, because a partner does have to bring in at least half or quarter of the work necessary, or do most. You got to put in some of the work to be considered a partner or equal to somebody. So
Sometimes
they try to use it.
I mean, I defer to Uru on that one because he does that shit for a living. I don't know. How do you can you form a partnership with lessers? I don't know. Got to defer to Uru on that one.
In any partnership, you have lesser partners, you have managing partners, you have majority partners. Just because you have a partnership doesn't mean it's an equal share of power and ownership.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's the way they try to basically say it. Now it's like it's more like a business, like it's a business.
I'm gonna tell you, man, bitches don't know.
I know
all they know is what they've been told. Okay.
I mean, if they want to go if they want to go the partner standpoint, what they can't make up with finances, they can offset with equity and sweat equity, but they don't want to do that either.
I mean, the thing is that okay, most women that adhere to traditional vaginal roles do not call their husband's partner. They call him my husband.
Let me do this. BGS, I just put a link in the back chat. If you don't mind clicking that and going to the hour and 45-second mark, please and thank you. Hour and 45-second mark. Because the homegirl, because by the way, BGS might not know, I'm reviewing Dr. Sabrina Strings.
That crazy chick, man.
Yeah, we back at it. So she put out a book about the end of love in Rome. Actually, let me put up the thumbnail for you. And there we go. The end of love, racism, sexism, and the death of romance. Sabrina Strings. And
people still love my short that I put up about her when she said that men prefer women that are slim,
pliant, docile, light.
It wasn't white.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And now she's essentially saying it's the end of romance, and there's something she sneaked this the hell out of us, and essentially call us.
Where's the marker at? What time marker?
The 10 hours and 45 seconds.
10 hours?
I mean, I said 10 hours. I'm sorry, an hour and 40. I don't know why I said 10 hours. An hour and 45 seconds. I don't know what
hour and 45 seconds. Okay.
Yeah. And if you don't mind, and I will bring that up when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm about to say 10 hours. I'm about to say, boy, you've been up here longer than
I've done it though. I've listened to the Art of War. I've listened to.
I've done a 13-hour stream, so I can't say.
No, I've never. I think I went up to 9 hours is the most I've ever done. Yeah.
I can barely get past 45 minutes. I can't talk for that long. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Well, you can't talk by yourself for that long. But you have people coming on and off the panel. I've done a 13-hour stream.
For real. And whenever you're ready, BGS.
Interest in women, and also having most of your sex with women. If you are
bring it back maybe 10 seconds, maybe 10, 15 seconds.
In America that do not have, if they are about Black people, that aren't majority Black women. It doesn't matter if it's Breonna Taylor or George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery. The majority of people who show up are Black women. Black women show up. So just the very idea that Black women don't care about Black men is just so preposterous. But it's another way in which Ayanla, in this instance, and this group of Black men are trying to teach Black women how to be proper women. Oh, no. You're supposed to be concerned about my feelings. Okay, that's the role of the woman. You're docile, you're polite, you're nurturing. You're concerned about me, right? And the men who articulate it that way or behave in that way, those are the fuckboys. Now, I described
you heard what she called, yo.
Man, that I call the cis-handed fuckboys, the subset. And I wanted to
pause right there real quick, BGS.
What the hell?
You heard? Wait, she about to.
About?
Wait. I'm about to. She said cis-handed. That's why I told you to pause. She said cis. If you think you know what she's saying, you're probably right. She said cis-handed. Now keep on playing, BGS. Keep going.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what the hell she talking about.
To acknowledge their gender, that they are cisgender, and sexuality, that they're not heterosexual. Heterosexual implies an interest in women and also having most of your sex with women if you are a cisgender man. That's not what's going on here. These men are mostly consuming pornography that turns women into a series of holes that they might decide to ejaculate into, and they are masturbating into it, and they are then turning to real life women in many instances to act out these pornographic fantasies. So these fantasies are extremely harmful because if we think about the way romance turned all women into a trope, all women who are eligible for romance into a trope, you have to be this list of qualities. Then pornography is like, okay, well, not only are women a list of qualities, but they're also just like a list of body parts. And, we can do whatever we want with these body parts. These are just whatever, just stuff. So when I talk about these cis-handed fuckboys, I'm talking about these kinds of men who are all about themselves and their feelings, and they want women to be concerned about their feelings, who are also harassing, horrifying, and assaulting women using pornography.
Pause right there, BGS. Pause right there.
Well, man, if I see her in real life, bro, I'm telling you, I may be going to jail, bro.
No, don't do that. Don't say that on the channel. But don't do that.
If she saw her in person, you probably feel sorry for her. She's nuts. Yeah.
She said, first of all, she giving me like even more intellectual. She giving cis-handed. So she's saying, if you out here jacking off to porn, then you really ain't really into women. And then you're assaulting women by imagining them, by having sex with them, imagining these positions and whatever the hell you was watching on the flick just a minute ago.
Okay.
Like, this is where we are. She's giving me like more quote unquote intelligent Terry McMillan vibes. She give me Terry McMillan vibes like a motherfucker. I don't know, it's just me.
I mean, Terry McMillan was nuts, but this chick is on another level.
I'm just saying. Like, so that's not what she called this game, but y'all heard it here first.
No,
the new term is cis-handed.
In other words, it's worse than gay. Okay.
Yeah. No, she calls this gay too. By the way, I'm trying to find it. I'm playing it on another link to find it.
To be gay, you have to be attracted to men. You can't be gay.
No, but she She calls us homosocial and homo. Go ahead. Better you probably explain better. Go ahead.
She repurposed the term homosociality in order to swipe at men and to cast homosexual aspersions upon men. Essentially, her argument was men are socialized by other men, and men care about the attractiveness of their mate and everything because of what other men think, and that makes them gay,
so women are not homosocial.
Oh, most definitely. But she's trying to use it to basically
I know.
sexual aspersions on the workers.
I know. But in other words, so she's saying that women don't care about the opinions of other women.
I got y'all. Keep going, BGS, with the street, with the video. Wait, everyone, wait. BGS, keep going, because she's going to say it further down. As a matter of fact, within the next minute and a half.
I mean, what I'm saying, what did you guys get from it? Because I've heard this kind of, good grief. Okay.
Leon, your background, please. Leon, mute us for 1 second. Yeah.
So for me personally,
Uh-huh.
I see it as a master class of projection. And if you when you listen to it, a lot of the things the arguments that she makes I do feel actually pertains more to women than men,
Yes.
ironically.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm talking. So I'm talking about. Is she trying to say men are homosocial? So what's your definition of homosocial? You care about the opinions
Opinions of other men.
of other men, right? Which is true, okay? Which is true. So what? So if that's the case, what are women? They're even more
That's what I'm
homosocial.
saying.
They're even more homosocial than men are.
If you
But
don't mind,
also, it
BGS,
seems like
play.
she.
Go ahead and inspire
Uh,
truth and
I
we'll
was
go
just
through.
gonna say, like, I don't know if y'all caught that, but it kind of seemed a lot like she just took consent, like consent between two adults, and then kind of framed it as assault.
Yeah, no, she
oh
did.
yeah, she
No, you're
did.
right. She did that. I got that too. I got that reading
Okay.
too. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, say if you even call it assault, right? Say if a woman is going to pay me $100 to slap the shit out of her, okay, that's assault, right? But guess what? She paid for it.
But what she's saying
Which
is,
is giving consent.
true. What she's saying is that because you have whatever image going on in the back of your mind,
Mm-hmm.
right? That you're assaulting her with
Mm-hmm.
the image that you're trying to perform, maybe,
I mean
which
people
is crazy talk.
which is insanity, okay?
Exactly.
Okay. Nietzsche wasn't even this crazy.
She
Hey,
speaks.
bro.
Goddamn.
But the thing is,
I don't think that she
She
was
speaks as
crazy.
one that have no sexual desires.
the thing is, who listens to her? No, I think she has a lot of sexual desire. I think that
Yeah.
she
No, I
she
think it's a
can't.
whole lot of pent up sexual desire, actually.
She can't get the men that she wants. Okay, because
Yes.
she just still desires male attention, male validation.
Oh no, I agree, but with her framing it and trying to frame consensual sex as assault, eh, like the only way you could even feasibly somehow make that work is if you say that women are these asexual beings who somehow just acquiesce to the desires of a man
I
whenever a guy wants to do something.
I have heard insane female academics spout this shit for the past 50 years, man. It
Yeah.
absolutely makes no sense. Okay, so we actually read and start breaking down the language. Okay, I said, are you what kind of medication are you on? Why does
But
this make
BGS,
sense?
we ain't done torturing everybody yet. If you don't mind pressing play,
Handed
please,
one's
again.
one of my favorite.
Thank you.
There's also like this kind of, and now I'm realizing this is very homosocially double triple entendre, but there's something about like the secondhand character, like the second-handed character of the fantasies here, right? Like that this is what Les Wexner, right, wants you to want, right? Or this is what Larry Flint wants you to want. And it's, I know in the beginning we were talking about people being like the comedian being like, well, you know, like, what do I like? I like hot ladies with tits, right? I mean, like real generic type stuff, right? Man?
Okay.
Like, you can't, maybe some people are authentically that way, and God bless them. You know, if that's their truth, that's their truth. But also, there is this kind of like aspect of like, and I think you know, some of the, I think like Brett Carr and some of these psychoanalysts who've written about fantasy will talk about where it's like a thing that can happen is a failure or like an inability to exercise the capacity to fantasize. Which is about so much more than just sexual fantasies or at least fantasies in which there is like literally, you know, interaction on the level.
She's gonna explain it in a minute.
Like holes and parts and plumbing, etc. Right. And I think that idea then that if your encounter with your own sexuality, but also the capacity of sexual encounters with others is so thoroughly mediated in this through pornography, there comes a point where there actually is no actual encounter with the other, and that loss doesn't just affect the person in the future failed potentials of encounters and all these other sort of sequelae from violence to like loneliness, etc. But there's also a corresponding failure or a missed opportunity for the person themselves. Like, well, what do I actually want?
What?
Right? Or like, what might I be able in encountering this other person to realize that I want from them that I would never want from anybody else? And you know, there's a whole avenues of self-discovery and also vulnerability that are foreclosed from the get-go in favor of these encounters that, on the one hand, if they have all this sort of upfront intimacy, this is the fuckboy being like, well, here's 10 different reasons why I feel real bad today and why I'm not going to let you get a word in edgewise, to the like, let's immediately get to like these very particular hardcore things that I've been, you know, thinking about for years. everything else falls out there somehow, or at least something.
Well, there's a certain generic quality, right? And this is something that I think you can see if you watch, like, you know, all these reality TV shows that involve, you know, fuckboys and the women who love them,
Oh,
or
gosh.
at least the women who sleep with them. But I want to, and I think this is really.
They wouldn't be fuckboys if women didn't want to sleep with them.
That you know what's so what they're explaining while you kept on saying what we just is they're going through what she's saying and implying here, which is if you're caring about other men, and this is what Better You was saying, if you're caring about what other men think about your woman, then you're engaging in homoerotic and homosocial behavior because you care whether another man thinks that your lady is attractive. Why do you care? That's gay, is what she's saying.
Homoerotic has nothing to do with caring
She
about.
said it.
I don't care what the fuck she said. Okay, it's called misuse of language. Okay,
I know.
If you want to have
Yeah.
sex with somebody, that's homoerotic. Okay, homosocial, as she coins it, is caring about what other people think. Has nothing
I
to do
don't
with
think
sex.
I don't think she's really scared about men judging women on their status. I think she's really scared about men judging men. I mean, men judging women on how they may be treating you. As in, hey man, hey, that chick you got there, man, she ain't shit.
Yeah, man,
And you caring about wait. Let's finish with that, KMS. And you caring about his opinion in that statement is what makes you homo. Exactly.
What is homo? Oh, okay. The thing is, homo what? Homo means same. That's all it means. Okay.
No. No. I
What
agree with you.
they're
I
saying,
agree.
what they're saying.
I agree with you, BGS. I think it's just another shaming tactic. It's just that
it's a misuse of the fucking word. Okay.
No, you're right. You're right. No, we're agreeing. Yeah.
That too.
And for people not to call out the misuse of words is the problem.
They did not do it on that panel. I'm telling you right now.
Of course not.
They did not do it.
Which is why the whole conversation is so convoluted, okay? Because it doesn't mean anything. Homosocial means the same thought, okay? The same kind of social class, or social thinking, right? That's all it means. Has nothing to do with screwing somebody else, okay? Women engage in that with their babies, with their clothes, with their hair, with their eyes, with their nails, with the car that you drive, okay? Has nothing to do with eroticism.
To further reinforce what BGS is getting at, like good examples.
After this, we gotta have Leon. Go ahead, Better You. Go ahead.
Fraternities, clubs, any type of thing where it's essentially intended for.
It's homosocial. Yes.
Yeah. It's just this. It's coming together.
Political parties are homosocial, right? Okay.
Yes.
Politics is homosocial. Okay, how you think in school is homosocial. They send you to school as boys and girls to be homosocial. Okay, to get on the same train of thought. That's why they train you. What is she talking about?
She's
crazy. It has nothing to do with sex.
She's intentionally conflating terms.
Yes. No, I don't know if she's conflating or she's lying about it. One of the two.
I've been saying
what it is.
One at a time. Go ahead, Leon.
Let's let Leon go real quick, and then you guys will. Go ahead, Leon.
So if BGS listens to what I said earlier, he'd probably give me a B+. When she's saying this,
that's hysterical.
She's targeting guys, basically saying, you're not letting me assimilate with you because you're worried about what your community thinks of me.
Talking about white guys?
And I'm woman. Yeah.
White?
So
okay.
Yeah. So that's how I position with, because she's talking to white guys right now. She's saying that this is homo, whatever, erotic behavior. And it's like, yo, realize your glass ceiling and sit the fuck down.
The thing is, if she recognizes that she's black, she's dealing in homosocial behavior. Okay.
Yes. She's doing it 100% through this whole action of hers.
Yeah, I mean, you desiring you being a divester, whatever you want to call yourself, is dealing in homosocial behavior with other people of like minds.
Yes, and they still give you the glass ceiling. You know, you're in community with them, but you're like the lady breastfeeding their babies.
Well, basically, you're not part of the tribe, okay?
Yeah,
she's the pet. Like Omni Man said, she's my pet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
She is the
look,
pet.
look.
She's the
So in
entertainer.
other words, she's calling men writ large gay. Y'all niggas is gay. Y'all care what other men think about the women that you are doing whatever with, and you're like, hey, how she look to you? And to her, that's gay.
Okay,
Well, I
so
would say
the thing is, why is the intersectional feminist that loves LGBTQI using the gay word to straight men?
Because she's
well,
stupid.
she
As a
doesn't.
pejorative.
She's
Wait. She
weaponizing.
never says. Wait. She real quickly, Leon. She never says the word gay.
Yeah.
She says homo, whatever the hell, social or erotic. So she never says now.
Okay,
When you read it, you see that she's calling you gay, but she's
homo.
not using that word. Go ahead.
We just use it. There's a lot of terms. Homosexual is what the actual term. Gay is what we use to actually clean it up. Homoerotic
Yes.
is gay sex. Okay,
Mhm.
she's saying the same thing. Okay.
No, I know. I'm saying that, BJS, but I'm just off a technicality. She never said the word gay.
Oh, there you guys
She
go.
said
Okay. Okay.
homosocial. You know,
Okay.
you see what I'm
Okay.
doing there. You see
No,
what I'm doing
when
there.
No.
Yeah,
No.
you see what I'm doing.
when BGS when she
Well,
says
let's use
oh
technical language. She's calling you a homosexual, right? Homoerotic.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we know what she's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's
there's
No,
what
she
she's saying.
said
layers.
it. And she. Yeah.
Yeah.
The layer
Go ahead.
that she's adding is that when you listen to what guys are saying, I want to destroy the patriarchy, but you're still listening to them. You know what I'm saying? So she the homoerotic stuff is intertwined in patriarchy, while simultaneously, like you should assimilate me, or you should not judge me because I'm overweight. Because she was talking about the body index calendar, or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so she's intertwining all these things, but directing everything towards patriarchy. So, like I said, you, you took away toxic masculinity, you still see it, but then on the other side, you're calling these guys gay. Like you're in sociology, you socialize the boys, and you're still bitching.
It's called academic schizophrenia. That's what it's called.
Yeah, yeah,
It's all
I agree.
because there is no line of logic in anything that she just said. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're trying to here's these people trying to conflate it, trying to understand it by mixing up all these terms together, trying to make sense out of it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's what we say when sociologists been in college for 12 plus years and then get to live life outside of the college.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do.
It's like FD signifier going to the barbershop.
Man. Come on, we know he don't. He goes to the hair salon.
Hit the like
button, FD.
We see his hairline. That he has what
I want to see. I want to
say.
see. He's in Atlanta. I want to see FD go down to the hood with a camera and talk that kind of ancestral feminist talk with the boys in the barbershop and see what happens.
BGS, he came to one of the game shows. He almost got jumped, man.
Did he?
I live out here. I play Tekken a lot, bro. He came out here with some of the nerdy dudes and tried that. We started looking at him like, bro, you get real close, bro.
You're in the wrong place, man.
You in the wrong place, bro. And he's out of there. He moved over there by himself and started playing video games by himself. I mean, you gotta remember this is Atlanta. We still some hood kind of nerds, but we still nerdy at the same. Boy, he can't even. FD stay by himself. He know what he talking about.
Exactly. That's what I told about it. I said that's when he said that they need to go out and touch grass. Man, I said take it to the barbershop and see how well it plays, man.
He's from the north side. Like I wouldn't clip him when he tried to claim he was from south side.
You can go to the north side, go to the barbershop, and still won't play. Okay.
Yeah.
You go to a white barbershop and that shit won't play.
He almost got jumped by the black nerds. I don't think you understand how hard that is to do. I don't really think you understand how hard that by gamer nerds. You do not know how hard that is for that to happen.
What do you do?
What do you do? What do you do? They had to pull out the Jeezys and hit him with them.
No, we was really sitting there. He was like, "Oh, if you were a less masculine man," but he said that, bro. Now you gotta remember, I'm in Atlanta with some real some real, some characters out here, bro. He said, be a less masculine man, bro. Like 4 dudes turned around and looked at him, bro. Say, boy, you need to go sit over there with the women, bro.
I mean, so you're going to go in the middle of a Call of Duty session, talking about being less masculine, while I'm throwing frag grenades and sniping people in the head. Get the fuck
Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm like,
go ahead, Z. I didn't mean to actually sideline your shit, man.
Man, but after that, he went to go. He had to go play with the others, like even the outcasts, even among the nerds, he was over there with them, bro.
Yeah, but he kept his mouth shut over there, didn't he?
He kept his mouth shut the entire day, too.
Yeah.
So nah.
Hey, he should have asked what was the little blue haired guy's name?
Precious.
Destiny.
Destiny.
I hate that.
Yeah, Destiny could have told you that, man. That shit is not gonna play with these gamers, man.
Nah, bro. Like actually, a lot of these dudes more like hitting masculinity than you actually, they actually put on. Really,
you're playing a game that's actually there to fuel your testosterone. You come up with that masculine shit. You gonna get your ass beat, okay?
Yeah, Destiny server's funny as hell. Y'all should join that shit. Like I sat down. Yeah. I told you I've been in there like 4 years. They had me debate a guy, and I was like, "Yo, does this guy have Asperger's?" I kept on asking.
I can't get down with twinks, man. I just can't. I'm sorry.
No, it's not about them. It's about the Discord, the characters in there. Like, I'm serious. The guy kept on saying something. I said, "Yo," I was like, "You're not gay, but do you have Asperger's?" And I kept on asking. And he was like, "Yes, I have Asperger's." I said, "Yo, debate over. I'm not talking to this guy."
Yeah,
they have the spectrum.
That's why I slow them down. Okay, I understand what you just said. Now define your term. They hate that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? Okay, because it sounds like the way you're trying to use that word is not the way the word is defined. That slows them down and has them think. Okay, then they have to think about what they're getting ready to come out of their mouths instead of just well, here's
Look at this. Something told me to timestamp the goddamn when she says it. Better you and I'm searching for it, but she said it a couple of times, and I can't believe it's an hour plus long. And maybe because I'm skimming too fast, I can't find where she said it. Man, but anyway. But yeah, this lady, yeah, she's special. We'll say that this lady's special.
They're trying to twist something that doesn't exist in reality into something, that's supposed to be logical, but they can't make any logic out of anything. Okay?
Mm-hmm. The only logic here is that when a country gets so big and you have so many parties and groups within, like if you're segregated amongst your group and you don't get a look out to the outer world, like before we had cars and we were broke, we weren't thinking about certain things until the guy drove in with a Cadillac.
Yeah.
So when a woman sees that Princess Diana dress and they see it on TV, you see something that the outer world has that another woman has that you don't have.
The thing is, what triggers her to want the Princess Diana dress instead of the suit and coat and tie? It's biological.
Let me read this real quick.
I'm saying like the extreme European standard, like the hierarchy of it. So you see certain.
You've been fucking trained to see it since you were a kid. It's called Disney. Okay.
Yes. Yep. And that's the part that she's missing.
She's not missing. A lot of these academics lie about what they know. They lie by omission. Okay, she's too smart not to know this shit. Okay,
that's what I was saying earlier.
Otherwise, she need to get her money back.
Let me read this from Buckeye Fan. And Buckeye Fan says, "Question of the week: 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Who wins?" I feel like I heard you ask another person this question.
The thing is, do the men have weapons? Okay, if they have weapons,
that's what that's my question too. Because if the men don't have weapons,
give me the gorilla.
We technically win through this on TikTok. We win, but we lose a couple of good people along the way.
Yeah.
Now I think it's more than a couple of good. I think it's more than a couple of gorilla.
A gorilla can bench press 500 pounds, and he's got the biting force of a pit bull. Okay,
you're not gonna survive.
Huh?
We got 100 stacks.
Runs 50 miles an hour. What are we talking about?
A gorilla will kill 100 men if he doesn't have weapons. Okay.
Yes. That's why we need weapons in Africa.
If 100 men have rocks, the gorilla's dead.
I'm still betting on me though, bro.
You can bet on them. Good luck.
I'm not.
Man, this conversation.
I'll be
What
live
TikTok
or
out here
die.
making
Humans.
real? Oh man, TikTok out here making the world so crazy, man. I swear.
I know Trell said this.
No,
Okay,
it's not making the world crazy. It was what you guys are attracted to, because the world's already crazy. It's just bringing out. TikTok's just bringing it out. That's all it's doing.
I think that's true. So I know Trell said he said that he might have said this by accident. It's an autocorrect, but anybody want to take a stab at this? Because Mr. Z ain't gonna do it.
Wonderful,
I don't know what the hell.
woman.
Wunderbarg.
I only can read my own
Wunderbar,
dyslexia.
mein Fräulein.
I mean, it's German. It's German.
It looks German like a mug, Trell. I don't know what you're saying here, Trell.
It is German.
Yeah.
I mean, when fraudulent. I think it. What? I think it's what the fuck, woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
My woman. Yeah. I think that's what it means. Wunderbar. Yeah. I think my German is awful.
Trell, you ain't let me know you know how to speak German, or at least you know a couple of phrases.
Oh, autocorrect. That makes sense.
Thank you. He's a freaking autocorrect, and thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you, autocorrect. Oh man, but yeah. So what do you BGS and the rest of y'all? I'm about to end out in a minute. So what do we think about Dr. Sabrina Strings and this absolute insanity?
She could be the first time.
Go ahead.
If the couple times I've seen her, she's absolutely freaking nuts, and I've met women like her. Okay, she's nuts.
She dodged the truth like what is it? Neo from the Matrix dodged them bullets, bro.
I wouldn't. I'd be afraid to let her cross the street by herself. That's how nuts she is.
I've never heard that before. Wait, I gotta ask BGS this question. BGS, prepare yourself, because you know where I'm gonna go. Have you ever had to run from a woman like this? If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the same kind of woman tried to put a $1,200 check in my hands too. So
wait. Here's the thing. Was it worth it? Because was the situation in the room, was it good, or was it just it was meh and she was crazy?
She's crazy. Okay.
Okay, all right.
You take that money. Basically, she owns your ass. Okay. No. I dealt with too many crazy ass chicks, man. I know it. She's nuts, and she's got a PhD and nuts at the same time. No, keep away from me.
PhD, nuts, and resentful.
And resentful.
Yeah, that I used to deal with social workers.
And white boys are eating that shit up, man. So.
Oh yeah, I bet you they having fun with this.
Yeah.
Well, in that way too. But I think they probably might have fun with her in the other way too.
No.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. That's why I'm kind of saying, like, she's saying this to white guys, and they're saying, "Oh, she's making a glass ceiling to eliminate all competition for us. Who needs white supremacy when we got y'all? Thank you."
No. I don't even know what she's trying to do. I mean, I've heard, what's her name? The wrote Anna on Woman. She's nuts, okay, but she's on another level.
She's trying to say romance is dead because and to be fair to her, she's trying to say romance is dead because we're getting rid of the hierarchy, and because romance is built off of men's position in the hierarchy and catering to women, and we're getting rid of the hierarchy, then automatically romance will be gone.
Okay, romance has nothing to do with what they call courtly love, which is manners,
yeah, she does
right?
make the differentiation. Yes, she does.
Yeah, it's courtly love. Chinese and how they practice romance, Japanese how they practice romance, Africans how they practice romance is completely different than courtly love in the Western English or European way. Okay. Now, what they call courting or courtly love, okay, is different. Okay, courting in Africa is different. Okay, so romance, romance is called a romance novel, which comes from Rome. Rome romance, which is the French, is where it comes from. Okay, it's completely different. Now, the standard and the aspects of how they describe it, especially in these what is it, women, what do they call them, Victorian books and shit like that, romance novels,
Victorian woman.
Yeah, Now, those are upper tier, upper level people, okay? And how the upper class, rich upper class royalty actually practice romance or what they call courtly love, okay? That didn't exist in the lower classes. They do something different, okay? Whereas um, in lower classes, they would have a picnic and go out and pick flowers and talk to each other, okay? That's a different kind of romance.
It don't
Yes.
count because it's not elite, BGS.
Huh?
It
I
doesn't
mean,
count because it's
it
not elite. I'm
if
joking, but I'm not.
yeah, what I'm saying is she's a PhD, so of course it doesn't
Hmm.
count. Okay. I
And that's
mean,
kind of where I was talking about the separation between it. Like the upper class, when you walk in the room of a nice restaurant or a coliseum, like it's like they dream of that as romantic. The lower class women because they want to be in the room.
where's the where the lower class woman is red cups and a house party.
Hmm.
Go back to what is it like house party? What was it by the Kid and Play? Even though it's middle class, that's
Hmm.
romantic to some women. Okay.
Yeah. But now the access to the internet and just Disney, it's like I should have that. You know what I'm saying? That's where it's just weird.
Well, then you get into status, okay? Comparing stats, trying to move up the status ladder, okay? You know, I won't go. I want to go to Ruth Chris, even though you have no idea the difference between Ruth Chris and Sizzlers, okay? It's the same to you. It's just put it on Instagram. I have a higher status than the last girl that posted the picture. That's all. That's the only difference. Facebook and all that kind of crap, okay? Even though you don't qualify for it, you don't even like
BGS,
it.
this is atrocious because you telling black women to settle. Why are we always told that white women aren't told to settle? There we go. And then
Why go? You don't believe it? Go down to the trailer park and see what the white women like. Okay, see if the white women in the trailer park settle. Go to Appalachia where Daddy Vance was raised. Okay, see if they didn't settle.
this sounds like dusty talk, BGS. This sounds
It is
dusty.
dusty. I always
No, right.
definitely it's downright dusty. And ashy. Okay, Ashy Blokes and Dusty Jermaines. Okay.
Hey, that the ashy blokes thing get me every time.
Go,
The
go,
ashy
go.
blokes thing get me every time.
Yeah. You know that little fence, that little gate that's covered with all the shrubs in front of it. Go behind that gate and see to the trailer park court, okay, and see if they settle.
See, see.
Don't thing
And
is
and
stop.
I agree with everyone else who says it's actually not settling. But okay, fine. If we go with their terminology and their worldview, fine. But it's actually not settling because the men are actually doing financially better than the women. That part. But okay, cool with the framing. Um, yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree. Right. So
I'm not gonna settle for anything less than a 7 Series BMW. Well, then catch the bus for the rest of your life.
I hope you got $100,000.
No, you don't catch the bus for the rest of your life. You don't need a car.
Well,
Walk.
that's what they're doing now. But my thing is the temper tantrum. I'm okay with people saying what you're not going to do. Cool. But do you have to walk around with a blowhorn saying it and tearing up people's clothes, trying to punch people in the face, pushing
Okay.
people off the sidewalk? Like that's what they're doing.
I mean, you got two. If anybody has kids, when a kid has a temper tantrum, you have three choices, right? Cater to the kid, whip the kid's ass, or leave the kid kicking and screaming in the middle of the floor.
I've seen all three done.
I'm leaving them kicking and
I'll leave them
screaming.
screaming in the middle of the floor, okay? And they look up and say, where Daddy go?
I want to be drinking my beer and just looking.
No, no. I mean, no. Basically, you go another aisle and you peek around the corner where they can't see you, and they look up and you see them look like a deer with the headlights on. Okay, where'd he go? So
Yeah.
ignore these bras, man. That's what I tell black guys. Stop paying attention to these. They
But
try to
this
do
is
what
a
they
whole
see.
PhD broad. You're not just a broad, you're a PhD broad. Trying to
Yeah.
sully our names because ain't nobody bowing.
And most people that listen to her have no clue what she's talking about. Even
Well,
the
you know
elite
what?
people
Yeah.
have no clue what she's talking about. They're trying to make sense of what she's saying because a lot of the words she's using doesn't make sense. Wait a minute, that doesn't mean what she just said. How does she conflate those two things together?
And she said homosocial and homoerotic. That's what she said. My God. Oh, but BGS, I don't know how y'all. How did y'all grow up? Well, I'm about to say, how did y'all grow up with them? And like we don't have them in my age group. Jesus
We
Christ.
they've always been around. We ignored them. And I said, "Do you listen to her?" I said, "No, that bitch is crazy. No, we don't listen to her."
I used to work at a park, and I remember having this conversation with a homeless guy, and we got into the conversation of elite black folks, and I was like, "How the hell did y'all let Oprah come about?" And he was like, "We ain't fuck with that bitch." I was like, he's like, "We didn't care what that crazy bitch was talking about." I'm like, "This is a whole homeless man," and his reaction was just crazy. It was like, "You didn't care what that bitch was talking about. I don't care about that bitch."
I am an old progressive KFPK limousine liberal progressive, right? Okay. Bell Hooks was not liked by black people. Okay, in the '90s, she wasn't. It was, guess what? White limousine liberal women that
Elevated her.
elevated her. We didn't do that. Okay.
If
Don't
if
put
that's
that
not
on us.
COINTELPRO, you tell me what is. If
Not
what you're saying is true, BGS, if that's not COINTELPRO, I don't know what is then.
they've been doing that forever. White women have been
Exactly.
elevating like
Exactly.
Polly Murray. It wasn't black women that elevated Polly Murray. It's white women.
Yeah. There you go.
It wasn't us.
Just saying.
But the thing is, but they have black face, so they say that they represent us. They don't. Okay, no, they don't. They still don't.
Yeah.
Like this chick,
But
I bet you. She has to go out and find black people that she talks to. Okay, most of the people she talks to are white.
yeah. Actually, yes. No, all the interviews I'm looking at now, you're right. You're actually right. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. Well,
Not even black feminists are actually fucking with her. Okay, because she's nuts.
that's crazy. Well, because who wants to tell black women, let's say black women in specific, hey, romance is dead. Just get it how you live now. Get in where you can fit in. Who wants to actually say that to black women as a black woman?
Yeah, because black women care more about how they look than the black man does.
Yeah, true. Yeah. She said the in the romance, y'all. That's what she said. It's the in the romance, in the love.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
BGS, if you want to torture yourself, check the interviews. I'll put them in the description box. I'm gonna add the
I'll look at some of them. Man.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen her a couple of interviews before, man. She's I tell by her eyes, she's out. She's out to lunch.
The BGS is saying she's fuck nuts. That's what he's saying. I'm just saying.
She is. You go in, take a class, take notes for the test, and then escape.
Any black man, particularly that takes class with her, just keep your head down and write, bro. Don't question, don't nothing. Just
go in the gym, lift weights, and not blow her back out. She'll give you a good grade.
Hell no, because then she gonna try to cling on and think she runs shit.
No,
bro.
she'll get enough to do for the next class. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Next semester should just get another one. Next semester,
and get another. Got fresh meat coming in. Incoming.
Forget all about you. Rightfully so.
Rightfully so.
Be happy too.
I paid him off with that A. Okay, we're done. We're done here.
Mr. Matt says she's bunny boiling crazy. I've never heard that. That's funny as hell.
She is. Yeah, she is.
That's funny as hell.
What was it? Not Indecent Proposal. What was it? That movie where she boiled a rabbit.
I don't know which one that is.
I
don't know which one that is.
Oh yeah, that's where where the rabbit boiling came from, where she took the pet rabbit and boiled it on the stove.
Tell us. I mean, I'm not telling school, but Matt says she's bunny boiling crazy.
Yeah, I know where it comes. It comes from that movie. I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. Yeah, where he was dating her, and she was nuts, and he's.
Telescope says Glenn Close was the actress.
Glenn Close. Yeah, Glenn Close was the actress. Yep.
Fatal Attraction. Broke Genius says Fatal Attraction.
Fatal
Attraction. Thank you,
yeah.
Broke Genius. Yeah, Rev Lust is Fatal Attraction.
That's where the bunny boiling stuff comes from. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Man, on that note, everyone.
All right.
Man, BGS, I would implore you
I don't
to
know how you
torture
torture
yourself. Oh
yourself.
no, fuck that, BGS. Nope. I'm imploring you to torture yourself and cover this shit.
I mean, the
As a
clips you got.
student, I'll put a 20 on it too if you need me to. I want you to cover it. Yeah, that's how bad I want you to cover this shit because I think you'll do a better job than me. Because
Which?
I'll send you the longer one. I'll send it to you in email.
Okay.
I'll
All
send you
right.
the longer interview because that's where she go into it, and I'll timestamp for you where she says the homosocial or homoerotic thing. I think she says both if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's because I think your breakdown will probably be better than mine. She
Okay.
really is trying to say the end of romance and what comes from that.
It's if I'm
Yeah,
really interested, I always get the book and try to listen to or read the book
yeah, that's probably better. Actually,
where
I'm
the
over here doing cheap.
where the theory is fleshed out, and a lot of times that's where the holes start to poke up,
Yeah.
peek in um, about their theory. It starts to fall apart because if they give you the synopsis, they actually don't. They leave out the other parts. But I've
And
heard this before. But go ahead.
let me read this now because I waited to inspire you. I did not forget about you. I waited to read this because I didn't want AL to go off. And inspire you says railroad in the West was Asian, but rest was FBA. We were talking about the railroads and how the Asians were treated building the railroad. And there was a big back and forth and loud talking. And I had to mute folks. And I never mute folks, but yeah, I had to mute folks. This is like my second time. I've been doing panel discussions for what, damn near almost 2 years now, maybe. And and I had to. This is maybe my second or third time ever having to mute
Yeah,
folks.
the
So yeah,
most of the Asians worked in the railroads in California. They didn't go too far outside of California.
and there you go.
Yeah,
And there you go. So
that's mostly black
yeah,
folks.
Inspired Truth was saying, and thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth. Thank you for the super chat. So y'all's Mr. Z got things to do with Miss Z. We doing tacos.
Oh,
BGS is
tacos.
not the only.
Okay.
I don't know why y'all act like BGS the only taco person. I'm not as well rounded as him, but he is not the only taco person. Y'all need to start getting Z taco tax too. I'm just saying.
The best tacos are in California. Okay.
Of course, that
No,
nobody's
Texas.
disputing that. Nobody's disputing the well, somebody is
Undisputed.
look at. Wait a minute, and that's a debate right there. Who got the
No,
better tacos,
no.
Cali or Texas? There
The
you go.
best tacos are in Cali. Okay.
All right. Well, I took a
Look,
Mexican chick, brought her to Mississippi, showed her how to make chitlins, and she made some tortillas. You know the word
Tortillas.
Mexican.
what you
No,
talking about, dude?
Mexican
Now, what you
chitlin
gonna tell me? There's
tacos.
chopped up chitlin tacos. I knew you was gonna say it.
Yeah,
No,
There we go. I knew it was coming.
tortillas.
I knew
no,
it was coming.
but
It's tortillas or
no,
something.
basically, Latinos have their own version of chitlins.
Look,
Yeah.
Hitflix, I need you to stop sneak distance. Hitflix says Popeyes has tacos now. Hysterical.
They may. Chicken tacos are up next. Okay.
Oh man, I like ground turkey tacos. Ground turkey is the shit. It's less fattening than the ground beef. But
No.
look,
Oh
I'm gonna
no.
need to put your
Oh no.
nose down,
Oh
BGS. BGS
no.
nose
Oh
is in
no.
the air with the Cali
Oh,
taco
oh
stuff. Look,
no, no,
ground
no,
turkey
no,
is the shit.
no! Oh
Okay.
hell no, no, no,
Oh
no, no,
man.
no, no!
So
Anything ground in tacos, you already failed, sir.
look, see. Look, I need you to put your nose back down. Your nose is
Any,
catching
any,
747s right now.
any,
Your
any,
nose is catching satellites, BGS. Go ahead.
you might as well go to Taco Bell if you ground up
Look,
the meat. Okay.
look, your nose is catching planets right now. How far up in there it is right now. Jesus.
you smash the beans, not the meat, sir.
There's a
As
pun.
no, I'm serious.
That's what she said.
Refried beans is fine. Smashing the beans, you don't smash the meat. The meat you chop. Okay.
I've never been a fan of refried beans. I know sacrilege. I know.
They're the shit though. It's how you
I know.
cook them and what you put in them, just like anything else.
I know. It's never been. I don't know. It's just right. It's never been. Yeah. Oh man, exactly. He is though. Excalibur says BJ's a taco snob.
I am.
The nose is catching whole universes, right? Galaxies right now.
You know what? You know what? The only time you get ground beef tacos when we go to Taco Bell. Any place else, there is no ground beef tacos.
You know what? No. They're doing it in different places now, but it's to accommodate the novice. But you're right about that, though. You're right about that. That it really is Taco Bell that kind of messed up everybody's.
I go to Latin
with
America.
crowns.
They do okay. You do not see ground beef in no fucking taco. Okay.
Yeah. The anything that you see is newfangled stuff. But no, BGS, you're right about that.
The only time you see ground beef is when you put it in a hamburger. That's the only time you see ground beef. That's it. Okay.
Y'all heard it here.
Yeah.
You heard it here. So, but we are gonna go get tacos. We're going to some spot that she found a couple weeks ago. So I'm gonna go home and take a shower. And, you know,
a carne asada, chicken or at best spiced pork in your
spiced
tacos.
pork is fire. What is it? But what's the name of it? Oh my God, there's a name for it. It's not spiced pork.
They have several names.
But I know what you're saying. Yeah,
they have several names for it. Yeah, the different kinds. And
barbacoa is straight too.
Barbacoa
the shredded
is straight.
bread.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's better than shit. I really like barbacoa actually.
Barbacoa where they actually have the strip over the fire and they cut it as they need it. Okay, barbacoa. Yeah, those are good. That's good.
This is exactly why I made sure not to really eat lunch today to make sure I could really load up on them tacos today. So we gonna see if she bring me to an ass taco place. I'll let you know, BGS.
Tacos or get your quesadilla with cheese and inside. Put your pico de gallo on top of it, along with your guacamole and your favorite hot sauce. You got something, man.
I'm gonna let you know how it went, BGS. We gonna see. It's my first time going to this place she been, so we'll know. We'll see.
Yeah, fish tacos are kind of hard to find. Because
I'm not a fish taco person. I've had.
You got to go. You have to go where they make good fish tacos. Okay, just like any other fish, right? Do you eat fish? Fried fish?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
All you do is wrapping a tortilla around it. The right fried fish and the right condiments on top. It's a good fish taco.
Okay.
All right. That's all you gotta do.
On that note, thank you, BGS, for coming up. Please review Miss Doctor again.
Doctor Nutso. Her and Michelle Obama are driving me nuts, man.
Look. You can say that. I am nowhere near have the academic accomplishments to say that, so I'll let you say it. Y'all closer in age.
What's going on, man? Yeah. Michelle Obama and these feminist chicks are going absolutely bonkers, man. What's going on with them?
I think there's something to tease out, maybe a theory to tease out about Kamala losing and them saying "fuck it" then, and any shred of like civility they might have had left, them chucking it out the window. There's an argument to be made about that.
And then Donald Trump and the West are slowly but surely, because there ain't no money, they're pulling out the safety net for these feminists, man. There ain't no more safety net.
And that's another reason why they might be going ape. Yeah,
that's why they're going ape. Yeah, automation and pulling all the paper pushing jobs, all kind of crap, man. So the degree ain't shit no more. Okay,
they've been telling about BS jobs for a decade.
Yeah,
I don't know what they,
well, the DEI only goes so far anyway.
Yeah.
All right,
you should have
go eat your tacos. Go eat your tacos.
All right, BJ. All right. With that, on that note, everybody.
Hey, you guys, before we go, donate to the taco farm for Mr. Z. Okay. Send him out right.
I'll stay open for another minute or two.
Put your Cash App on the screen, up on the in the chat.
I think I have to think of a jigger too.
Hit that Cash App. Is it in your description? Is it in your description?
No, it is.
Okay.
It is.
Hit Mr. Z's Cash App. Make it a good Taco Friday for him. All right, y'all.
Hysterical.
Anyway, I'm out.
All right, and thank you for that, BGS. And as BGS said, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'll just put the little scroll thingy on the bottom. I forgot what the thing is called. But yeah, hit my email for anything y'all see that y'all want Z to maybe cover. I get y'all emails. Even if I don't cover it, I download. Black Uru sent me some stuff. Black Uru, hey, shout out to Black Uru. Black Uru is half the reason I'll be getting some of this stuff, especially the one with UK Margot Robbie. That's all Black Uru. Shout out to Black Uru for that. Vince, keep my email lit. There's a bunch of y'all that keep my email. Leon, keep my email lit. There's a bunch of y'all. Shout out to y'all. Buckeye fan, keep my email lit. So yeah, I get the emails and So anyway, on that note, y'all. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Thank you for the replay gang. Shout out to the replay gang. I'll be seeing the comments. And let Ms. Z go so we could go do this taco thing with Ms. Z. And yeah, she called me. She was like, are we still doing tacos? I'm like, yeah, babe. I have sleep. I don't get sleep anyway. So there you go. And so I might be on Art New Style tonight a little bit. We'll see. I said that a couple weeks ago, and Mr. Z ain't make it. I was asleep on the couch. So on that note, y'all, we'll pause right here. Truly, love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere the tacos. Look at Z. I'm already. The tacos is on the mind right now. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. If we could do this outro correctly. There we go. All right, y'all.